Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
That you're so racist that you're going to fall for him blaming people who didn't cause these problems. It's almost like a way of saying to the person who actually might be racist, you know, it's almost like appealing to their better nature and saying, surely you're not going to fall for that. He's trying to manipulate you. He's trying to get you to think that the reason you don't have a job is because of Mexicans, but that's not true. And you know better than that, because there's actually some research which says that when people who actually do have bias, and we all have some, we've all been programmed to have it in this culture. One of the best ways to get people not to act on bias is to challenge them to rise to the better angels of their nature and treat them like people who are capable of doing right, even when their inclination might be to do wrong. There's this particular moment, this particular man, this particular administration, any more credit for creating this problem than he deserves, because this thing has been around since long before Donald Trump. This thing has been around long before Trumpism, right? We can't give all the credit there. It's not like Donald Trump thought up some new stuff. It's not like Donald Trump created the problem. This is a problem that goes back to the founding of our country. So we'll get to that. But I want to start somewhere else. If you don't understand, for instance, the history, the predicate, what came before when it comes to the subject of law enforcement misconduct in Black and brown communities, for instance, right? If you don't know that history because it was never taught to you, right, then a movement like Black Lives Matter won't make sense to you. If you don't understand the way that Black life has been discounted and denigrated and has not mattered institutionally to an awful lot of folks, right, then somebody proclaiming that Black Lives Matter will seem irrational. It will seem horribly militant and separatist and maybe even hateful. And then you'll say things like, but what about my life? What about me? All lives matter, don't they? What about me? I know, precious. I know your life matters. I know my life. You don't have to tell me that all lives matter. I get that. I got 2 children. I got 2 teenagers. They're 15 and 13. They are white. That is what happens when white people make babies. You get white babies. They are white. I know that their lives matter. You don't have to tell me. I don't need a bumper sticker to remind me of the value of my own children's lives. The point is, every cop in this country also knows that my daughter's lives matter. And every teacher knows. And every employer knows, and every bank loan officer knows. That is to say, we don't have to specify about my daughters. Their lives and the value of their lives are taken for granted. You only got to specify that which gets routinely ignored. You only have to specify that which we tend to forget, because remember, white folks have a long history of saying all and not meaning it. We do. Thomas Jefferson, now, he's not representative of all white people, but I gather he's one of white people's favorite white people. Thomas Jefferson said, did he not, that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There's that word all, as in all lives matter. All men are created equal. But when Thomas Jefferson wrote those words, he owned over 250 other human beings. So I'm guessing he didn't really mean it, but he said it, right? And when the Pledge of Allegiance was written, first iteration in the 1880s, there were several afterward through the 1920s, last iteration, last version, 1954. But in every iteration of the pledge, what's that last line? That never changed. With liberty and justice for whom? All. There's that word again, written by white folks who I dare say in 1888 or whatever it was, did not mean it. Nor did they mean it in the 20s, nor did they mean it in the 50s. So what black folks are trying to tell us with BLM, whether we're prepared to hear it or not, is that when y'all have been forgetting that we're part of the all, we're going to have to remind you. And Black Lives Matter becomes that asterisk at the end of white folks all. As in, yeah, y'all need to be reminded from time to time that you've been forgetting some folks. Now, we can certainly make the argument that we got to be clear that Indigenous lives matter and Latinx lives matter and Asian Pacific Islander lives matter, because those are too often discounted as well. But trust me when I tell you that in this country, when black lives finally do matter at the institutional and systemic level, all of our lives will, and not one moment before that. See? But if you don't know the history of misconduct, nothing I said will make sense to you, because for a lot of white folks, we have grown up in a society where the police really were the protectors. We just had a different relationship to law enforcement than a lot of people of color have. This isn't about bad cops, good cops, by the way. It's not about, oh, all police are terrible, all police are racist, all police are brutal. It's not about people, it's about systems, right? And law enforcement as a culture has a history of abuse. And every Angelino who is black and brown knows that. Everyone in this greater area who is black and brown knows that. Everybody's been in Pasadena long enough knows that, right? Black folks, for instance, know that modern policing traces directly to slave patrols. That's the first iteration of policing in this country, right? And there's a bright line relationship between that and what came next. Cops were the ones who enforced the slave laws. Cops were the ones who enforced segregation. Cops were the ones who collaborated with riots in black neighborhoods, burning them to the ground in the 20s and 30s. Cops were the ones who collaborated with military uniformed officers in Los Angeles in 43 during the Zoot Suit riots when they rampaged in Chicano neighborhoods. And Chicano folks in this area know that history. A lot of white folks weren't taught it. And you can't know what you weren't taught, and you can't teach what you don't know. So I'm not saying you ought to feel bad for not knowing it. I'm just saying when you don't know some stuff, you miss some stuff. When you have the luxury of being oblivious to that history, you miss some stuff. People of color don't have the same luxury. They know that it was cops that pulled protesters off of the stools during the sit-ins in the South where I'm from. That wasn't done by random folk off the street. That was cops with guns and badges and the power of the state. See, here's the problem. Whether you're a good person or a bad person and you become a police officer, I think most people who become cops, most people who become teachers, most people who become whatever they become are good people. I think most people are good folks, just in general. I think most people don't wake up wanting to hurt other people. But here's the problem. If you have a job that involves enforcing the law in a society where the law is the problem, right? Let me repeat. If you have a job to enforce the law in a society where the law itself is the problem, that is to say segregation as a law, enslavement as a law, indigenous removal as a law, right? The dislocation and dispossession of Latinx peoples from their land, where that's a law, where Japanese internment is a law, right? Then the people whose job is to enforce that law by definition are agents of injustice. That's not about hating police. That's just obvious, right? If you are the enforcer of the system and the system is the problem, then you are part of the problem. If you want to be part of the solution, you got to flip that system, right? You can't stand at the end of the conveyor belt in the factory marked sausage factory and be shocked when all the stuff it sends you is sausage. If you're sitting down there and you're like, where the hell are my chicken nuggets? You clearly did not read the sign, yo. It said it was about sausage. So you probably ought to understand the system is contributing and producing exactly what it was intended to produce, right? And if you understand the history, that doesn't sound radical. It just sounds obvious, right? But if you don't know that history, it seems absurd. So you got to understand the past to understand the present. That's the point. But it's not just with regard to policing, right? It's with regard to just any inequities that you see. And I think about this not as an educator, not as a writer, not as a scholar, activist, or anything. I think about this as a dad, right? Because like I said, I got these two girls, they're 15 and 13. And, you know, when you're a parent, you always sort of pay real close attention to how your kids learn stuff, right? And you can see like when the light bulb goes on over their head, and it's sort of a really amazing moment because you're like, oh my God, they just figured out something, and sort of cool. And, you know, you try to commit that to memory. All right. So a couple of years ago, I'm driving with my girls to their dance studio, they're dancers. And we were leaving their school to drive to the studio, about 8 minutes on surface streets in Nashville, Tennessee, from their school to the downtown studio, where they were both in the company. And it's a drive we've made every day, virtually every day for like a year and a half during the week and once on weekends. So we're used to this drive. But on this particular day, something different happened. We get stopped at a red light. And that red light happens to be in the middle of public housing, right? Both sides of the street, public housing apartments, or what we refer to in this country as projects, right? And the 10-year-old daughter, whose name is Rachel, sitting in the back seat, looks around, and I'm sure she had recognized the racial demographic of that neighborhood before, because we've been making the drive every day, right? But that day she says, Daddy, why is this neighborhood pretty much all black? Oh, that's a hell of a good question, right? I mean, that's a really deep, like my kid, my 10-year-old is doing like urban anthropology in the back of my Highlander, y'all. That's like some pretty serious stuff.
She's
like,
a future John Galt.
You know, because after all, this is what I do, right? And she's like noticing stuff, and I'm like, oh. And I'm real happy because it's like the one question she could have asked me that I actually know the answer to, right? Because when you're a parent, your kids will ask you all kinds of crazy shit that you have no idea how to answer. Like if my daughter had said, Daddy, where does electricity come from? I'd have been like, psh, Google it. I have no idea. I didn't pay attention in that class. But the one about how this neighborhood got black, I know that. That's the one. And so I'm all excited. I got the answer ready. I can't give her the PhD level answer because we only got 4 minutes left before we're at the studio, right? So I know I got to cut it down. I got to make it sort of easy. You know, I got to make it digestible, right? So I've got the thumbnail version, though. It's right here in my throat. It's about to come out. And then something happened that I didn't know was going to happen because I'm an only child, right? I didn't know this was a thing, but those of you who are not only children will instantly recognize what I mean. Apparently, when you have an older sibling and you are in the presence of that older sibling and you ask a question of your parent, right? And the older sibling hears the question, they will inevitably and without very much hesitation offer up their own damn answer, right? Just to show how smart they are. Right. And so Rachel says, remember the question, why is this neighborhood pretty much all black? And Ashton, the 12-year-old, without missing a beat, as I'm getting ready to offer the answer, jumps up and says, redlining, which is scary ass accurate if you know the history. And if you don't, you're about to. I was like, what? How did you know that? Have you been reading my books? Like, what? Is it genetic? Do you just know shit? Like, is it passed down generationally to you just because daddy knows? That's crazy. It was creepy. And the 10-year-old said, I don't think I know what redlining means. I'm like, yeah, I don't think your sister does either, but that was a hell of a guess. Right? Now, here's the thing. To be honest with you, her answer is not quite right. She actually sort of got it twisted a little bit because that redlining is not how it got black, but it is how it got poor. So she's sort of conflating race and class, but I'm going to give her half credit because, damn, she's 12 years old at the time. But let me just sort of explain to you what redlining is. Redlining is a thing that some of y'all will know what this is. But in any event, it was something that was very common. It was done as a matter of course all through this country, north, south, east, west, everything in between, where banks would take maps of neighborhoods and they would take a red marker and they would draw a line around black neighborhoods. And occasionally they would do the same with Latinx neighborhoods and but especially black neighborhoods. And anybody who lived in the boundaries of that neighborhood was not going to get a loan. You weren't going to get a business loan. You weren't going to get a mortgage loan, nothing. And it didn't matter if you had good credit, didn't matter. Didn't matter if you had a good job, didn't matter. Didn't matter if you had a good education, none of it mattered. You weren't getting a loan just because you lived in that space. And this was done generation in and generation out as a formal and totally legal above board practice until 1968. When the Fair Housing Act was passed. But even after that, the research tells us it continued indirectly, sort of informally, secretly. The research today says we probably got 3 to 4 million cases of housing discrimination against people of color every year based on race. About half of those are in the mortgage market. The other half are in the rental market. So in other words, it's still happening, but it used to be totally legal. And as a result, right, that meant that those communities were starved of wealth. Those communities were starved of capital. Right? Folks weren't able to start up businesses. And by the way, at the very same time they couldn't get those loans, they were knocking down neighborhoods to put up interstates and to put up shopping malls and to put up garages and office buildings. And most of the houses that got knocked down and apartments that got knocked down were being lived in by black and brown folks. 20% of all African-American housing in the country was knocked to the ground between 1950 and 1969 to make way for economic progress, highways, et cetera, right? So people of color were being denied capital, and the stuff they already had was being flattened by bulldozers, right? So that's how those neighborhoods became poor. But how did they actually become black or black and brown combined, folks of color? Well, that happened for a couple of reasons that are really important to know. First of all, most people don't know this history, but like Baldwin said, if you don't understand it, right, then you're not going to understand what you see. That's the effect of what he was saying in that quote I started with. What happens is the public housing that we were looking at right there in Nashville, and this is true public housing nationwide, that was created not for people of color. Most people don't know this history, but you need to. Public housing was created for white folks. Right? For the first couple of years, it was very hard in most parts of the country for people of color to even get access to publicly subsidized housing. It was created for poor white folks to give them an opportunity, a leg up to come into the so-called middle class. But at the very same time that the government creates those public interventions in the housing market for white people, they also created some other programs that were sort of duplications of that, but even better. They create the FHA loan program, the VA loan program, later on the GI Bill program. In theory, these were open to everybody, but in practice, virtually all the benefits went to white folks because the criteria to qualify for these loans, which were government guaranteed loans without which you could not have gotten a house in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, virtually all the benefits went to whites because the underwriting criteria, the lending criteria, essentially excluded almost all people of color, with just a few exceptions. So in other words, the neighborhoods became racially identifiable because certain folks were able to hustle it out to the suburbs using those loans, right? Leaving the ones who couldn't get the loans in the city. And then you couldn't get a loan in the city because of redlining and other forms of discrimination. So these neighborhoods become white, these become black and brown, these become middle class to affluent, these become poor, not because of anything having to do with the people that live there, but having to do with the decisions made by people who most definitely do not live there, right? Now, I get to the end of that story and we're at the studio. I drop the kids off and I'm wondering, God, I hope they got it, you know? They seem to, they're nodding, oh yeah, okay. They seem to understand, yeah? And as I'm driving away, I think to myself, that's a really important story because what if my kids ask me that and I don't know the answer? What if your kids ask you and you don't? What if a child asks a teacher in a classroom and they don't because they were never taught it? Because were any of us really taught in K-12 about that process of racial discrimination? I wasn't. I wasn't taught in AP history. And hell, that's the history for smart people. That's what they tell you. That's the history where you can supposedly handle anything. Apparently not that, though. You can't handle that. So they don't tell you that, right? And if I don't know the answer, do you think my kid stops wondering about the question? No, see, my 10-year-old who wanted to know why the neighborhood looked the way it did, right, is going to keep wondering. But if she asks and I'm like, oh, I don't know, she's going to keep wondering, what do you think her conclusion is going to be? Because she's going to come to her own conclusion. And you know what that conclusion is going to be? The only one it can be in this culture. It's the conclusion that this society has already handed her on a silver platter. What is it? You know, because it's the conclusion that comes from the fundamental guiding ideology of our country, the thing that we've all been taught, the thing that we've all been exposed to, the secular gospel of America, the creation myth of America, Genesis 1:1 of America. And you know what it is. The Genesis 1:1 of this country is what? Wherever you end up is all about you, right? Because if you just worked hard, you'd have made it. If you didn't make it, there's something wrong with you. You should have worked harder. The notion of rugged individualism, right? That's the fundamental building block of our country. But if you're taught that, and then you look around and you see this level of inequality and you don't know the backstory of how we got that inequality, then you end up defaulting to the idea that these people are down here living like this because there's something wrong with them. And these people over here are up here living like this because they're superior. In other words, racism becomes almost rational unless you question that ideology, just like sexism does. Right? Because if you look around and you see men disproportionately on the hierarchy, right, and you see women disproportionately below them on that hierarchy, then it becomes almost logical for people, even women, to internalize a belief that they don't have the same capacity as men. Classism becomes rational where you look down even on poor white folks. You look down on poor white folks in coal country and Appalachia. You go, well, you know, if they would just work harder, everything would be fine. We don't have to do anything to the job market or the larger economy because they're to blame. In other words, if we don't understand how we got from point A to point B to point whatever we're at now, we end up making conclusions that are fundamentally going to reinforce racism, sexism, and classism. And here's the thing. Every one of us knows that that myth is a myth. We know it's not about simple, rugged individualism. We all know people, do we not, who have worked hard their whole lives, got nothing to show for it. And we all know people who were born on third base and think they hit a triple, right? Never had to work hard, right? And they'll never lose what they've got. I'm even told, now this may be a rumor, y'all tell me, but I was told, as hard as this may be to believe, that there are even people who inherited their father's real estate empire in the 1970s, got to take over his real estate portfolio in the 1970s when it was worth $227 million already, and turned it into a few billion and decides that that makes him a self-made billionaire. Have y'all heard that story? I heard that story. I don't know who I'm talking about. I forget the name, but I feel like that's a thing, right? We know it's not about rugged individualism. It's about head starts, who had them and who didn't. It's about an 8-lap relay race where some folks started on lap 5 and some folks had to start at lap 1 and then were shocked when the ones with the 5-lap head start crossed the finish line first. That's what's supposed to happen when you have a 5-lap head start. Yes? Right? And so ultimately and look, the rugged, first of all, like, even if you don't like my politics, can we just agree that there's no such thing as a rugged individual? That's like some crazy shit. Like really, truly crazy. Because what would that even entail? First of all, there's no such thing as an individual human being, right? Because humans have always lived in collectives. We are a social being. We're a social species. None of us were raised by ourselves on an island by a porpoise, right? We've had families, we've had tribes, we've had cultures, we've had nations, right? We've all been raised in a social context. None of us were raised by a porpoise on an island. If you ever actually meet someone who qualifies as a true rugged individual, for the love of God, you need to get the hell away from that thing, because it's going to be dangerous as hell. It's going to be like a feral animal. It's not going to have language, right? It's not going to know that it's not supposed to eat you because nobody ever told it that, right? Because it was a rugged individual being raised by the porpoise on the island. They see you, they're like, I'm just going to eat you. They don't know. Rugged individuals would be dangerous. You don't want them running your country. You don't want them running your business. You don't want them as neighbors, right? The good news is there aren't any such people. We've all had help. We've all been raised in a social context. We have to understand that context in order to understand how we arrived at our current position and at our current place, right? And it's very dangerous for us not to do that, right? It's dangerous when we think about the policing thing again. I can tell you right now, the only reason I'm standing here, see, if I'm going to ask you to think about that, how you ended up from point A to point B, I got to do the same. So I'll model the behavior I'm asking about. Because once again, this is where privilege comes in. This is where we have to understand the context of our own lives. I'm only standing here because the war on drugs is not about drugs, right? Going back to that issue of policing. I'm only here because the war on drugs isn't really about the thing it pretends to be about. What do I mean by that? I think you know what I mean by that. And I can tell you what I'm about to tell you because the statute of limitations has expired on this shit and they can't touch me now. I'm being quite serious. Keep in mind now, the reason I know the war on drugs isn't about drugs, two things. One is all the data tells me. Centers for Disease Control, National Institutes on Drug Abuse, every study you choose to consult says what? White folks are just as likely, if not more likely, to use drugs, just as likely, if not more likely, to possess drugs, just as likely, if not more likely, to sell drugs, just as likely, if not more likely, than people of color to become addicted to them, right? So the rates of usage, possession, dealing, and addiction equal or greater, depending on the age group for whites, relative to people of color. That's one way that I know. The other way is the fact that I'm here. Because in April of 1988, I was headed back from a college debate tournament. I was at Tulane University in New Orleans. We went to a debate tournament in San Antonio, driving a rental car back, right? And I get stopped in Gonzales, Texas. I do not recommend this, by the way. I get stopped in Gonzales, going about 13 miles an hour over the limit. So I pull over. It's just me, my debate partner, another 2-person team, and the coach. And I'm nervous, right? And I'm nervous because I know what's in the car other than debate evidence. I know that at that moment in the briefcase of my coach is the following: 1.5 ounces of weed, an 8-ball of Coke, 12 sheets of acid. Yeah, Google it. And 14 hits of X. Now, not bragging, by the way, and I'm not encouraging this behavior. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just asking you a fundamental question. You know what the question's going to be, but I got to keep setting this thing up. Now, for those who are not drug users, either now or at any point, that is not for personal consumption, as you can probably imagine. That would kill anyone who tried to do all that. So that was my coach. He was a dealer on the debate circuit. He would deal to other coaches. He would deal to debaters. Right? So I get pulled over, and I know that's in there, and I'm nervous as hell because he comes to the door with that flashlight, right? Puts it in the face, and he's like, I need to see your license. I'm like, of course. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for the damn thing. It's a wallet. It's got like 4 places it could be. Can't find the damn thing. And it seemed like it took 30 minutes. It was probably 20 seconds, but it seemed like it was a half an hour. I'm sweating, right? My eyes are getting big. I'm sweating crazy, just profusely. The air's on, doesn't matter. Sweating, right? And I just know that I'm going to say something? Would you like to come back and sit in the cruiser where the light's better? I'm like,
yeah, this is probably the longest on a panel you've gone without saying anything.
Yeah, I wanted to see how long it was going to be before you
it's going to be till I'm done with it. It's a 30-minute video.
Yeah, but you don't want to give any dialogue on it at any point?
This is actually an interesting point you bring up. I don't like stopping a video every 2 seconds to comment on it. I like to play things
But at
through.
that point, you just playing.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I like to play things through and then comment. Or, if there's something worth stopping, because I almost stopped it a few minutes ago, but I don't have a problem with playing things through without comment and then commenting at the end. It's like holding your applause to the end. So what, do you have a comment?
Well, I thought you had a purpose for playing the video.
I have a purpose. If it's not obvious, then, well, my purpose is that I think that there are a lot of concepts that people on this channel get wrong.
Okay, I got a concept.
Yeah, well, you know what? You can wait till the end to express your concept unless you have a burning desire to do it now.
Yeah, I think it'll have an effect. Okay, here goes my concept. Maybe react to the video and keep the
No, I'm not doing that. The one thing I'm not going to do is change my style to suit an audience. You either deal with it or you don't.
Well, it's so much not the audience, Stanley. See, that's what I don't understand. See, I might be an old nigga, but I'm always have been.
Dude, I'm older than you.
Yeah, I build empires, Stanley. I don't just go and just shit in somebody's yard and try to be popular. And more important,
I have no clue where this is. Hey, hold on. I understand, and I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak and just
on a panel.
I will let you speak.
And then just play somebody else shit like everybody fucking stupid and not react. You don't do no reaction to the video. You just sat there 25.
Okay, motherfucker. I literally just told you why I didn't react. Deal with it or don't. Period. I'm not going to change my style. It's how I think. If you can't sit still and not talk for 30 minutes, the problem is with you, not me.
I think
that's a solid Snake problem. That's not a Stanley problem.
Well, I think you're here to destroy this channel, and I think you're doing a damn good job.
Well, you know what? So I can tell you right now.
Gonna waste their hopes and dreams.
Well, motherfucker, why are you up here participating?
A loser named Stanley who don't want to fucking react to the video we playing.
Sorry,
Like the
I'll
parents
react.
came to watch a video that Stanley wanted to watch, but don't nobody give a damn about what Stanley think or some shit. What kind of
I will
what
give
is
you
that,
what I
Stanley? What is that?
Well, here's what it's called. It's called While the
It's
Video's
called being
Playing.
a fucking lazy ass.
It's called While the Video's Playing. I have a notebook that I am writing notes down in to talk about points at the end. So that's what it's about. I don't have to interrupt a goddamn video every 2 seconds to be heard and to get attention. I like listening and then thinking about it, then expressing an opinion. Try it sometime, Solid Snake. You'll sound smarter.
You think you said some shit, don't you?
Hey, I don't really care. I said what I said.
Yeah, you ain't saying shit. That's what I'm saying. You ain't saying shit.
All right. Well, if I'm preaching
Well,
to
I
the
think you
choir,
just
then
went
that's
over like
fine.
8 valuable topics that I could have had input on, but I was waiting on you. to
Okay,
hit the
I'm
pause
not
button.
wait. You know
Being
what?
that you
If I
got a pause button to pause the video to react, but you never
I
used
don't
it.
that's not
How
what I
long
like
does
to
it take
do.
you to pull the trigger, Stanley? God damn.
Okay, you know what? I shoot to kill. I
No, you
don't
gotta
just
shoot to
aimlessly,
entertain, nigga.
motherfucker. See, you know what? I don't fire into the air. I don't pull a pistol, just to brandish it about. Okay. Again, I told you my method. You either deal with it or you don't, Solid Snake. I don't even know why you're nattering on about it, about this. I'm going to do it my way, period.
I just
So
don't like
back
I
to
just
the
don't like
speech.
lazy, Stanley. I don't like lazy.
Okay. You know what? I don't know what to say to that. I'm a retiree. What else do I have to do but be lazy?
Find a new career. Ain't no such thing as retirement.
This is my new career.
Well, you sucking.
I'm a snake handler.
No. Gotta make it. It's a numbers game, Stanley. Ain't no finish line till you start running.
You know what? I don't really ghetto. I don't really have a. If you disagree with this video, I would love to know specifically what about. There's nothing that he said that's that debatable. So, if you disagree, you disagree.
Well, that's my
I'm
job,
a
Stanley.
I'm a liberal. I'm a liberal on a channel full
Oh,
of whatever you call yourselves. I call you anti-black, but
Stanley, how you can't down that hill, Stanley? I'm not gonna let you.
dude, did you just say you're not gonna let me?
Well, no.
what kind of bullshit is that? You're
Well, I
gonna
have to let you
you
down that
can't
hill. No,
you're not
no.
going to let me. Oh, I love
I
that.
probably have to kidnap that flag of greatness you consider and
Hey,
take it
you
to
know
another
what?
hill because I don't know what hill you on, but that hill needs to die. You the only motherfucker fighting for it. Come on now. It take a team to win.
Well, you know what? Apparently you have ruined my moment. Bottom line is that there's nothing this man has said that is wrong. It's stuff you just don't like to hear. I agree with this point about the All Lives Matter. I think that was just basically reactionary. I disagree about a lot of things politically on this channel, and that's okay. But it's my show. I will present my point of view. You're free to respectfully disagree. You're free to correct. But, just because you don't like that I don't stop a video every 2 seconds to react, that's a Solid Snake problem because I'm not going to do it that way. I like playing videos through and then commenting at the end. I will not change that. Any other silly questions for me?
Nothing. Never mind.
All right. Well, I know you're antsy for news, but we pretty much get the gist of this video. I would have finished it till the end, but it is 24. It's got about 10 minutes left, but I think we get the gist. So since I've been so rudely interrupted, everyone, please make sure you
I
hit
just
the
had to
like
interrupt the
button.
white man. I'm sorry. That was just me. Don't figure it out
Please
now.
make-
Don't figure it out now. Don't try to figure
Please
it out
make-
now. I wonder.
Oh
was
my
they playing
God,
all
dude!
along?
Can I do the commercial here? Everyone, please hit the like button. Uh, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000. It's Stanley Cross channel, but for some reason it's Stanley Cross 6000, all one word. YouTube assigned it that. I actually released a new kind of a reaction video. I call it a video essay, but it's actually more a reaction video on something yesterday. So it's fresh from the mind of Minolta, and also share the wealth. It's a great environment to come up and echo your thoughts in. Hey Mo Love, how you doing? Good to see you.
Everybody
And
hit
Ghetto,
that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button. Hey,
and his
what's up,
Ghetto
everybody on the
point
panel?
of view,
What's up,
where
everybody on the chat? Join the panel, man. Join the panel,
Where-
man, because Stanley like putting people to sleep, y'all. And we need more interaction with the audience, and we would gladly appreciate it if you join the panel. That's more beneficial, I think, because it gives everybody in the community a chance to know you. And don't be afraid to be who you are. Yeah,
wait,
we
are you
spit
telling me
venom up
not to
here.
be who I am?
I'm just saying, don't be afraid, because Stanley is a prime
Yeah.
example.
Oh, you're talking to. Oh, okay. So his ghetto point of view. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in quite some time. Hopefully, all is well with you. And don't be a stranger. And Mo Love, definitely good to see you here. Fred, good to see you here. Yeah, you know what, Fred? I'm being roped into debating Be Brave for some reason or another. I think you were
All the
in on part of
victimhood
that
mentality.
talk yesterday.
Oh, they tried to make me. They trying to make me. They trying to make me expand my
Okay,
thoughts
so
against this race.
So, Fred, that's why I put it up. My original thought was the title of the show. You know, Be Brave isn't my peer. Why would I, treat him as something I don't consider him to be? But you know what? I don't want to be a snob, so.
Correction, you are a snob, Stanley. You are.
I am what I am. And I think what you're calling snobbery is me basically saying I don't suffer fools gladly.
Yeah, but that fool get on this panel and talk 4 hours and won't let nobody else speak. But you will get on your panel and you will sit there and let a video play for damn near 25 minutes. But if
So what?
somebody else have a panel, you won't let them speak 4 minutes. They can't even get a minute in before Stanley have to interject. I have
Okay,
to
well,
interject here.
the people,
But then he'll come right back and play a
the people I don't interrupt, I tend to agree with what they say. It's only the people I disagree with that I interrupt. So start saying what I want to hear. Let's create an echo chamber up on this panel. All right. Well, folks, this is I've become a huge fan of these
Stanley,
walk.
you are the echo chamber on your channel.
I have become a huge fan of these walking around, random cities, and usually they're big, like European or American cities. But these walking around, we did a Las Vegas one last night. I find them incredibly interesting, and I like to pop them up while general conversation is going on in the panel. I don't know. I just kind of like them. It's kind of like people watching, I guess. So that's the purpose of this video. I do have news stories that'll be coming up very shortly. I just wanted Snake to get whatever it is in his system out.
Oh, I thought you were gonna argue with me as soon as I joined the panel, because we just got through doing the show, and you were like, "Ooh, I'd love for you to elaborate on that topic." Well, that's the way I heard you say it. Even though you said something entirely different, that's the way I heard you, Stanley, say it to me in my mind. So I'm like, So I'm gonna come on over here and see what Stanley got to say, because Stanley ain't said nothing about it. But Stanley played a video for 35 minutes.
Wait.
that
I
basically
had to say
elaborated
about
everything
what?
I
Wait,
said.
hold it. What? You know what? The speaking and run-on sentences. You had Portia
My
pulling
jig,
her
Stanley.
hair out
That's what
over
I
there.
do.
Now you have me pulling my hair out. My opinion on what?
What my theory is, bring the belt back.
You know what?
You call it child
That's
abuse.
that's so
I call it pedophile support.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way.
I mean,
The last time, God damn it, dude, you will not fucking overtalk me. It's so annoying. How about let me speak a bit?
But I shouldn't bring that over.
As far as bring the belt back, I've gone more than 19 years. The last time my son got spanked, I swatted his diaper. Okay. If you actually, I've wanted to, but you know what? There are better ways, like treating your kids.
Yeah, like calling the police.
Treating your kids like they're humans with a brain. It worked, at least for me. Every parent has to choose his or her method. I'm not one to hand out parenting advice unless I'm asked for it.
Stanley, we are not a monolith. As a society, we are not a monolith.
Well, that I think you and me on this panel proves your point. So his ghetto point of view, he says John Henrik Clarke got destroyed in that debate you're quoting. I'm not quoting a debate. I'm quoting a couple sentences. He never answered one question and duck and dodged every issue the other side presented about his books and lectures. I wasn't aware of that, but are you saying that the quote isn't funny? I like the quote. I have no clue about the debate. Didn't even know it came from a debate. So if that cheapens the quote for you, his ghetto point of view, I'm sorry to have offended you, but the quote suited my purposes. There's a reason it's there. Let's see. What else do you have? They made him look like a preacher instead of a scholar, just looking for applause. And you know what? Scholars often it's interesting. I don't think he had a particularly scholarly demeanor, so I don't disagree with that point. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, maybe I'll have to go back and find the debate it came from and watch it. I knew of the quote and it suited my purposes as far as this debate debacle that seems to be forming in spite of this quote. Mary Lefkowitz, damn, Fred. You are on it. If you have a link to the debate, Fred, I'd appreciate it if you dropped it into the chat. I'll put it in the other chat and I'll watch it later on today. Yeah, we scholar in our midst, and his name would be Fred, with the attic full of books. Yeah, I'd really appreciate it, Fred. As a matter of fact, who knows? I might show it tomorrow night or excerpts from it. So anyway, anything else, Snake, before I move on to some news items?
Oh, go ahead, Stanley. It's your show. I'm just here.
Oh, it's my show now.
Oh man, everybody gonna join the people. I ain't trying to jump on just you. Shit, I get tired of whooping on you every night. I want to whoop on somebody new.
I see.
Cause I don't think nobody better than the snake. I just don't believe it. I try. I give it away sometimes, but eventually the snake got to bite you with the truth.
Yeah, that's exactly what you inject from those fangs. Truth. All right. So to my great delight, Elon Musk lost. He went to Wisconsin and gave away a couple $1 million. He thought his presence there would win, and who knows, it could have, but it didn't. So I'm going to play this article with glee. That's the winner of the debate. I'm sorry, of the race, and it was for a seat on the.
You trying to expose
it was for a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and it's a razor thin margin. Basically, this vote either gives the Democrats an advantage, or the Republicans an advantage, and the Democrats maintain their advantage. So. Let's listen to it. It's a little longish. If it gets repetitive, I'll stop it and we'll move on. Because the next story is basically going to neutralize this story. So, but let me enjoy it while I can.
Liberal wins Wisconsin court race despite Musk's millions. This article is by Reed J. Epstein and read by an automated voice. A liberal candidate for a pivotal seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court overcame $25 million in spending from Elon Musk and defeated her conservative opponent on Tuesday, the Associated Press reported, in a contest that became a kind of referendum on Mr. Musk and his slashing of the federal government. With turnout extraordinarily high for a spring election in an off year, Judge Susan Crawford handily beat Judge Brad Schimmel, who ran on his loyalty to President Trump and was aided by Mr. Musk, the president's billionaire policy aide. Mr. Musk not only poured money into the race, but also campaigned personally in the state, even donning a cheesehead. But his starring role seemed to inflame Democratic anger against him even more than it helped Judge Schimmel. The barrage of spending in the race may nearly double the previous record for a single judicial election. With about 95% of the vote counted on Tuesday evening, Judge Crawford held a lead of roughly 9 points. Today, Wisconsinites fended off an unprecedented attack on our democracy, our fair elections, and our Supreme Court, she said in her victory speech on Tuesday night. Wisconsin stood up and said loudly that justice does not have a price. Our courts are not for sale. For Democrats, the result is a jolt of momentum. They have been engaged in a coast-to-coast rhetorical rending of garments since Mr. Trump returned to the White House in January and embarked with Mr. Musk on an effort to drastically shrink federal agencies, set aside international alliances, and alter the government's relationships with the nation's universities, minority groups, immigrants, and corporate world. Coming on the heels of Democratic triumphs in special elections for state legislative seats in Iowa and Pennsylvania, and the defeat of 4 Republican-backed state referendums in Louisiana, Judge Crawford's victory puts the party on its front foot for the first time since last November. Her win showed that, at least in one instance, Mr. Musk's seemingly endless reserves of political cash had energized more Democrats than Republicans. The race could also have implications for control of Congress, where Republicans' razor-thin edge was fortified on Tuesday when the party held on to 2 Florida seats in special elections. Democrats have quietly argued for months that a Crawford victory would pave the way for a liberal-tilting Wisconsin Supreme Court to order new congressional maps, which could help Democrats defeat 1 or 2 of the state's Republican Congress members. Judge Crawford of Dane County herself participated in a meeting with liberal donors in January that was pitched as a chance to put 2 House seats in play, a prospect echoed last week by Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the chamber's Democratic leader. and Republicans, led by Mr. Musk, sought to make that possibility the central focus of their campaign to defeat her. Mr. Musk, describing the stakes of the contest in near-apocalyptic terms, seemed to personify the campaign on Judge Schimmel's behalf even more than the candidate himself. Never before had a single donor sought to influence an American judicial race to such a degree, and few had invested comparable sums in an election in which they were not themselves running. Through his super PAC, Mr. Musk underwrote an $11.5 million ground game that targeted voters with messages urging them to help Mr. Trump by supporting Judge Schimmel. A separate organization with Musk ties spent $7.7 million on television advertising, according to AdImpact, a media tracking firm. Mr. Musk also offered Wisconsinites $100 each to sign a petition in opposition to activist judges. By Tuesday, his super PAC was offering voters $50 to post a picture of a Wisconsin resident outside a polling place. The victory for Judge Crawford, 60, who won a 10-year term, maintains a 4-3 majority for liberals on the court, which in coming months is poised to deliver key decisions on abortion and labor rights. It may soon determine the legality of the state's congressional district lines, which were drawn by the Republican-controlled state legislature and have delivered 6 of 8 House seats to the GOP in the evenly divided state. Liberals are likely to maintain a court majority until at least 2028. Conservative justices on the court face re-election in each of the next 2 years. Unless a liberal justice vacates her seat and is replaced by the governor, conservatives cannot flip a seat until 2028. With control of the court on the line, the formerly nonpartisan election was always going to be expensive and hard-fought, but Mr. Musk's investment beginning in mid-February supercharged the stakes, attention and cash flowing into the state. The involvement of the billionaire, whose electric vehicle company, Tesla, sued Wisconsin in January for the right to open dealerships in the state, turned what would have been a state contest into something approaching a national bat signal for Democrats to support Judge Crawford. This is a test, and the whole world is watching, Ben Wickler, the chairman of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, told supporters at Judge Crawford's closing rally on Monday. This is a chance for us to show that in a moment that is so terrifying nationally that we still believe in democracy. Backed by the Democratic Party of Wisconsin and the Democratic National Committee, and with visits from prominent liberals and Democrats, including Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Senators Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, Judge Crawford raised $17 million in the fundraising period ending March 17th, a stunning figure for a state judicial candidate with little profile inside her state, let alone nationally. Judge Schimmel, 60 of Waukesha County, a longtime Trump loyalist who last year dressed up as Mr. Trump for Halloween, embraced the president and Mr. Musk with gusto in the campaign's final weeks. He wore the president's signature Make America Great Again hat to campaign stops and appeared with both.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a
And begin.
Hey,
I'm sorry, do I?
Ryan? That's what I was
Hey,
doing.
Snake.
I was trying to speak to Ryan, but I wanted
What's
to
up, Snake?
comment on a lot of I was trying to comment on a lot of those topics. And I was wondering,
I know
if
you
the
were,
lag
Snake.
on your end or mine?
You hear a lag?
Okay,
You're alive?
what's the question, Solid Snake?
Okay, do you have any questions on the topic as it's being presented to you?
Okay, dude, this article isn't over yet.
I think it's Snake was just saying he's like Madden and you're like Al Michaels. You know what I mean? Like color
you know
commentary.
What? Let's not even go there. I've told him how I like to do these articles and stuff. Unless there is something so salient that I need to stop the article, I like to play them through. So, stopping at every sentence is annoying. I've watched panels I've watched hosts do this, and it annoys me when they do it. It is not what I want to do. Therefore, I will not do it. I like to play things through.
I got you.
Not this herky jerky have to fucking say something about every sentence.
Stanley.
Okay.
Everybody in the audience came to see Stanley. not hear a fucking AI or read an article all night along with Stanley. Come on, Stanley, you feeling
Okay,
too full of yourself.
I have had several
We
people
want to
tell
hear
me
what Stanley thinks. We
they
don't care
will
about
want.
the article writer.
Okay,
We just care that they brought the
God
topic.
damn it, dude. I talked before the article. I will talk after the article. I do not like stopping and starting this stuff unless there's a good reason to do it. Sometimes there is. I don't have to say something after every sentence, after every point. If you've ever fucking read a book, sometimes points are meant to be taken together to make a larger point. That's how reading and comprehension works. Try it sometime.
Stanley, come
And
on.
don't tell me how to run this panel.
I'm not telling you. I'm just
No, I'm talking to Solid Snake.
all right, but I do feel like you're being a little hard.
Literally sitting up here watching a fucking
You know what?
news
After
article
what I
being
witnessed
read by a
on
freaking AI.
after you know what? He had Portia the last show about to fucking pull out her hair, and she was way more patient than she should have been.
Yeah.
So I've already got snake bit from listening to him on the last panel, and I'm determined not to let that happen on this panel.
You got to bite. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
I also got a hoe.
Well, listen, man, she's going to be all right. She's going to get herself a bottle of wine tonight because I sent her some Skrilla to help her out. So she's going to drink herself to sleep. So she's good. She's good to go, buddy.
He has to get up for work in 3 hours.
I know. That's what I heard. I was like, good Lord. That's got to be hard.
All I have to say is I'm a
Them
very
days are over for me.
deliberate. I'm a very deliberate person, and Solid Snake, you are a fast twitch muscle kind of guy. I'm not. So anyway, apparently this went too long, and Solid Snake can only stay silent for so long. So anyway, the next story.
Piss them off, Stanley. Be free. They want to hear you, man. That's why the haters here. Don't be scared of them motherfuckers. Show them your fangs, Stanley. Bite their ass. Make them come over here and show some
bite
love
their ass.
And everybody can hit the like, share, subscribe button.
Does he understand that he's not coming off the way he thinks he is?
He's rolling.
No.
Who knew Ham's beer could do that?
What are the thoughts on this this race? This race drew a lot of national publicity.
Well, the reason it drew national publicity is because Elon Musk, once again, I don't know who told him he was good at politics, but he's not. You know what? They might have stood a better chance had he not gone out there.
Man.
No, I'm dead serious. The dude went out and gave away $2 million.
Stay with me. Don't drop.
Okay, Solid Snake, I just do not understand why he can't be quiet.
Are we still there? We're still rocking it out. There we are. We got to be. There we go. There we go.
It's not a fucking district.
I just lost you for a minute.
The whole state. God damn, dude. This dude is so annoying. Okay, it's a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. Hopefully it's not a district.
Come on, man. Fucking phone.
Can you not hear me?
I got you now. Okay, yeah.
Okay, all I have to say is it's not a district. Okay, Elon Musk is not good at politics. Okay, he's good at whatever it is he does. He's good at making money. Okay, I honestly, and I'm only half kidding here. They might have stood a better chance without him pissing.
I think they would have. I mean, he absolutely. Listen, I think it's the. I mean, I want to say I don't know if the right word's bellwether. You're better with words than me, but I think this shows the Republicans.
Bellwether's the right word.
Yeah, this is a turning point in the
Well,
zeitgeist.
now it's counterpointed though because listen to this next story. I think Elon Musk, and I also heard yesterday that he's going to be moving on in May because I think he has to.
Yeah, it's
He
a
has
120-day deal, 120-day contract, I think, or whatever.
right. Well, you know what? He would have stayed longer, except he better go and run his businesses because Tesla
Yeah.
has some issues.
Well, concerning this race, though, I think there's been a turn in there's so much instability. People are scared. Most people don't want all this change at once, I mean,
And
or at
that's
all.
exactly that. That's exactly the point. I don't think inherently there's anything wrong with Trump doing this, but it needs to be better thought out. Okay,
Yep.
this fire. I was reading another news story today, which I'm not covering in this show, where some lady, she was she was some agricultural worker, something high up. She wasn't out in the fields picking onions. She got fired, and then it turns out they needed her back, and she didn't take the job. She's like, "Hey, only to be fired again." So what she did, she basically took a job at a Trader Joe's as a checkout rather than go back to her decent paying government job because it was more stable. So
Well,
now I
that's it.
also want to
Totally.
point out that what they're doing, what Trump is doing, this destabilization, it's intentional. Okay. They like the chaos because anything they can do to derail government function, that's what they want to do. Okay. They want to basically
What is government
God
function
damn
with
it, Solid
taxpayer money?
Snake. I'm about to
Hold on,
drop
Stanley.
your
You
ass.
trying to promote a
I'm about to
propaganda piece.
drop your
That's what you
ass.
doing. You
Dude, this
advocating for a
motherfucker.
job. You
Okay, this motherfucker just always comes in at the wrong time. What I was going to say is the destabilization is the point.
Yeah.
A government that is in disarray cannot regulate.
Well, it's dangerous. I mean, we got national security issues across the board.
Hey, I got a story, Ryan. I got a story coming up. They will not be able to bring up Hillary Clinton's emails ever again.
Okay,
why? Because
just stay tuned for the story.
Well, I will, but I got to pick my parents up and take them to the airport. But I'll be. I'll be on all this.
You didn't tell me they were visiting. How are they?
No, they live in about 20 minutes away, but I got to take them to the airport to. Oh boy,
right.
They're going to go visit Florida, and I mean, they shouldn't be driving, let alone flying. So it's going to be. But they're going to end up.
I put them on the Greyhound. Man,
they're flying out of
Greyhound.
They're Greyhounds. I don't trust them to even
bring the bus back.
Well, if I put them on the Greyhound, they could end up in Toledo or instead of Florida. I can't trust this guy to do anything, let alone fly. So,
No, they ain't even see a helicopter. How you hit a helicopter?
Oh God.
Man, I wouldn't put nobody on the plane.
Well, just before you go, I'm curious to know. I think the win in Florida, basically they gained the Republicans gained a seat in the House. I think that kind of
they gained two. I think then they gained two.
Yeah, that kind of offsets. However, a GOP win in Florida is not a big deal. They're
not going to win. Listen, they're not going to pass anything anyway, Stanley, because I think most of Congress is scared to death right now of The stock market's in free fall. You got, I mean, it's chaos. And, I'm typically center right, but I don't know how we're going to get, there's no center. It's gone. I mean, both
Yeah,
parties are
pretty
now
much.
I
talking.
think you're right. As a matter of fact, it's to a point to where the center is both sides hate the center.
Yeah, they get vilified. I
Yeah.
mean, look, Cinema, Manchin, Pat Toomey on the Republicans, they destroyed him. Mitch McConnell, who now is a centrist with MAGA, he's a like really. I mean, the center's hollowed out, and I think there's room for a party in there. I think that they could do it at this
No, I
point.
don't think the American politics is not designed for more than two parties.
Well, Stanley,
No,
Because
sorry,
I
go ahead.
think there are four
politics
parties,
is
as I
not
keep
being
saying.
designed for black people that sit up there and want to be like the white man all the time, be empathetic and not protect their
What
own
the fuck
goddamn
is he
kids.
talking about?
That's what American politics ain't designed
Well,
for, because I don't
Be
think your
like the
mind
white
ready
man?
for what we need to
I think
do.
he's talking about the original speaker, original part guy.
My bad. I'm just all on the mic and shit. I'm like 12 man now.
Ah,
Oh no,
I
no,
look here.
no! You're far worse than 12th man right now.
Well,
Oh
12th
really?
man's
Only because he's my enemy now? Oh, you trying to build up your little
Oh, I didn't
stable. You
say
want
you
me to
were
go
an
join
enemy.
Be
I
Brave?
said you're.
You know
Here's
I
what? I'm
my
gonna
said.
tell you the truth, Stan. I'm gonna tell you the
here's
truth
my
right now,
idea,
Stan.
Stanley.
You
What?
will be
I can't
brave.
make
I'm
progress on
always
this
be
show
with
with this guy.
All right, so
because I'm
check
a
this out.
debater.
Here's
I
my
like to
idea.
debate.
Here's my thought on it, Stanley. Whenever there's a middle party that's at least viable, like that kind of center party, independent party, Ross Perot or whomever,
He
to
wasn't
me,
viable. He just did better than
well,
most. He was never
yeah, I mean,
viable.
most of the time, like that, the non-two main parties get 3% of the vote. I think he got like 15 or something, which is. But here's my
That's
thing.
not That's not going to win anything. That's not viable.
Well,
He had a fetal heartbeat,
but
but he got aborted by the voters.
Whatever. If you believe that, Stan.
You don't like that joke?
I got you still. Check this out. If people donated money to an independent centrist party, it forces the two lunatics on the left and right to moderate. It forces it. You see what I'm saying? So I
Well,
think that if
people
they have,
naturally move to the
Than that,
center
Brian.
anyway.
It's actually way more
nah, it forces
complicated
them
than
to the
that.
center. It forces them
I mean,
both
No,
to
they
the
it's not.
center.
gravitate to
It's
the
sort of
center anyway.
So if
You don't
if
need
there
to
was a lot
force
of
them.
money in an independent party, they don't have to win, but it forces the two nut jobs on the right and left to kind of come to the middle more so than they are. And Perot, I
Okay,
think
I
Perot
don't know
forced him
why
to.
you think. My only criticism of your idea is that
Yeah,
we are not the same America that we were in the 90s.
and you're right. That's a good point. I don't know.
So
It's
I
just a
just
thought.
don't.
And
I
Just a
America
don't
thought.
think.
was in the
I
80s.
don't think America. I honestly do think America is that polarized. Um, the undecided voters or the independent voters. Half the independents that I hear are basically MAGA. They just for some reason or another want to say they're independent. Maybe because the sound of it just makes them seem like rebels. It's like people calling McCain a
Well, wait a
maverick.
minute. Hold
Motherfucker
on,
wasn't a
Stanley.
maverick. He was a Republican.
I think a lot of independents are center like me. They're like I'm only
Dude,
really
you think you're the center, huh?
I'm center right. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what.
okay. You're
Okay,
farther right than you want to admit. Or you
check this out.
I'm
realize.
way right. I'm way
I
right.
took a test
I'm off the
online,
map right.
and
I'm
I'm
in
I'm
Jupiter right.
I'm really only
Wait, did you
fiscally.
just say you're a dupe for the right or
No,
you're a
I say
right
I'm
bot?
in Jupiter right. I have left the planet as far as right wing policy. I mean, I have gone so far off the map. I'm in another goddamn planet at this point. I'm gonna be
Well, that's the
honest with
first
you.
thing you said tonight that I
Stanley,
wholeheartedly
wait a
agree
minute.
with.
You cannot deny the fact that these people just literally
I
got
will
away
not
with
deny the fact
trillions of
that
dollars.
you are lost in
We
space.
just literally solved the deficit problem in
You
America,
literally
and it was
bounced off the
deep
atmosphere
state
and kept going
policy.
right.
But every time you look around, Stanley, you don't look at deep state policy and how it's been propagandized into your
You know, I
mind.
hate to
But for
sound
some
snooty.
strange reason, you
I
think
hate to
we
sound
had better
snooty,
ideas
but I think
in
you're
the past
probably
only
better
because
at
of
a
that one
checkout
person.
line than you are at politics.
Stanley,
You know what? Thinking
Frederick
about it,
Douglass would have hung himself today.
I'm
Frederick
actually center
Douglass
left at this
would have
point.
hung himself
Yeah, oh
today.
yeah, right.
No,
Frederick
Stanley,
Douglass
I'm
would
pro,
have been hanging
I'm pro Ukraine
himself.
funding. I'm pro Ukraine funding. I do care about the environment. I don't just want to get rid of the Paris Accords. I don't care about any of the LGBTQ bullshit. Like, I don't do what you want. It's America. You have your own right to your person. I don't care about abortion. Only thing I care about is they get the federal spending under control. I'm really only right on spending.
I
I, I
see.
don't I, I don't like the debt that we're in. So fiscally, I'm to the right, but on the social stuff, I'm pretty left leaning and I'm a hawk. So
Well, I
what is
don't know
that?
that you're left leaning as much as indifferent.
I just don't give a fuck about LGBT. Okay, you know what I mean? I mean, it's crazy to me. But
Dude, ain't nothing left on the left, man. Ain't nothing left on the left. Nothing.
but now
12th
that
man,
Everything left,
I'm
only
only
thing
I'm
left on the
only
left.
I'm
I'm gonna
only
tell you
far,
something,
you know,
Ryan. As
it's
a
so
white man
funny.
from a black man, the only thing left on the left is the old slaves of the Democratic Party that's
I'm
holding on
the
to
I'm
old dreams and passions and
you know what?
ideologies that they think work, but they ain't trying to hold the
Somebody
accountability
stuffed
to the people they elect.
somebody
And that's
stuffed
why they
the
got
empty
away with all
space in
this
your
damn stuff.
head with
And
a
that's
bunch of
why the
slogans.
Democratic Party needs to die.
Somebody stuffed your empty head with a bunch of bullet points.
Nah, you stuffed your head with a bunch of empty bullshit. This motherfucker just found $180 million, $180 billion.
And
$180
you know,
billion,
hey, guess what?
Stanley.
Guess what?
$180
Oh God.
billion, Stanley.
And you know what's going to happen with that $180 billion? Not a goddamn thing. It's just going to sit at the Treasury Department and be
actually,
absorbed.
Stanley, I think it still has to get spent legally. I don't think they
Oh,
can
it
stop this.
does. It
Yeah,
does. And you know what? The thing
it's
is
still going out the door.
only Congress can repurpose it, I would imagine.
Yeah.
All the fraud has not been found. If so, where are the indictments? Okay, they can't cut shit. All they can do is refuse to spend the money, and they're calling that a cut. The money just sits there. It's not.
I don't think
And
they can refuse to spend it legally. I don't think they can
well,
refuse it.
legally they can't, but they're extra legal right now. They're not following any. They're not following the Constitution, and you know
Yeah.
there is that strain of MAGA that basically says the Constitution is a velvet handcuff. We need to get crazy and ignore the judges. Okay, what's his name? The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. They're already talking about getting rid of a judicial district. I
So
don't know
check
which
this
one they're
out.
looking. Well,
Check
hold
this
on
out.
one second.
Oh,
The
sorry. Okay,
thing
go ahead.
is they're not going to have the votes to do it, but they're floating it out there. Okay, they're talking impeaching judges. Basically, anything that stands
They
in the way
need
of
to.
what Trump wants to do is going to be steamrolled. Um, and it's Trump's opening a can of whoop ass that is the American people. I guarantee you that
The
this
American
shit's gonna
people versus
boomerang.
the
And I bet
oligarchs.
I knew this, and I don't have a problem with him challenging the system. His problem
I
is
do.
he's not doing it in any way.
He's not listening.
Well, he's not doing it in an organized manner.
No, he
Well,
don't need to because ain't
You know,
no
that flood the
organization
zone
with the left.
bullshit that Steve Bannon
It's
came
just
up
straight
with is
radical.
not working.
Stanley.
And I was also going to comment on 12th Man's comment. You know, it's funny, just a quick snapshot. I'm probably more, education is about the only thing, and I'm probably more conservative socially and liberal fiscally.
yeah, I'm the opposite.
of you,
We
I'm
get
the
that,
opposite.
Stanley. You support the
which
pain
is
of
which is
cartels and Al
strange.
Qaeda
I mean,
and
it's
locking
America. You can
niggas
be
up
what you want.
because they can't get a job and because black people suck and shit. Yep.
Oh
But you
God,
voted for
these
that shit.
anti-blacks!
So the
God
baby
damn it! It's
mamas,
like
so the baby
with these
mamas ain't got no daddies
anti-blacks,
at home, and the
with
police
these
Exactly.
come in and take over
anti-blacks,
their
not a
shit.
goddamn
So
black
it's
people
like
can't do
everybody paying
shit
for
right
somebody to have
in
a
America
government job.
with
It's a pretty general statement.
And
these
that's
black
fucking stupid.
anti-blacks.
It's
Pretty
fucking
general
You know what?
stupid.
You know what
There
I'm
is
gonna
no
say?
accountability in
White,
your
white,
understanding.
white race. They're more black racists. They're more black anti-black racists than there are whites.
I think it's just where you hang out, Stanley. It's where you hang out, Stanley. You hang
it's, it's like
and plays
even
golf with all Republicans. You're similar. You're in U10 spots, and
Now I want to
you're
sit back
you're
and
like my
say,
buddy Bob.
fuck Elon when he's finding the thieves.
You're like my buddy
I'm
Bob.
like, I grew up. I'm 60 years old.
Man,
Grew up
really
in the deepest of the deep South, and the biggest racists I've ever met are on this channel, and they're all black.
The Democratic Party.
Talk
Jesus.
about the fucking irony of that. The Klan ain't got
Crazy, right?
nothing on the John Gall urban landlord crowd. These motherfuckers would make the Klan blanch. You know, when the Grand Dragon is going, well, shit, I'm not touching that. That's way too racist for me.
You know the Dave Chappelle skit. Dave Chappelle.
I remember. It's
Dave
a bunch of Clayton Bigsby's over here.
Clayton Bigsby.
Yeah, that's what you gonna do, Stanley. You gonna catch a Freeman by the toe. Because
You know something though, the comedians are they're turning the corner. The comedians are turning the corner. Because
ain't no way in hell you a liberal Democrat in 2020.
They don't care about getting canceled
That's
now.
fucking
So
ridiculous.
Well, not in Trump's America. Nobody gets canceled.
Set your clock on all your browsing
Hey,
history
Virgo.
2021.
I think Dave Chappelle was the catalyst for it. Because Dave Chappelle got canceled for talking about LGBTQ.
Well, I don't think he actually got canceled.
Well, it's hard to cancel him. He's the biggest name in comedy. But if you remember, he finished the show.
Oh, I remember, yeah.
And he said, "Stop punching down on my people." And he meant comedians.
Right.
He meant comedians, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I rewatched it and I saw that part. And then slowly but surely, a lot of the comedians are now like, they just do whatever. They feel like they can roll. But I think that's a good thing because it was going crazy for a while.
I don't think that, you know what? I watched Bill Burr on The Breakfast Club. It was a few days after his Breakfast Club interview. And you know what? People like Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr, they can say some outrageous things, but it's never vulgar. I mean, they can say some shit that, you know, you'll laugh with incredulity, if I pronounce that right. But you can almost get away with anything if it's funny and not malicious. And
that's right.
There are certain types of like Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald could say something totally outrageous,
Yeah.
and he would not piss anybody off. It's like, God damn, that's so
I
funny.
never found him funny though. I never found him funny.
Oh, I
I
think
was
he's
like,
hilarious.
he's just too
and
Canadian.
Norm McDonald's response, he was only there
He
for
does have a dry
and
sense
too
of humor, but
envious.
I think he's funny. But Bill Burr could do no
Norm
wrong in my
McDonald
eyes.
was one of the
I think
funniest
Shane Gillis is
characters.
funny.
Hey, what up,
Shane Gillis
Virgo?
cracks me up,
Hey, Snake.
and some of these people. But
What got you?
Man,
What got
fuck
you
you,
hissing
Stanley.
and putting out your split tongue this morning? You know, I don't need
Because
an alarm
2025, man.
when you're on the panel. I
No,
don't need an
Virgo.
alarm. You wake me up.
yeah,
Virgo, I don't need this bullshit from Stanley tonight. He want to get up here. He want to try to get every goddamn popular man in the world argue on the panel through his video subconsciously about his feelings.
But don't you know Stanley by now,
I give a damn
Snake?
about his feelings. I give a fuck about results. I like results. And one thing I ain't seen and Trump is administering against is motherfuckers with this goddamn free trophy.
I'm gonna
for
start calling you
everybody
angry
bullshit.
Snake.
You know what?
No,
The results are speaking for themselves, and
Venomous
they won't
Snake.
shut the fuck up.
And I tell you what, let it keep on
No,
going. 'Cause once we get this
you
money
are
out-
the result
once we
of me
get this
even letting
money
you
out
up
this
here, and
propaganda
I'm
machine,
regretting it
Venomous
now.
Snake.
we gonna be ready to roll against the world.
yeah, it's something. It's something.
I made a choice letting you up here, and the results are me regretting it.
Oh man, you know what, Stanley? Fuck you, Stanley.
I was gonna say,
Come
and I
on,
think I
man.
almost got there. The win in Wisconsin, the only win in Wisconsin is the actual Supreme Court seat and seeing Elon Musk emasculated.
Well, it's a
Apparently-
it's a
Now, we ain't
gerrymandering
gonna sit
issue. They're
there.
concerned about both sides are freaking out about
Right,
gerrymandering.
and
What
you know
you
what?
looking at?
Now the
How
Supreme
many
Court
branches of the
is going to
government
lean
are
a
there,
bit
Stanley?
left. It's
The
counterpoised
president is
by
not a
God
branch
damn
of
it,
the
dude.
government.
It's counterpoised by Florida, but only barely because no one expects Democrats to win in
No,
Florida.
no. It's Stanley. It's a bigger deal. Florida,
The branches of the
the
government.
projections were 75% would go to the right. They came in at 56 and I think 60. The projections were far greater than the turn. Absolutely. I think that was just in Politico. I think I saw it last night.
I didn't see that.
It was a far bigger Democrat.
Well, when you think about it, I know you don't.
I think it was a
have time now.
20-point shift. I think it was a 20-point shift. One of the seats was 20 points.
Yeah, but
Blue.
you know what? Projections just haven't been very, polls
Yeah, they've been
and
bad.
projections.
They've been brutally bad, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say that this whole thing, there's a lot to do with this, and frankly, I'm in the most gerrymandered. We're ranked, I think, number 2. Maryland is. And at the end of the day, I understand why is fought over, but the fact that it was on national news and Elon Musk up there, I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. We're at a point of ridiculousness when you got him in Wisconsin, right? I mean, Elon Musk is in Wisconsin.
Apparently he had a lawsuit in Wisconsin. Something about a dealership or something. So he also had a personal interest, which I find offensive. This guy is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, government contractor in charge of deciding what stays open, who gets fired, how the money's spent is
offensive. That's a conflict of interest. That's a conflict of interest.
Nobody, I don't care, only God could be objective, in a situation like that. And Elon Musk is, he looked like an idiot up, with that American flag behind him, trying to be something that he's not. He just does not cut, a leadership figure. And in my opinion, he's a great technocrat, but he's not.
No, the autism is The autism is just flows through
Okay,
him.
well, as it turns out, he's never been diagnosed with autism. It's his self-diagnosis.
Listen, if you spot it, you got it. And I'm telling you, he's autistic.
Okay, all I have to
Yeah,
say
he
is
looks autistic.
all I
Yeah,
have
I
to
get it.
say,
I can
okay,
see it in him because
all
I
I
have it.
have to say is he's an odd bird and he's blaming it on autism. I think he's just fucked in the head. It's
I
Yeah.
not,
I have an
it's not,
autistic cousin,
it's not,
Stanley.
it's
Elon
not
is
autism. He's
autistic.
just fucked.
He's
Well, it's
not very low on
Wait
the
a minute. So
spectrum,
wait a minute,
but
Stanley.
he's
Stanley,
Okay,
did you
no,
just
I
put a
disagree with
Jasmine
you.
Crockett?
If it's not
Wait a minute.
diagnosed, you don't
Wait a
have it.
minute. Did you just call Elon
okay.
Musk retarded? I mean, did you
No, I
just put a
said
Jasmine
he,
Crockett?
hold
I
on,
mean,
get
but
the
what is
quote
it with
right.
you Democrats?
Get
You
the quote
advocate
right.
for the
God
disabled,
damn it.
but
This
then when you
motherfucker.
lose
You
it,
know what?
all of a sudden
It's
when they say something that don't agree with your
always the poor and
policy, you roll
downtrodden
them under
that
the
go
bus with
against
their
their own
Mute this
self-interest.
retardation argument.
motherfucker.
I want to know, Stanley. I want
Elon
to know,
Musk,
Stanley.
Elon
You
Musk,
just put in a Jasmine
Elon
Crockett.
Musk would mistake you for a toilet
Stanley, you
and
got
piss
some
on you.
bleach in your crib. You
That's
clean
how
Oh,
your
little
skin
he
now.
thinks he
I'm
is.
just asking. I'm just asking, Stanley.
Elon Musk would piss on you going, hey, you look
Hey,
like a
get
toilet.
what, Stanley? Hey, get what, Stanley? Hey, get what,
well. On
Stanley?
that note,
I
I'm
followed
gonna
a
pick my
lawsuit
parents
for
up. I'll be on in about an hour or so, Stanley. I got to take them to the
Okay,
airport. So, all right,
I see
Virgo.
you
Maya,
All right,
what
around.
Stanley.
airport are they
BW
flying into?
BWI. They're coming down to your
Stop
state,
it.
Florida.
Stop
So
it.
watch out.
No, what airport are they flying into?
I guess Orlando would be the yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm
on the
pretty
other side of the
far.
state.
I'm pretty far from Orlando. If they were flying down
Well,
to SRQ, I would say send them over to me. I'd watch them.
oh my lord, it's well they'll
Oh,
probably end up in Texas,
shit.
so or California. You
Shit.
can't. These
That
people
ain't
can't
funny.
navigate the
That ain't
world.
funny
See,
My
at
Well,
airport
all.
is
let's hope they
SRQ.
wind up in Hawaii.
that's right.
Solid,
What's
can you be quiet
SRQ?
for 1 second? SRQ is Sarasota Airport. I'm like only 10,
Man, this
15
fucking
minutes away
alarm.
from there.
Hello.
Yeah.
Shit.
You hear me?
Yeah, I got you. That's Sarasota, I guess, right? SRQ.
Yes. And I'm only
Okay,
like 10, 15 minutes away from there. I live right by the
that's
airport.
a great spot.
Mhm.
Great spot. I like Tampa, and I don't like too far south, like Miami, but I definitely like that
No,
Tampa area. But
I hate
anyway,
Tampa. But I tell you this, SRQ, if my flight leaves at 10 o'clock in the morning, I get
yeah.
there like 9:45 and I still have time to get a Starbucks and get on the plane. That's how quick
Well,
it goes.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be an interesting trip because she's got half a dementia and he's just I don't know what he is. So, but they're I'm
Well,
putting them on a
Wow.
plane and
Now
then
wait, hold on.
God
And
bless
they're
your
going by
parents.
themselves?
yeah, he's okay. He knows what he's doing. He's just old. So, but anyway, all right, I'm gonna pick him up. I'll see you guys. I'll be on in a couple hours.
Okay, you
See
have a
y'all.
great
All
Bye.
right.
day.
See y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Well, we probably talked enough about this article just to not even bother playing it.
Hey,
So
Stanley, can I have an
things get
off-topic?
a little bit excuse me, things get a little bit less tight in the House of Representatives.
Hey, Stanley, what you thought about Tom Gully's show tonight on Richard Pryor? You got anything to add to it?
It was so good I contributed $5.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
missed
heard
it. I was
that.
asleep.
Oh man, it was awesome. I mean, he went over the brush. You know. I mean,
Well,
I
it
like
was
it
one
though.
of, and I don't know, maybe
Tom
it
ain't
was
gonna
the
use the
topic, but
N-word.
I thought it was the best I've seen, and all of them are good. This one just kind of stood out. I like the way he just treated the delicate stuff.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, listening to it made me want to go back and watch, some movies. And I'm not a movie guy generally, but I will definitely go back and because I was a big Gene Wilder fan as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
so have
gonna
you
bring
seen
up
See No
because
Evil,
like the
See No
yes,
Evil,
yes,
Hear No Evil?
No, I know they
Simply
did a lot of
Oh
movies
yeah, that's what
together.
I was gonna
Um,
say, Virgo. Hear no evil, see no evil.
Yeah.
I
Oh
Now,
like
God,
one
that was a
comment
good
Marvel
I
movie.
do
bad
have to
movie.
make, I think Cleavon Little in Blazing Saddles was better than Richard Pryor would have been.
I think so too. I think if Richard Pryor had not, through the
Well,
difficulties he had,
Richard Pryor writing would be great. In the movie, no. Cleavon Little
I don't
played it
believe that.
perfectly.
I don't believe half of the stuff that's written as far as Richard Pryor only. I think that's like a racial slap to the African American culture as far as writing
What?
concerned. Yeah, I do. I mean, I enjoyed Mongo, but if you ever watch Blazing Saddles, you know good and damn well ain't no goddamn Richard Pryor just wrote that script. Man, stop it.
Oh, I love
Stop,
Blazing
stop the
Saddles.
cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Richard Pryor wrote that movie full on, and they balled out on him, man. I'm telling you, they rolled his ass under the bus. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it because I
Okay,
watched
good.
Blazing
Let's move
Saddles,
on.
and I'm telling you, that's a Richard Pryor production. Ain't nobody going. That's like if Dave Chappelle would have wrote a movie, and they would have took all the credit from him and said, "Oh, he just wrote the dumbest motherfucker in the film." You know what I'm saying? Even though they damn good screenwriters, it's like they lowballing them on purpose. Unionized though by the Democratic Party, so fuck them. My bad.
Yeah. Democratic Party had something to do with it.
You fucking
All
right.
righty.
Hey, Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
Since you like Bill Burr, have you ever seen his show F is for Family on Netflix?
I might have seen one episode. It didn't impress me that much, to be honest.
Oh, stick with it and check it out. It is so funny. I love it. It's like a
It's still
cartoonish.
yeah, I know what it
It's
is.
animated. Yeah.
Well, I'll go back and see if it's still there.
Yeah, it should
Um,
be. It should be. It was really funny. I liked it. But I like Bill Burr.
Hey, you know what? Bill Burr need
He
more
loves black women. So any man that loves a black woman,
Well,
I high fived him.
I don't like
You know,
black
I love
women.
black women, Ebony.
I don't like
That's
black
why I
women.
always
I
love
like
you
women
too,
with
tough man.
character. I don't like women based on race. Okay?
Whatever.
I'm
God.
sorry.
You know what?
I'm sorry
I
to bust your bubble, but I like a woman with character. I don't like just
you
black
just
women
never met a
because they
black
black.
woman with character. Gotcha.
Nah, why the hell would you love somebody just based on their fucking skin color?
You know what? You really are a
That sounds
one-dimensional
so
thinker
fucking
tonight, aren't
stupid.
you?
I'm just saying that sounds so fucking stupid. I'ma
And
love a
you
woman
don't?
because she black.
Nobody said they love women because of their skin color. What the fuck is wrong with you tonight?
No, I'm just saying, why bring race
You
into
just
love?
making it up. You
I
are
just wanna know why you
stuffing
always gotta
words
bring
in
race
people's
into love. Like,
mouths
why you
for
gotta
no
love a
reason
black
at
woman?
all.
I don't want to love a black woman. I don't know a black
Motherfucker,
woman
you
I
are
like.
just arguing to
Either
argue.
they too low or they think they too damn
Oh,
high.
good
I
God.
don't like black women
I'm gonna
like
have to
that.
dump
I'm just
this guy.
saying. It's just my personal preference.
You're complaining
Good.
about
I like
people
women
loving
of
black women
character.
because of their skin, but now you're saying that you don't like black women because of their skin. So okay.
No, I never said I like.
All right.
I empathize. I
All right.
empathize with black women because of their skin, and I like to see the same feeling reciprocated
You know
due
what?
to
I
skin.
think
But I don't like a black woman saying, "Hey,
Jesus, look at
I
this
as a
one.
black man need
Well,
to
I'm
love a black
marked.
woman
I guess
because
I'm
she's a
marked
black
safe from
woman."
Solid Snake since he doesn't
That
like black
sounds so
women.
retarded.
Thank you, Jesus.
Well,
That's why
God
I don't
made
like black
everyone
women
different,
because
so
y'all know so
we're all
much.
attracted to different
Solid
things.
Snake,
We
I
have
ain't spending my
I
different
am
time
really
being
likes,
becoming
happy
annoyed
you
with
know,
trying to
this idiot.
understand a black woman
different
mind about the
likes and
ignorance and
interests.
retardation that they share and can't wait to expound upon everybody that's around them and then want to shit on me because I'm a
Somebody
black man.
wants.
Fuck a black woman. I'm just being honest.
God.
Yeah.
These
Okay,
black women
Snake.
act worse
Okay,
than these
You're
let
gonna
goddamn
me.
be on
crackheads.
Virgo's
Okay,
shit stick.
okay. Solid Snake. you might need a nap. Okay, you're becoming disruptive, and now I'm gonna start booting people if they can't behave. This has gone too far. I've given you enough time to ramble, and you're taking that inch and turning it into the circumference of the earth, and I'm done with it.
Damn.
Not even a mile.
If you go off on another fucking verbal bender, you should just go ahead and go to the back, go to the chat. You can rant in the chat. So, and I didn't raise my voice. I told you exactly what I expect. And if you can't do it, feel free to go down to the chat.
I used to say, you give them an inch and you take it halfway around the world. But Stanley said the whole circumference. I have to use
Yeah, that motherfucker just did around the world in 80 days on me.
He's been all over the map for about 4 hours, Stanley.
I told you what planet I was on.
He touched every continent.
Yeah. We heard you. I want to point this out, and I don't even feel like reading it. Millions of women will lose access to contraception as a result of Trump aid cuts. I will actually ask why we were ever. I think we've been worried about world population. I am kind of wondering why we were responsible for this and not like the countries that were their colonizers. I've always had, I don't know that I have a problem with the aid for contraception and all that stuff, but I've always wondered why. Does anybody here know? Estimated 27 million worth of family planning products. Right now, this stuff is in warehouses. So stuff's been procured, stuck at different points in the delivery system on boats and ports and warehouses, with no programs or employees left to unload them or hand them over. So shit's just sitting in warehouses. How is that a cut? This is just a debacle. But any thoughts on this? I mean, why were we sending contraception and family planning stuff overseas?
I don't understand. I really don't get it. I mean, it leaves room for conspiracy theories, I guess. But
okay, well, I don't do conspiracy.
Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna go into it, Stanley. Trust me, I know you. This is why we get along.
We could always use that stuff for our own country. If it can go to places like Planned Parenthood or whatever, it'll get distributed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is it's not that easy. Congress designates what the money is for. They, it's a complicated process to repeal, budgets. The problem is essentially it's a one-way street, and making a two-way street or a return trip is complicated. Again, it's Elon Musk and Donald Trump just taking the proverbial chainsaw to something and really not understanding what they're cutting or what they think they're cutting. It's a debacle, and you cannot tell me these two, going in and there's the whole concept of taking action and beg forgiveness later. The problem is this is lives they're playing with. This is money that has already been allocated, and unallocating it the way they think they're going to do it is unconstitutional. So they're creating a mess, and probably intentionally. and the American people, I'm going to have, several years of "I told you so" coming up,
Yeah,
and
we
I will enjoy it.
yeah, we're gonna see.
Well, I'm not really, I don't care that much about a bunch of contraception that didn't get sent
Okay, well, you
overseas.
don't
That's
have to
like
care
the
about any
bottom
of
of my
that.
bucket care list.
You're not getting a point. My point is caring
Hey,
about contraception isn't actually one way or another. Caring about the
I need to
Constitution
think about a
in
lot of.
America is
I can think
primary.
about a lot of this.
So where in the Constitution does it say we have to send
Okay,
contraception
hey, dumbass,
overseas?
use your brain. It doesn't say in the Constitution anything about contraception, but let's think a little bit on a higher plane. It says Congress has the purse strings and decides what stuff is spent on, and the executive's job is to make sure it gets spent. It is not the executive's job to cut or hold or not distribute what Congress has allocated. That's the
No, you
Constitution.
make a good
That's
argument,
the
Stanley.
motherfucker. Don't interrupt me. That's the problem. I don't give a shit about the contraceptives or anything like that. And if your question is where in the Constitution does it say, that's low level thinking. The higher level thinking is what Congress is supposed to do and what the executive is supposed to do.
I don't think the
Mm.
president is supposed to be reappropriating money. I agree with that.
That's exactly my point. What the contraceptives are just something Congress allocated. There is an argument why they would do it, but it's not the constitutional argument. I'm more concerned about the Constitution and what's going on at a higher level than even what the money's spent on. The
Mm.
government waste. Yeah, that's an argument. I don't have a problem with someone going to Congress and saying, don't allocate money for that. But once it's done, it's hard to undo it. It can be undone.
Yeah.
I could imagine a process, but it's not Trump's job to undo it. It's Congress's job.
What
Well,
at
And
that point, what do
and
you do?
legally, once the money is spent, it's a one-way street.
Yeah, because I was about to say at that point, what do you do? Go and ask for the money
Well,
back? Yeah.
you can if you got contraceptives sitting in a warehouse, what I can't imagine going back and asking for a refund.
Right. Exactly. So
no.
yeah, I'm agreeing with it's a one-way street, because at that point, what can you do?
And I would admire Trump and Elon much more if they just said, you know what? We're going to go in, we're going to figure out what shouldn't have been spent. Let's go ahead and clear the decks. Let's spend what's already spent. Let's send whatever was allocated where it needs to go. We're going to start from ground zero, and Congress, next year, you will not be buying contraceptives. I could live with that. But that would be a smart way to approach it, and it would piss nobody off. Nobody's going to say government shouldn't be shrunk, but it should be done smartly, and that's not
Mhm.
what's currently happening, and that's my biggest beef.
Mhm.
No, I
Because
agree with you, Stanley.
I
Well,
know
thank you.
when I had to use contraceptives, and it was for medical issues, not trying to get pregnant. Uh, before I had my hysterectomy, I was on birth control, and I hated it because it just makes you gain weight, whatever. So it was free, even though I had insurance, but it's not something I needed a copay for. It was free. So yeah, I'm wondering what are they doing, just sitting on
Well,
that
that was
for.
insurance. That was insurance paying for it.
Well, even if you're not insured, Stanley, it's contraceptives is usually free.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And they got big old things of free rubbers and shit at the clinic I go to.
well, I mean, rubbers are pretty cheap. So, I'm not so, and I'm not, I don't have a problem with contraception. Let's see here. What do we have? This is Democrat-led states sue to block Trump from $11 billion health funding cut. I'm not familiar with this story. This is Ground News, my new toy, with left, right, and center analysis. Of course, sometimes there's a left and a right. There's not a center here. And down here, these are all the news outlets that have stories on it. And then it kind of tallies up. It'll have several news sources that you can go and look at a story. So, and then it summarizes it here. Let's look at the right. It's usually much more interesting. So, a coalition of state attorneys general sued the Trump administration over an $11 billion funding cut for COVID-19 initiatives and public health projects, claiming the cuts are illegal and lack a rational basis. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Rhode Island asks the court to stop the Trump administration from rescinding funds allocated by Congress again during the pandemic, mainly for COVID-related efforts like testing and vaccination. Health officials in North Carolina estimate that the state could lose $230 million, harming local health departments and services. North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson criticized the cuts, stating they would reverse progress on public health and leave hospitals in distress. I actually worry that about the way they want to slash the CDC and all this stuff. These people, I think it was a huge mistake having RFK Jr. Anywhere near a government program. But that's my personal bias. But any thoughts on this? Okay, HHS argued that the funding is no longer needed as the pandemic is over. Yeah.
Wow.
It's not like another pandemic could happen. While states contest that cutting funds undermines Congress's power over federal spending. Yeah, there's several issues with this.
So why not move that money? Why not move that money to FEMA? Because we have hurricanes, tornadoes, and stuff every year. So why not? I mean, what do you mean it's not needed?
Who would you expect to do the move?
That's a good question.
Oh, it's a loaded question.
Well, Congress would have to do that, wouldn't they?
Well, I'm not even sure Congress could do it. Once the money is spent, it is, how fiscal years work. If you have a pool of money out there that's unspent, you lose it.
Absolutely.
So the bottom line is that, you either spend it or you don't. But it is only Congress. I'm guessing, and I don't even know that this is true. I'm only guessing they could rescind, but I don't know how you rescind line items in a budget. I don't know that you can do that. Without writing a whole new bill. It just sounds way more complicated. It would be easier just to spend the money as it was allocated, and then next year say, we're not doing this again, or we'll rethink. Now, maybe that's easier said than done. I'm no expert It just seems to me that would be a way of doing it. But I do not like, this hey, we're not giving you shit for public health. That sounds scary given, the
hmm
pandemic.
Especially if you have it, that's
So
this
my
is how sorry.
go ahead.
This is how they got rid of my department at the courts, at the circuit of the courts. Fiscal year was done.
Mhm.
Then the hurricane came and they had to spend money on fixing stuff, but you guys had money. I'm the one that did your books. You had the money. So it was weird. It was just so weird to me. And I'm always saying that I want to go back, but I don't think I could work for government anymore. I don't know. It's kind of scaring me. I don't
What
know.
I was gonna ask you, Ebony, how's your kidney stones, and did your job at the dealership like just stay with you through that? Like, I'm sure you had to
Oh,
take some time off.
they've actually been wonderful. I'm going back today. That's why I'm
Oh
up
wow.
so early. Yeah. They've been wonderful. They haven't harassed me. They let me be. I think it was yesterday. My boss had called me. I had to pause for a second, and my boss called me. She asked me if I was okay. I told her I was fine, and I told her, "Hey, if you need anything, just She's like, "Nope, we got this," and I was like, "Okay." And it's not kidney stones; it's gallstones.
Oh yeah, golf. My bad.
That's fine. But yeah, I passed them. I think I'm done passing them. I feel a lot better this morning.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that.
Geez, I should have, to be honest with
Gone to
you.
work?
Yeah, I should have gone to work last week, and then
Why?
when it started passing, then stay home. You know, because I
Oh,
wasn't
you've
in,
been going to work?
I haven't been to work since last Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have just went
I
to the
mean, you weren't
emergency
feeling
room.
that well last week.
I mean, it wasn't as bad as when I was passing them. To be honest with you, I could have dealt with it.
So,
You
do
know,
you get sick pay leave or like
I had to take some
time for?
PTO.
That's
I
good.
had to take some PTO, and then
All
I'm gonna
right.
need
Well,
PTO again for my
well,
daughter's graduation.
Georgia
Good to hear.
legislature approves transgender athlete ban.
Oh Lord, let's see.
Well, the thing is I would love to know how many transgender athletes there are in Georgia. I'd actually be curious because I'm surprised that as conservative a state as we are, um, I'm surprised that there are any, and I'm guessing they're
Yeah.
not. I wouldn't be surprised if there were none. They're just passing this law preemptively.
Yes. I'd be more impressed if it was in California or someplace like that.
Well, whatever. Since it's my state, I figured I would look into it. So let's look at what the left has to say. Legislature passed Senate Bill 1, which bans transgender girls from participating in girls' sports. Really? So it doesn't ban transgender boys? With a vote of 100 to 64, the House also passed Senate Bill 93, known as the Georgia Early Literacy Act, which aims to improve reading instruction by banning the three queuing system. No idea what that is. A memorial for the three black legislators elected in 1868, will be established at the Capitol, as reported by Senator Matt Brass. Republicans argue that the bill protects the integrity of female sports, while Democrats opposing it, stating that it creates division and fear. So they passed it for girls' sports, but not boys' sports. That's interesting. What do you think about that?
Well, if you think about the biology of it, the God, I get confused on the transgenders. Okay, so the
Okay, well,
girls,
I understand where you're gonna go with this. The girl, a trans woman, biologically isn't gonna
mhm,
have the
the
muscle
upper
structure,
hand,
et cetera, et
yeah,
cetera. So they're not gonna excel at boys' sports.
yeah, it's not a threat.
Okay,
But
but
the boy to
I
girl,
still think that trans is trans, and
and
just
yes, I
going,
agree with you.
they
I
ought
agree
to,
with you.
because if they go out for football, by your biological argument, they are more prone to injury. So,
Yes, yeah, and I agree with you. I think it should be fair. I think it should be even. But
well, not even fair. I think it's necessary.
I'm thinking this is how they're thinking, you know. I don't know. I
Okay,
don't know for
Riley
sure.
Gaines, a former collegiate swimmer, is the namesake of the act after advocating against biological males in women's sports. Riley Gaines, is she from Georgia? Hold on one second.
I think
Riley.
she is. Didn't she get like locked in a classroom down there, down in Georgia State, or she got locked in a room on campus and they were all coming after her and shit?
Is she
Okay, she
trans?
was born. Okay, isn't even from Georgia. She was born in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's see. She came from a sporting family. She's a former swimmer. Oh, she's an American conservative political anti-trans activist, former swimmer, known for campaigning against the participation. She went to the University of Kentucky. She's not even
Mm,
from Georgia.
well, that's
Oh,
not very far away.
She's not even from Georgia.
Still down south.
The closest attachment, Kentucky isn't the South. Sometimes anything, if you either have North in your name or you're north of Tennessee, you're the North.
Hmm.
oh, is Kentucky under the
Kentucky's right on the Mason-Dixon line. During the Civil War, it was a border state.
oh,
So anyway, Kentucky, they
don't
can
tell
say
somebody
they're the
from
South. They
Kentucky
can think they're
that
from the
they're not
South.
Southern. Don't tell somebody from Kentucky they're not from the South.
Oh, I
You
used to piss.
you will get your eyes scratched
You
out.
know what? My wife used to get pissed. She's a
I bet.
Virginian, and they would talk about, in the South. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Virginia isn't the South. Well, I do it just
Not
to piss
south
her off.
enough, I guess.
Oh shit! It's not
Even
the South.
Florida's not considered the South either.
I would argue that culturally, right around northern Florida, over into Alabama, that Georgia Florida border.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Ocala. Oh, they have different accents out there. When you hit Ocala, you hit Gainesville, you hit
Gainesville.
Yeah.
Yep. I would even
mhm.
argue Tallahassee is.
Well, Tallahassee's mostly a college town, so you'll have people from all over there. Where I live, uh, not too much southern, but when you go out into Mayaca, which is not far from me, there's a lot of southern accents over there. When you get into like Miami and nah, that's not the South. It may be South America, but it's not the South.
Okay, I have two comments here. Trigger warning: RFK is not making choices for me. He's incapable as Secretary of HHS to make individual choices. don't know what you're going. Now, obviously, you're attracted to his being ripped. You know what? I'm not ripped at 60, and you know what? I'm enjoying life. You know, so I don't even know where you're going. He's not making choices for me. And fasting with voice. Is that how you pronounce that? New to the channel, are we? It's a huge mistake in relying on the government to take care of you. I've never met anyone who relied on the government to take care of themselves. The government doesn't buy you food. The government doesn't raise your kids. I think that's rather a hyperbolic comment. Hit the link if you want, or can you elaborate in the chat what you mean by the government taking care of you? Government doesn't take care of people. So, anyway, that's it's pretty interesting, and probably means nothing. I can't imagine Georgia having a whole lot of trans kids at all. Georgia isn't that way. Now, I'm sure there must be one or two, but my only comment is it should go for both sports.
Hey Virgo, did you ever hear of Dixie, Florida? That's
Did
up
I
in
ever hear
northern
of
Florida.
who?
Dixie, Florida.
No, that must be in
It's
the
just
sticks out there.
it's east of Jackson. There, right in the middle of the woods, like a
Well,
two-bar fucking redneck town. So
well, shit,
should
uh,
have
ain't nothing
definitely
more
had
redneck
something to
than
do.
Polk. Ain't nothing more redneck than
okay.
Polk County. I tell you that much.
Let me comment on this. Fasting, it turns out that I'm in the VA system. I'm a veteran. And basically, I've been a part of the VA system probably less than 10 years. My father had been on me since my early 30s, hey, get into the VA system, et cetera, et cetera. And for some reason, I just like, hey, don't have time to go through the process. I got a civilian doctor, et cetera. I honestly can say this. I have had a more holistically, I've had a better experience with the VA than I did at civilian doctors for several reasons. And the main one being is there is one like tracking system. So my primary healthcare provider can see, what my surgeon did or what my rheumatologist did. You basically, it's a lot harder. And I'll give you a good example. I went to a civilian dermatologist for a diagnosis of something that my rheumatologist needed, believe that or not. And one of these days I'll go into it. But
Ooh, stink attitude.
the civilian dermatologists, it took months for the results and the diagnosis from the dermatologist to make it into the VA healthcare system. And I had a choice. I could have gone to a VA dermatologist, but the wait would have been a lot longer, or a civilian. Wait was much quicker. And I wish I just waited and gone to the VA, because once that diagnosis and the notes and everything are made, it's accessible to all my other healthcare providers. So I get blood tests, pretty much every primary healthcare visit. Blood tests are extremely useful diagnostic tools. You don't get those in the civilian system. And I know My sister, for instance, she's not a veteran. She's in the civilian, and every now and again, we'll hang out. And the older you get, the more you talk about health. So she's old, I'm old. We've known each other for 59 years, and I would actually say she's one of my best friends, if not my best friend. We just know each other so well. But anyway, um, they don't get like sometimes she'll tell me things, and I'm like, what? They don't do this. So the bottom line, I'm doing a solid snake level soliloquy about this. I don't have a problem with the government doing healthcare. It is inefficient, but no more inefficient than the treadmill that these civilians civilians are basically like name me like Kaiser Permanente. Um, they don't take any better care of you than the VA or any other health clinic would. They are as industrialized and as impersonal as any government healthcare provider. So I think your argument doesn't get traction with me. Self care is the best care. Well, you know what? Common sense is the best way of thinking about self care. Of course, it's preventative and should be encouraged. But the older you get, I'm somewhat older probably than you are. Healthcare is inevitable. You're going to wind up at the doctor at some point.
Yeah, that's true, Stanley. Like the older you get, definitely healthcare becomes more important.
Exactly. When you're in your 20s, my son doesn't give a fuck about healthcare.
No.
I have to make him.
Well,
You know what?
eventually,
Speaking of my son, in Virgo, you've got young kids, young sons. My son finally did it. He came and it was kind of cute. He said, "Can I get an earring?"
Oh Lord.
Now
did
he's
you
about to
say
be
hell no, Stanley? Hell
uh,
no.
well, I'm about to tell you my reaction
Yeah,
because it was
'cause
in a
I'm
text.
interested in Stanley's reaction, to be honest with you.
Well, I said exactly what I said here. Number one, I have no clue why he would want an earring, but he is in college. And you know what? He has asked me when he was in high school, and I told him no, and he never like faked it. He took no for an answer and didn't do it. And I commend him from that. I've never, if I told him no, looked him in his eye and said, "You will not do it," he has always not done it. Now, maybe too obedient, maybe, he has a rebellious streak, but um, I basically told him that, you know what, I'm your parental advisor now. I'm not going to parent this. It's not something I would recommend, but you are an adult. Okay.
Mhm.
And, you will make decisions and deal with the consequences of those decisions. And that was pretty much it. I'm not going to tell him he can't do it. He is literally an adult.
Right. Well, yeah, you can't tell
Exactly.
him he can't do it.
Well,
Exactly.
you know what? I could probably get away with it, but you know what? I'm not going to fight that fight. Now, I am dismayed because to me, it's just not something you do. But he made it. He'll be 19 in June. He's made it this far. Fuck it. You know what? Let him do it.
Yeah, my
I'm
my
not gonna I'm not
twins.
gonna put up a fuss. I'm just gonna say I wouldn't do it, if I were you.
Let me tell you
If,
something,
now
Stanley.
I did talk about tattoos. The
Yeah.
earring, that hole will close up. Okay. The tattoo,
Yeah, if you want to
I
take it off.
I
Yeah.
did, and I used a religious thing. I'm like, you know what? We're not that religious, but your body is your temple. Okay. And, doing permanent stuff to it, that's not like medical and necessary is just not how we do things. So, I had to sneak that in there. But you know what? In the end, I raised him to be a critical thinker. I raised him to be an adult. Um, I basically said you will have to deal with the consequences if there are any. So I'm consistent in that way.
Well,
I
with
raised
the
a I raised a critical thinker.
oh, good, good. And you know what, Stanley, with my twins, uh, they're totally opposite in certain ways. And one of them got his both sides of his ears pierced. He
Oh,
was
jeez.
oh yeah, he was very emo.
He was very
You know,
what?
emo. So he wore
Mhm.
all black, uh, um, uh, the black nail polish, and I was like, Jalen, what are you doing?
Really?
Yeah, what are you doing? And the more that I complained, the more he would do. He even because I used to send them to New York every summer, spend time with my family. So he got his hair dreaded. So he had dreads, and he came back with dreads, and I'm like, what the fuck? And this is why me and
Well,
my
maybe
brother.
he's doing his Haitian roots.
Well,
He's got
well,
Caribbean roots.
That's not Haitian roots. If you know Haitians, we don't like that shit. And if uh but I remember when I was younger, I dreaded my hair too. My hair was dreaded to the point where it was down my back, you know. But um like I said, I sent him up to New York, and me and my brother don't speak because of this, because he let his girlfriend dread his hair, and he was 17 at the time. And you know she didn't ask me, she didn't say anything to me, she just did it without my permission. So anyway, moving forward, guess what now? Because I spoke to him, I said, listen, you want to be a lawyer, you can't have them shits in your hair, you can't have those earrings. So guess what? Jalen no longer has the earrings in his ear, and he no longer has the dreads, and he's working at a law firm. Now, Justin, on the other hand, he's very simple, never gave me any kind of heartache, heart attacks, or anything. So now my daughter, she, get this, we got piercings together. Okay. So we got our ears pierced. I got the little, like that. I forgot the name, what you call it, but that little part off your face. So we got that pierced and the top of our ear pierced. So we did that together. Now she says, Mom, I want to get matching tattoos. I'm like, oh my God. And what can I say if I have tattoos? I have like, what, eight, eight tattoos? You know, so I can't say anything to her if she wants a tattoo, but I don't want another one. But if she wants matching ones, I might, you know. I told her, as long as it's someplace where you're working in corporate, where it's hidden, just like mine's, I don't I don't care. If that's what you want to do, I'm not gonna fight her on it. But I mean, I can't be a hypocrite. I got tattoos.
I think it. Well, I don't have tattoos. I don't have piercings. The only similarity is I need a haircut. But I did want to ask him. Well, your hair's so long. Why would you bother getting an earring? No, nobody's going to see it. So maybe he's going to get a haircut to show off the earring. I'm just now if he comes home with some dangly thing, I am going to fucking fuss about that. You're not fucking Adam Ant that he would know who the hell Adam Ant is. But don't be coming home with hoops or dangly earrings.
I think it's
You
just.
fucking
I think
stay
it's
your
just
ass
phases.
on campus.
I think it's
I don't
just
think he'll
phases with
do
these
that,
kids.
Stanley.
And like I said, my son was very emo, and he got out of it. He got out of it. He did have
Well, I
the
mean,
2 earrings with the dangly
I can
things.
guarantee you someone else told him that too. They never listened to their parents.
That is true.
Now, I almost asked him, and I don't like prying. Anyway, I thought I would share that. Main reason I shared it is I'm extremely consistent. And one of the things that people don't seem to get with this whole debate business is I am who I am. Okay, that's my real name. That I use on the show. I have no reason to be a character on a YouTube show. I am me, and I've always, that's how I raised my son. It is much easier being yourself, even if some people don't like you being yourself. That way, you don't have to pretend. Consistency is key. Consistency of thought. One of my quests all my life is basically a unified theory of thinking. I will contradict myself sometimes. I will change my mind sometimes, but my holy grail is a unified theory of thought, of a consistent philosophy that kind of covers everything. And so anyway, I've gone on too long with this. Fasting, Stanley Cross, I just want people to do better and not have to hope for the government to take care of him. Okay, here's my thought on that. It is commendable that you want the best for people, but it's not your business what other people do. That's the long and short of it. And I'm going to guess something about you don't want your tax money paying for this, that, or the other. The answer to that argument is that once you put a stamp on it and put it in the mailbox, it's no longer your tax money. It is the government's. So hopefully I covered some ground there. So anyway, this next story, this Chinese truck maker, he invented a truck and he's Chinese, lives in China. He he's the Chinese Elon Musk. There's a little mock-up of his it's an automated truck. It's a AI truck.
Master Kim.
No, that's not Master Kim. Master Kim, when I hear Master Kim's name, I imagine a thud.
Oh,
like when you toss a sack of potatoes and you miss catching them and they hit the ground, they make a thud. So I hope he's listening. The Chinese electric vehicle founder who wants in on Trump's America. Wise man, don't you think? When Hen is intent on listing Wind Rose's stock in New York, he's fueled by 300 million Chinese technology and a belief that China doesn't have to be the enemy forever. What do you think of that? I think of you when he makes this point. 12 man.
Well, I was wondering why Elon Musk would make bulletproof trucks in the first place. Did he like predict that they would end up being fired upon or something?
What? What does that have to do with this story?
Oh no, I was reading something else for a minute. Sorry, Stanley.
Oh, okay. No, this Chinese guy wants to sell his automated trucks. They're electric vehicles that are AI controlled, autonomous basically.
Uh-huh.
Wants to sell them in America. And his, it says here his belief is that China doesn't have to be an enemy forever. He wants to do business in America. And I thought you might have thoughts on that.
Yeah, if he wants to build them here or whatever, then yeah. But you can't build them in Mexico, and you can't build them in Mexico and then ship them up here. You have to build them here and sell them here.
Right. Well, let's listen to this article.
Okay.
The Chinese electric vehicle founder who wants in on Trump's America. This article is by Daisuke Wakabayashi and read by an automated voice. The question posed to Wen Han, founder of the electric truck maker Windrose Technology, was a simple one. Is it accurate to call the firm a Chinese company? After some rambling, Mr. Han settled on an answer. I would describe it as Chinese origin. There's a reason it felt like a trick question. Windrose's investors include an Australian property group, U.S. venture capital financiers, and Chinese state-owned funds. It is now based in Belgium, but at its heart, Windrose packs China's significant advantages in making electric vehicles. Mr. Han wants to use that edge to sell long-haul trucks globally. He is intent on taking his company public in New York, saying he plans to file the initial paperwork within the next month to raise at least $400 million. While the business proposition is simple, the execution is anything but complicated by geopolitics, trade tensions, and a surge of protectionism. Mr. Han is mindful of what he calls Windrose's Chineseness. Born in China's coal country, Mr. Han, 34, grew up when Chinese globalization did not trigger the kind of political distrust in the United States that it does now. He attended Williams College in Massachusetts and worked at the American hedge fund Bridgewater Associates. His life has spanned both countries. Now he is pushing for Windrose to do the same in a fracturing world. China will never be America's best friend, not in our lifetimes, he said. However, China doesn't have to be the enemy forever. And not everyone from China has to be the enemy. Windrose is looking to upend the trucking industry's century-old reliance on diesel. It relies on China's advanced electric vehicle supply chain of batteries and components, a byproduct of Beijing's sizable government-led investments. In addition to an office in Antwerp, Windrose is building a production plant in northern France. It has sites in Georgia and California to handle light assembly of trucks mostly manufactured in China. It is now choosing among Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio for a factory to open in 2027. It is forging ahead more on ambition than a proven track record. It has produced only about 40 trucks, a long way from its target of building 10,000 in 2027. It faces regulatory hurdles. Customers in America and Europe cannot yet buy its vehicles, which are waiting to get road certified. In 3 years, Windrose has raised more than $300 million, while other fledgling truck makers have struggled to get production lines up and running. Windrose has surprised many in the industry with its speed in designing, developing, and producing trucks. Mr. Han's vehicles have been tested on long routes in the United States, Europe, China, and Australia. I'm always telling him that he's being too aggressive, but he keeps delivering, so now I have nothing to say, said Alan Zhu, the managing director at GSR Ventures, a Silicon Valley venture capital firm and a Windrose investor. But of course, Windrose is facing conditions that are unfriendly, if not outright hostile, to Chinese startups. President Trump has imposed escalating tariffs on Chinese imports. In February, he ordered restrictions on Chinese investments in strategic sectors and sought to limit how Chinese firms list their shares on U.S. stock exchanges. As part of the decree, the White House specifically identified China as a foreign adversary. And then there is Elon Musk, the chief executive of Tesla, who has Mr. Trump's ear. Tesla is one of Windrose's main competitors with the capital, know-how, and brand to challenge existing truck manufacturers. Whether or not Mr. Han succeeds in his American endeavor, his story speaks to the inexorable economic impulses that connect China and the United States, despite the political forces dividing the countries. Mr. Han, the only child of 2 doctors, competed in national English-speaking competitions as a student. He noticed that many top participants had lived abroad. "So I told my mother," he said, "that I too would like to gain such an unfair advantage." At 16, he left China to attend high school near San Diego. After college, he worked at Bridgewater. He worked in venture capital after Stanford Business School. Mr. Han joined Plus, a Silicon Valley startup for self-driving trucks with operations in China and the United States, and eventually became its chief strategy and financial officer. He discovered the perils of becoming trapped between Washington and Beijing. Mr. Han said he had been headed toward a $20 million payday from Plus' initial public offering until China's crackdown on the ride-hailing company Didi Chuxing put a freeze on his company's listing plans. Plus eventually split its Chinese operation from the rest of its global portfolio. "I learned how to deal with geopolitical sensitivities," Mr. Han said. He started Windrose in 2022. At the time, investors were wary of electric vehicle companies after some high-profile failures. Battery prices had soared from lithium carbonate shortages, heaping additional pressure on profitability. Mr. Han took a contrarian view. The stigma around the sector meant there were fewer new competitors. He thought lithium prices had peaked. He was right about both, but more than that, he knew that China's supply chain for electric vehicles was far ahead of the rest of the world. Windrose did not invent something new. Tesla and Nikola had announced plans for electric trucks years earlier, but both companies were setting up supply chains in the United States, not China. Nikola declared bankruptcy in February. Tesla is running years behind production targets for its truck, the Semi. Mr. Han faced some resistance when raising money in the United States. "Anything Chinese is considered taboo," he said. Someone suggested that he say he was Chinese American, not Chinese. It has even followed him to Europe. After Windrose switched its incorporation from the Cayman Islands to Belgium, it paid to change the local professional basketball team's name to the Windrose Giants Antwerp. A local newspaper ran a headline, "Should we be wary of Chinese espionage?" "I never shy away from the Chineseness," said Mr. Han, a part owner of the team. "I also never shy away from the problems that arise from the Chineseness." He said he wanted Windrose to be considered a global company, not a Chinese state champion. He tries to keep his distance from the Communist Party. When asked about a news video of Xi Jinping, China's top leader, inspecting one of Windrose's trucks last year, Mr. Han emphasized that he was not a party pawn. "I don't go around and criticize President Xi," he said. "That doesn't mean I'm the proud son of President Xi. We don't want to become China's next state-owned pride." Mr. Han said he had rebuffed suggestions from officials to team up with certain Chinese companies or pursue different technologies. "I tell them, let me do my job," he said. "They tell me you need to start being more respectful." His wife, Jessie Jia, a fitness influencer with 2.9 million followers on the Chinese social media platform Weibo, said she worried that Mr. Han would say something that might land him in hot water. "I was concerned about it, but I can't control him," Ms. Jia said. Windrose has taken money from 2 Chinese state-backed investment funds and the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. If it hadn't taken the investment, another competitor would have, Mr. Han said. None of the state-backed entities have board seats or influence with the company, he said. The markets are never far from Mr. Han's mind. In December, at a meeting with Benoit van den Hove, chief executive of Euronext Brussels Stock Exchange, Mr. Han was already planning on a secondary listing in Europe after going public in America. He wanted Windrose to be a part of the BEL 20, Belgium's benchmark stock index of the country's 20 most valuable companies. Mr. van den Hove explained that if the trucks were not road certified before the listing, the front of Windrose's investment prospectus would come with a warning label about the potential risk. Mr. Han was unfazed. He said that its trucks were already certified in China, and that he expected Windrose to be approved in the United States in April and in Europe later this year. China is adopting electric trucks more quickly because the vehicles are cheaper and the charging infrastructure is better. Windrose is selling its electric trucks for $250,000, which is cheaper than EV options from traditional brands, but still a significant premium compared with diesel. Windrose is eager to get trucks to customers before Tesla, which first demonstrated its prototype semi in
250
2017.
grand, Stanley?
Tesla said last year that it aimed to reach mass production, an
Sounds
annual
like it.
capacity of 50,000 trucks at its facility in
These aren't
Nevada
just little
by the end of
trucks.
2026.
These are commercial
Tesla,
trucks.
which did not respond to a
Right.
request for comment, initially said it would begin deliveries in 2019. Mr. Hahn speaks of Mr. Musk with reverence. He said that Mr. Musk had done more for relations with China than most diplomats, and that Windrose had benefited from the Chinese supply chain that rose up to support Tesla. He said, however, that building electric trucks was not a priority for Mr. Musk. He started naming his various roles. "Oh yeah," he said, "and being best friends with Donald Trump." Mr. Hahn is no less desperate for the president's attention. He has already decided to build a factory in a very red state, but he sent a direct plea to Mr. Trump last month on Truth Social. "Mr. President," Mr. Hahn wrote, "we heard you and we would like to announce our plans to build Windrose EV Trucks' first manufacturing facility in the United States. Please help find us the right community to invest in." Mr. Hahn has not heard back.
Well, any thoughts? I like
yeah,
his
Where
ambitions.
do I start? Where do I start?
How about just start at the beginning, Mr. Xenophobe?
Who can
It's not-
afford a
listen, hold on.
$250,000 truck? First of all,
Well, it's not a truck. It's a commercial truck, like a Freightliner or a.
right.
It's a on the road truck. Like
How
HB
many
drive.
miles can it go before, and where will it recharge?
I don't know any of those answers, but I do know that if you take money from the CCP in Hong Kong or otherwise, and the United States government knows about it, you're going to have a problem. Like, number one, American companies they don't have the same industrial backing from our government that China does. I mean, China redirects 5 or 10% of their GDP.
Okay, before
their companies.
you go on and on, China's not
Yeah.
the only investor.
Well, I understand that, but if you're going to take money from the CCP, you're going to struggle. And I mean, Biden did the same thing to Trump.
That's why he wants to expand and become a global company. So I understand your trepidations, but your argument is, I'm not sure I buy your argument.
These are, I mean, the thing is, like, we have to reindustrialize in the United States for two reasons, right? This isn't off topic, but it kind of is. Number one, China's workforce is getting ready to pass a precipice of no return. Okay.
He literally just said he wants to build a factory here.
I think he has to decouple from China further than he has by giving the money back.
I agree with that. I don't think he's going to give the money back. He can't just bring it all in from China and build it. He's going to have to diversify he doesn't
that.
have all the money from China.
Well, no. I mean, like, with the parts and components, because some of these companies want to reindustrialize the U.S. by ordering everything from China and assembling it here. I think he has to diversify that, and he'll be okay. But then again, the current president wants to continue with TikTok, which is deemed a national security threat by Republicans and Democrats, both. But Trump wants to keep it alive. So I don't even know what the idiotic. Who knows? But I do know that
the dude appealed to Trump directly on Truth Social. He idolizes Elon Musk. I think I kind of like what I hear from this kid.
Well, I think we want talented Chinese people to feel okay doing business in the United States. I just think taking that money from Hong Kong state-backed, he's created a problem for himself by doing that.
I disagree with you.
He's saying they're not on my board. Well, what do you owe them? You just took the money for nothing? I mean, The other thing is when people have family back in China, they can, the CCP has a lot of control when your family's back there. They can extort and things
Well,
like
the
that.
dude left home at 16.
I mean, is his family still there though?
You know what? The article didn't specify. Those are good questions. Let's
You know
give
what? This also
let's give your fellow American a or I'm sorry, your fellow Trump voter the floor.
is Stanley.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
Like,
sir.
just to advance all these kind of things, we need more investment in Alaska also, because we have lots of rare earth minerals, gold, silver, all that shit up here, copper, everything it needs to build these type of machines. And so it's got to be a two-step way. We got to stop supporting rare earth mineral mining by slave children in Africa and all that shit. Because if we're not supporting American mining with regulations and union pay and union backup, then to me it's almost like a pipe dream.
Well, I
We
think
gotta support all our own industries, Stanley.
well he wants to be one of those industries. We have Honda here, we have Mercedes here, we have BMW here, production facilities, and Hyundai is building a huge plant right outside of Savannah, passing on the
Yeah, I
way.
heard Nissan was gonna do something too up in
Hyundai.
Right. So,
Illinois.
well, I pass this place right on I-16, when I go to Savannah to visit. So I think him having, I I like what I hear, and now I'm not as business savvy as Ryan, so I can't say you're wrong, Ryan. I'm just saying I might be too ignorant, to have the concerns you do. But you know this shit, so I'm not going to say anything other than, in my ignorance, I kind of don't share your concerns, and that's the best I can do. So,
I'll tell you what.
oh, go ahead, Virgo.
Being in the car industry, the cars being here, made in America, hasn't made the price go down at all. Actually, it's
Well, I'm
been
not
going
talking
up.
about prices. Do you know anything about the supply chain? Where does Honda get its parts from? From Japan?
Does it get it from Japan? I don't know.
No, okay, because
I'm not on the
I
mechanic
can't
side.
imagine. Right, but I can't imagine, having your supply chain totally dependent on China, especially after COVID. So, I'm assuming, and it's a big assumption because I'm nowhere near, like, I'm not only outside looking in, I'm several states away looking in. I'm assuming that he doesn't plan on being totally dependent on China for parts to make his truck. Solid Snake, have you got anything, or are you blissfully passed out?
Oh, come
We'll
on,
assume
man,
blissfully.
Stanley.
Hey, these parts come from everywhere though, and they'll come. These assemblies will go back and forth between the U.S. and Canada, U.S. and Mexico, which is why the tariffing has been probably the single dumbest thing. It's how you going to tariff when assembly goes forth across the border? Like, how are you going to account for that? It's just dumb. It's simply. I mean, Trump went to Penn. How is he just dumb to think that tariffs don't get passed along to the customer? It's just stupid. I mean, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, probably. So, and I don't know why he, the only thing we should be tariffing and or not allowing out of the country or national security stuff, not washing machines, stupid shit that he's doing. So how do you even implement tariffs when you don't have half your government? It's just dumb.
Hey, well, I wanna move on, and innate ways, having that compliment come from you means a lot. So thank you so much. Now, this is going to be, I said earlier that the Trump administration should never talk about Hillary Clinton's emails and servers and all ever again. This is why. Waltz and staff used Gmail for government communications. This makes this makes me laugh out loud. After the whole Hillary Clinton email debacle,
let me see the email.
Okay, I don't give a shit about that. I'm gonna go with the article. I don't assume they wrote the I don't assume the article it was written, to just get back. Walton, dude, just used Signal for war plans. You know what? That's a silly statement. I'm just gonna be blunt. They literally just planned a strike on Yemen out in the open on a social media platform, and you're asking me for emails? That wasn't bad enough.
But hey, Stanley, but bleach baiting your server is cool.
Okay, all I have to say, right? Let's not get away from my point. They produced posts of planning a strike out in the open. This is small potatoes compared to that. So my point is that I don't ever want to hear about Hillary Clinton's email server ever again, given this story. Waltz and staff use Gmail for government communications. Dude, you're the national security.
Bullshit.
You're the national security advisor.
See the proof.
Yeah. You know what? That's not gonna work, son. So let's hear the story.
This news story was written by John Hudson.
Yeah, it's propaganda.
Gmail for government communications.
So was the strike
Trump's
on the
national
Houthis.
security advisor is trying to manage his way out of a crisis, but new revelations about his team's operational security are piling up in the inbox. Members of President Donald Trump's National Security Council, including White House National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, have conducted government business over personal Gmail accounts, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post and interviews with 3 U.S. officials. The use of Gmail, a far less method of communication than the encrypted messaging app Signal,
Not gonna work.
is the latest example of questionable data security practices by top national security officials, already under fire for the mistaken inclusion of a journalist in a group chat about high-level planning for military operations in Yemen. A senior Waltz aide used the commercial email service for highly technical conversations with colleagues involving sensitive military positions and powerful weapons systems relating to an ongoing conflict, according to emails reviewed by the Post. While the NSC official used his colleagues used government-issued accounts,
12th man.
headers from the email correspondence show. Waltz has
What's the whole claim here?
Okay, dude, don't talk over the article.
Gmail, such as his schedule
Take your
and other
medicine.
work documents, said officials, who
Take
like others,
yours.
spoke on the condition
Oh,
of
I'm
anonymity
hearing
to describe
mine.
what they viewed as problematic handling of information. The officials said Waltz would sometimes copy and paste from his schedule into Signal to coordinate meetings and discussions. The use of personal email, even for unclassified materials, is risky given the premium value foreign intelligence services place on the communications and schedules of senior government officials, such as the National Security Advisor, experts say. NSC spokesman Brian Hughes said he has seen no evidence of Waltz using his personal email as described, and said on occasions when legacy contacts have emailed him work-related materials, he makes sure to CC his government
No
emails to ensure
evidence.
compliance
There
with
you
federal
go.
record laws that require officials to archive
Oh, there's
official
plenty of
correspondence.
evidence. They're
Waltz
not just
didn't
they're
and
not
wouldn't send
just
I think
classified
the
writing
Atlantic
that.
editor got the evidence.
Said Hughes. When
Yeah.
asked about a Waltz
Yeah,
staffer's
12
see
man
it
can't
then.
military
12
matters
man
In the
via
can't.
text
email,
chain.
Whoa.
he
Well,
said
hold
NSC
it, hold
staff
it.
have
Let me
guidance
stop
about
this
using
right quick.
only secure platforms.
In the
Did
text
you
chain.
just say you need evidence of this whole story that's been out for a week about the vice president on down of the national security team
Yeah.
doing war
If you
plans
believe
out in the
that, I
open?
think
God
you're
damn it, don't
fucking
talk
stupid.
over me. I will put your ass in the back. Take your medicine. There is ample evidence. They posted the fucking signal posts. Don't talk about evidence. And let me
What
tell you
said?
how this. Let me tell
What
you
they
how
said?
the motherfucker go get an Atlantic subscription and read it there.
No way. Not
No
paying those
way. No
communists.
way. I said you said you want evidence. Go get evidence. You might
I
have
have
to
to
pay
pay
for it.
them to see it,
But there
Jack.
is 12 man. There is evidence. You might have to go get an Atlantic subscription to get the evidence.
I
Yeah,
never
you laugh.
subscribed to that shit
All I
magazine.
have to say is you keep sucking Trump's dick. You'll get all the evidence you need. So, let's get back to this article, shall we? Oh, and let me just go ahead and say this directly to 12th man. I told you so.
Told me what?
Trump is incompetent and he's hired a bunch of incompetent people.
One thing, Stanley, one thing I don't understand about these politicians, why can't they just come out and say, hey, man, we shit the bed on that one? Like,
You know what? It would have
they
been a
just
lot
can't
easier.
do it. Like, I don't understand it. And just, hey, listen, man, we really messed that up. We can't do that again. People
Well,
understand screw ups, but it's like
I'm
they
gonna
can't do it.
argue. Well, I heard a story, and I'm not going to go back and find it. Basically, Trump says he's standing by Michael Waltz. I read did a story last night about behind the scenes. Trump is going around asking, should he fire Michael Waltz?
I believe it.
Here's the problem. Remember Michael Flynn, General Flynn?
Yeah.
Lasted in the first Trump administration for about 2 months before he had to be fired.
Yeah.
Trump is supposedly trying to not be he's trying to basically present something that's less chaotic. You know, his
Really?
administration was a revolving door. You know, everybody was quitting, everybody was being fired,
Yeah.
you know, and he's trying to present something more stable this time around. But I think he's going to have to fire Waltz at this point.
I
Because
mean,
see, the
I think
funny,
if you come out and say, Wolf says, listen, I've really messed this up.
hey, it
Trump comes
starts
out
at
and
the
says he
top.
screwed it up. They
Trump,
won't do it.
Trump,
I don't.
Trump should have been the number one person saying, "Hey, the dude effed up. We're all new here. 2 months in, we'll do better."
Learning this.
That would have been
That's right.
perfectly fine. But let me give you a quick story from a personal experience of mine. On my second deployment, I mentioned that my job, maybe the last year, most of my time, like 4 of my 5 years in the Navy, I was the dude in charge of communication security. It was communications. It was navigational stuff. I
Okay.
used to build top secret spaces on ships that, had such a clearance. I couldn't even go into the spaces. I was just in charge of building them. So, I was in Hurghada, Egypt, sitting at a bar about 3 gin and tonics in. And the shore patrol comes, taps me on the shoulder, and says, "Sir, we need you back on the ship." And I'm thinking to myself, the fucking shore patrol, what the fuck
Hmm.
did I do? Well, as it turns out, I spent like, it took half an hour because the ship was anchored out in the bay. So, I had to go, catch a small boat
Ferry
over to
out.
the ship.
Yeah, ferry out. Yeah.
And the whole time I'm thinking, oh my God, what kind of trouble am I in? What the fuck did I do?
Yeah.
So I get to the ship, and my brand new boss, there'd been a crypto change. And this wasn't just local, this was CENTCOM. Like the whole theater
Yeah.
decided to change crypto for
Gotcha.
communications.
Gotcha.
So my boss went into my spaces. There was a little E3 who told my boss that we don't have that crypto. So
Hmm.
my boss, so we would be the only ship in the whole central command that couldn't talk. That's a huge deal.
He's like, get me
However,
Stanley Cross and get him
ho-
now.
however, oh,
Go,
absolutely.
go get me
So
Stanley
you know
Cross and
what?
get him here
So,
immediately.
so you know what? I get on the ship. Now, that little E3 has a duty safe. Like, you put just enough crypto for the shift. You don't give him up like all of it, like 30 days worth. You give him
Yeah.
that day's worth. So, yes, we didn't have it in his safe because we weren't using it.
Yeah.
So I get on the ship, and I pretty much know what's in our inventory. So the captain goes, "Well, Stan, um, I'm told we don't have XXXX." I look at the captain and I go, "Yeah, we do. It's in my safe." I had the vault like with all of it in there. So,
Hmm.
and I'm like, "Well, Captain, this little E3 isn't going to know our whole inventory. He
Yeah.
only knows what he has for his shift."
His portion. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, now my boss was new, and I'm not going to tell you the whole story. But fucking, of course, we had the crypto. I planned the deployment
Yeah.
loadout. I knew exactly what we had. So I'm like, "Captain, we have the crypto. I'll go in my vault and get it now." The problem was, without me being there, they released a message saying, "Hey, Central Command, we don't have that crypto." That's like
No
telling
shit.
God you're fucked up.
Yeah. No shit.
So I'm like, "Captain, I cannot believe my boss told you this. He doesn't
Mhm.
know what I got. He's been here a week."
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm like, well, this is the problem. That little almost fuck up got the attention of our squadron. So
Yeah.
2 days later, they do a crypto inspection. So
Mhm.
little fuck ups like that signal thing,
Yeah. Yeah.
now everybody's going looking to see what else
Oh,
is
I'm
fucked up.
sure. I'm sure.
So that's why this story is important. That's why I'd be surprised if Walt survives this. Now, who can predict Trump? It'll probably be fine. But in the communication security world, one fuck up, people are gonna go like, "What kind of operation is he running here? Let's go see what else is wrong." That's how it works. Now, the conclusion to my personal story is, of course, my shit was in order. So the people that came to do the inspection, you know what the upshot of the inspection was?
You looked like
Some
gold.
Nope, some chief came and said, "Hey, can I get a couple cartons of cigarettes from your ship store?" That was the result of the inspection. Of course, my shit was in order.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
I literally went to the captain and said, from now on, sir, if you have a question about ComSec, don't go to my boss, come directly to me. And I'd
There you
said
go.
that in front of my boss. I turned to my boss and said, from now on, as far as this is concerned, this communication security stuff, I don't work for you. I work for the captain. Did it
There
in
you go.
front of my boss and my captain. We will not fuck up like this again. And God damn it, I had to leave my gin and tonic on the bar. I didn't even get to finish it.
You give me your leave back? You give me your leave back or what?
No. It was just, you know what? I thank God everything was in order. That was a major dude. You know what the Central Command is, right? That's
Yeah, yeah,
Afghanistan. That's
yeah.
like the whole fucking Middle East.
The
At the
whole
time we
theater, the
weren't
whole
in
theater,
Afghanistan, the whole
right? The whole
theater.
theater. Yeah.
One little ship in the Red Sea can't talk with the rest of Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. And this little E3 didn't have what he needed. And talk
Mm,
about butterfly effect.
yeah, no shit. That'll definitely signal danger. What's going on with them? That makes somebody look bad, you know. But fortunately, it wasn't
You know
you. You
what?
had your shit right.
It made my boss look bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I never had respect for him again. And there is another story that I'll tell one day where I just disrespected him so bad. And he said something like, well, fucking Stanley, you come back to me when you can show more respect. You know what I said to him? Guess you'll be
Hmm.
waiting all day, and walked
Yeah,
off.
no shit. He shit the bed.
Oh no.
So
This
so
motherfucker
you
wrote my fit rep though. This was my actual boss, but I had lost all respect for him.
yeah. Well, look, people in the chat, you hear what Stanley just went through in this whole thing. So it's secure communications. And meanwhile, our national security apparatus is Snapchatting war plans. They're Snapchatting war plans. A bunch of fucking
That is
idiots.
funny.
They're Snapchatting war plans. So that's the equivalent of Signal. It's the same it's the same encryption, I'm sure, right? They're Snapchatting war plans. They hit this and this. We're going to hit the Houthis. Like, that's the dumbest shit in the world. But I'm not surprised
Well,
because
but you know what? You know what
I'm
though?
not, I'm kind of not
Um,
surprised. Like,
Like
there's a lot of
Joe
idiots.
Biden never hit the Houthis. Come on, man.
where does Biden have to? What does
I got my
Biden
own
have to do with
criticisms
it?
of Biden, as we know, but this was a bed.
I
They
mean,
shit
Biden. Now,
the
now,
bed.
hey Ryan, I have to tell
They're
you,
always getting hit.
you know what excuse they came up with? Well, if Biden had hit the Houthis, we wouldn't have had to do it, and this
There
wouldn't
you
have
go.
happened.
That excuses it. You're good.
That's like the lamest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Why can't they just say, we really screwed this up? This will not, they just can't do it for whatever reason. I don't understand these politicians. I don't think Trump's
He's
ever said he's made one mistake in his life.
Yeah,
They
well,
just
I'm
don't do
sorry
that.
you're buying into the fake news.
let me
If
tell you
anyone
something.
thinks they're
Weak-minded.
texting war plans on Twitter that are fucking idiot or Google or any of that
All I
They did
shit,
it
have to
on
say,
Signal.
you're a goddamn moron.
well, all I have to say is that I actually think that since there was no loss of life, 2 months in, you might survive it, but you're going to be on probation.
But you own it. They don't
Oh
own
yeah,
anything. None of
absolutely,
these guys
absolutely.
ever own any of this shit. None of these guys do. But I mean, I've
Hey,
never heard what did Stanley, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Teddy
Mental
Roosevelt
what?
say he hoped to be right 60% of the time? I think Teddy
yeah,
Roosevelt said that.
I don't know if he
60%.
did or not.
It was something like that. And I'm like, but
Hey,
these politicians never say they're wrong. Ever. It's crazy.
it's a complicated world. I have another story that I have told in the past that I'm not going to tell you now. It was actually worse than the story I just told you. He could have laughed. It's like I had never seen. We had just gotten back from the Persian Gulf, and I had never seen a tan white man get pale. It was like my captain turned so pale.
Oh my God! Americans
It's
in
like
Congress got a
it's like
Gmail account.
it's like
Give me a
dude,
break.
Ryan, I kid you not. This ComSec world, the world of code books and code tapes
Yes.
and like the electronics that read all that stuff, being a custodian of it is just, it will take years off your life. You have to just document everything. You know,
Well,
it's
listen,
fun.
I've been involved in building some of the rooms. Like, in other words, they
Oh,
put
then you
lead
know what I'm
line
talking
and
about.
aluminum lining all around the room, copper lining for a lot of different shit. And by the way, that's a pain in the ass because it's just it's a lot of bureaucracy to do that,
Yep.
right? So there, but
Yep.
almost every base I'm involved with has those type of secure, radio. I think they call them radio rooms,
Oh
communication
yeah,
rooms, but
radio rooms. Yep, they have them
yeah,
on ships.
yeah, and
And like
and it's
you have to do the little tumbler lock to get into them.
I think
You
it's like
know,
a Faraday cage basically, and it shorts out
yes.
the.
Yep.
Okay, yeah,
So
but
anyway, you're familiar. That's why when I hear stories like this, dude, I get nightmares about what. Now these guys are national authorities. They are the tip top of that world. So they're not going to go to jail or anything like that. And the upshot of this is they will never be able to talk about Hillary Clinton's emails ever again.
Why not?
even talking about that, I was like, "There's nothing in there." I mean, it's
They
not like they
didn't
got it
bleach
on
split
anything.
them. They didn't bleach split them, Stanley.
No idea
Evidently, right?
what you're nattering on about. All I'm saying is the Trump administration has proved as loose with their communications as Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton ever was.
Are they
That's
beating
true.
their cell
Okay,
phones with a hammer?
which part of this can't you accept, Alaska? Trump
Were they
Trump
beating
has
their cell
Trump
phones with
Trump
hammers?
is,
That's what
Trump
I want
is
to know.
Trump, well, you keep wanting to know, and I don't have a answer. All I'm saying is that Trump is a loose cannon, and he's hired a bunch of loose cannons, and they don't get to talk about Hillary Clinton's email server anymore.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, okay. Well, then they'll sound as ignorant as someone. They will have
You
enough
know
sense
why?
not to do. Let me.
You
No,
know
I
why?
don't care why. Don't care why.
You know why? Because
Oh,
they're not bleach splitting them and
all I
beating
have
their
to
phones
say,
with
all I
hammers.
have to say, all I have to say, 12th
That's
man,
why.
all I have to say, 12th man, is I'm sure that Michael Waltz and company have more sense than you do. You can bring up Hillary Clinton's emails, but they won't. So we will move on to that comedy. Move on from that comedy, which I've gotten a lot of mileage out of it. I enjoyed that story. The strategy behind Trump's repeated musings about a third term. And I think
Oh
everybody,
my God.
pretty much knows it's kind of like a fake out. I think he knows that he can't, and the part about upsetting the media, getting, owning the libs. The problem with that is that the libs know what he's doing, and there hasn't been a huge uproar about it. Because even Republicans won't vote for him for a third term. It's blatantly unconstitutional. The only lesson that I'm learning is Trump doesn't give a shit about the Constitution. It is for him, it is like guidance. There are rules for him to bend. He wants to run the country like a company, The United States is not a corporation.
Kind of like
Any-
when Joe Biden
Yeah,
ignored
yeah.
the Supreme
Let
Court.
me make a comment about that. Joe Biden's not president anymore. I know why you want to keep bringing him up.
It's okay for him to do it, but not okay for Trump to do it.
Correct. Unless Trump is as senile as Joe Biden. Is that what you're saying? Senile, Sleepy Joe did it, so Sleepy Trump can do it? Is that your point?
Well, it's okay for Joe Biden to ignore the judges, but
Yeah.
Trump
He was senile.
When Trump does it, it's a big damnation or something.
He was senile. Is Trump senile?
Yeah, what an excuse.
You know what?
Then why did they allow him to be in office that long?
Who is they?
He was senile.
Who is they? Who is they?
The Democrats.
Okay,
Well,
I think it was more. I think it was more than. I think it was more than Democrats that voted for him.
They covered it up,
motherfucker. You overtalk me again, and you're gone. You will wait till I finish. If Trump can do it because Biden did it, then I'm going to also do a 1-to-1 and say that Trump is senile as well. Who voted for Trump? Y'all voted for senile Trump, just like Democrats did for senile Biden. Keep making that comparison, because it doesn't do what you think it's doing.
Well, at least Trump could find his way off stage, Stanley.
Trump can't seem to hire people who understand how communication security work.
Well, I mean, what about he's hired people like Linda McMahon? I mean,
you know what? I wonder if she's ever body slammed anybody.
She started Glow, Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. I think.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
I like what kind of pick? Like, really, Linda McMahon? That's who you're going to pick? I don't understand any of the cabinet picks. I don't think one of them made any sense to me. And I'm like, who are these people you're picking? I don't understand any of them. A guy from Fox News, Pete Hegseth. He might be good, he might be bad. I don't know. But like, why are we picking these people? So people not even from that field. You know, it's crazy. So Robert F. Kennedy, who has a worm in his brain.
What do you mean, people not from that field, right? Like, Pete
I don't know. When you pick,
literally a combat veteran. And you're saying
he's a combat veteran.
Where he's at.
Which doesn't mean he's managing.
Okay, dude.
A $1 trillion.
I'm a combat veteran. Are you saying I'm qualified to be Secretary of Defense?
Yeah, over the whole thing.
Well, I think I'd put you in charge of the Navy, Stanley. If I was president.
Well, he was in
Stanley,
the Army.
do you feel capable of running the entire Navy? I mean,
let me put it to you this way.
Honestly, like, do you?
No. Let me answer that question, because I have a good one. I have a buddy who is commander of the Pacific, the surface fleet. Yeah. So he would be an advisor. I don't know if he's still active. I have another boss who made flag rank. So I have some people that I've known for 30 years who would be my close advisor. And they're high enough to have a sense.
So you would basically utilize everybody else, but do you feel that? I mean,
yeah, I do.
Fuck, man, that's a big job. This guy's a combat veteran. That's awesome. Great experience.
Secretary of the Navy. Yeah, I feel comfortable.
I tell you what, it's definitely not. It's probably a hell of a job. But being Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegg says Secretary of Defense, the whole thing.
Right. But let me tell you something weird about, the people who make flag rank. There's something called jointness, where, if you're Navy, you might go to the Army War College or vice versa.
Yeah.
You take like college level type, like, hey, you're getting high up in rank. Let's learn a little bit about the Army. Let's learn a little bit about the other branches, because if you ever wind up being commander of a theater, you're gonna have your generals below you or admirals below you who kind of specialty, but they train you in joint
It's a lot
command.
of stuff. I mean, my
Right.
neighbor's a general, right? One-star general, and he has been to war college. He's got a master's degree in
Yep.
logistics for
Yep.
moving stuff, right? Like
Yep.
it's a serious, legit thing. It's not like, so I guess I don't know Pete Hegseth's background, but I know he worked at
Well,
Fox and he was a combat veteran.
He did his veteran stuff. He does have an Ivy League background, so obviously he's smart.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But being a combat veteran doesn't necessarily equip you to run like the total military.
Yeah.
But let me tell you one thing you do. One thing you do learn, even at the ground level as a ground pounder, or I was on ships, you learn communication security. It just shocks me that the vice president, who was a former Marine, Hegseth, who's former Army, that they felt comfortable talking about this shit on an unsecured app. That's like step motherfucker. There is proof. Literally, Trump is asking whether he should fire his national security advisor. That's proof. It's there. It was pub. You know what? I understand up in Alaska, news gets up there slow. So I'll have to give you that grace.
The word is provided by your local propaganda machine. Oh, I heard someone say,
you have a performance today?
You know what? I can't understand.
Look, they just shit the bed, 12 man. That's all. They shit the bed. Just say it. They shit the bed. It's okay.
How can you say there's no proof? There is ample proof. They published this signal texts.
Going forward, we're just going to post everything on Instagram, what we want you all to do out in the field. What the fuck? The fuck is wrong? Just say they fucked up. They fucked up. Just admit they fucked up. It's easy. Just look, we messed up.
This dude's going bullshit. And you know what? This is one time I just get to laugh. The proof is there. Go out and get it.
They sent it to the head of the Atlantic, the editor of the Atlantic magazine. He has a copy of it. He showed people.
Even Trump has to accept the proof, but it's not good enough for 12th man.
Not really, because
it's good enough. It's good enough for Donald Trump.
I haven't seen any detailed text. I haven't seen any detailed text showing out specific battle plans and all that shit.
I think it was 2 hours prior.
It was 2 hours prior. Bullshit,
they had been back and forth like a whole.
How many lads? Oh, we're gonna attack the Houthis. Like that don't happen every other fucking month, dude.
Do you
hold on, Stanley. Stanley, was it a week?
Do you? Yeah, it was like over a few days.
I thought it was like 2 hours before he got it.
No.
And said, it was a whole week?
Well, I don't want to say a week, but it was more than 2 hours.
And they were all
okay.
My understanding is that it happened like over a couple days.
Okay. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you
who got it, who gave it to him, the Atlantic?
No.
Was the Atlantic?
I think if the guy at the Atlantic turned it over to the Houthis, he'd probably be in jail.
Well, here's
Fucking
the deal.
American hating
Here's
communists.
how he wound
Fuck
up
all
on
those
that. Oh,
motherfuckers.
let me tell you, apparently in in Waltz's address book on his phone, he had the wrong phone number tagged to the
Yeah, the
wrong
wrong
name.
name.
This motherfucker couldn't get his address book right.
Forget verification.
And he's the national security advisor. He
Mhm.
can't get the right phone number with the right name in his address
I do
book.
that, by the way. I do that myself. So. I'm just some fucking jerk off out here. So,
Yeah,
well,
so
Hey, it's
what
an honest
secret
mistake,
intelligence
but let me
was-
put it to you this way.
What secret intelligence
Had that
was
happened
shared,
on a
Stanley?
secure
I'm still waiting.
application, had that happened on a secure had that happened on a secure
Bless you,
had
Stanley.
that sorry about that. I hit the cough button too late. But had that mistake happened behind, or behind a firewall or something, we'd never know about it.
yeah. Well, it is. I thought it was, but it was over a couple days. I'll tell you what, that guy at the Atlantic that got it, it's good. It's good that he kept it a secret because it's probably, he could probably get in a lot of trouble for revealing that prior. I would think, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the law there, but I knew if I
Well,
got a text
here's
about
the
this stuff,
deal,
I'd be
though.
like, holy shit, what do I do?
Well, he did. The Atlantic has a podcast, so I heard he's done a couple interviews on his own podcast, and at first he thought it was a hoax. He
Yeah.
could
Well,
not.
no, I can see that.
Yeah, he thought somebody was just like hoaxing him. And he really didn't believe it until they said, "Hey, this is happening in 2 hours," and it happened in 2 hours. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it
Who would?
until the 2 hour.
Who
Like,
would?
hey, this is. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Who would? I'd be like, what the
So
hell?
they say it's going to happen in a couple hours. It happens in a couple hours, and he goes, "Holy shit, this was real."
Mhm. All right, I'll be back in an hour.
All right.
I'll be back in 1 hour. I gotta deal with something right now.
Okay.
I'll be back in an hour.
All right.
All right, bye.
Only in the Trump administration could this possibly happen. So Trump's third term, I think that it says he has floated it publicly and privately. I think he is half serious. I think it's not going to happen because the American people don't like this kind of, hey, the Constitution says 2 terms, you've done your 2 terms, pass it on. And then the other thing I want to point out is that one of the base principles of the military is if you are a leader, you are expendable. And if you're a good leader, your unit will survive and accomplish its mission, even if you get killed off. Okay. If they can't function without you, then you are not an effective leader. So Trump, if he has to do a third term, it means that it is a cult of personality and he's not an effective leader.
There's no way he's gonna get a third term, Stanley. No fucking way.
I don't think so either. I don't think the American people would stand for it.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not really happy with a lot of the stuff he's doing, but I guess
Yeah,
I
well,
voted
you know.
for it. Now I gotta go through it, right?
You do. You do. Now, this is truly scary. A man was sent to El Salvador due to administrative error, despite protected legal status, filings show. So they sent a motherfucker to El Salvador by mistake over an administrative error. And Trump is mad because they're demanding he do due process. This is beautiful.
Didn't he self-deport after that, or one of them did?
No. I think this is in that initial plane load or two that he sent. So let's watch this right quick. If I can find the right video. I might have to reload this. Now, I'm laughing about it, but I think this is just horrible. Hold on one sec.
I think he had some sort of crime way back when, and that's what triggered ICE. Because he had a crime.
Oh, this is your girl. This is your girl,
Got it
Tulsi
mixed up.
Gabbard. Here, let's watch Tulsi.
Okay.
Beyond
My
the
favorite
border,
surfer girl.
Cristino under heavy guard in El Salvador, there to see firsthand
Cristino,
prison holding alleged
Tulsi
Venezuelan
Gabbard.
gang members recently deported from the U.S.
So what she does is wear a tight t-shirt and jeans to visit in El Salvadoran prison.
She's teasing
this woman
Stanley.
This woman has no class.
Do not come to our country illegally.
Well, she
The
is a
president
cowgirl.
touting the deportations.
You see the ones we're taking out. Trendy
He's
Aragua,
unprofessional.
the toughest of all gangs.
But late today, a new legal setback. An appeals court backed up the federal judge who had ordered deportation flights halted temporarily to review whether the administration can legally remove migrants without due process under the Alien Enemies Act. The government says 137 Venezuelans accused of being in the gang Trendy Aragua were deported. However, a lawyer for 31-year-old Andre Hernandez says he was wrongly swept up based only on his tattoos.
He is, in fact, a makeup artist and absolutely no association ever with any type of gang.
In a separate immigration action, new video shows the detention Tuesday of a Turkish PhD student at Tufts University with a valid visa.
Yeah,
Tonight, DHS said Rumesa Oztur engaged in activities in support of
Turkish
Hamas.
guy.
A visa
No,
is a
actually,
privilege,
she's
not a
in
right,
Louisiana.
providing no further details. Tonight, an ICE database says the woman is being held in Louisiana after being detained in Massachusetts. Her lawyer says there's been no contact. Lester?
Kelly, thank you.
I really got to salute the self-deportees.
I don't have to salute shit. I think
Mike O'Brien retired from Ford.
I think
That is a serious
motherfucker, I'm talking.
Shit.
I'm talking. I think what Trump is doing is reckless and basically sloppy.
Well, the
if you have a valid visa, in this particular lady that we're talking about, they took from Tufts University in the Boston area down to Louisiana. All she did was write an editorial. Valid visa, etc. PhD. Motherfucker, don't overtalk me. Valid visa. Wrote an editorial. And they want to deport her. The bottom line is that Trump is going too far with this sort of stuff. Originally, the premise was get all the criminals out. And writing an editorial is not a crime.
So
He's not even holding true to his promises. It's not a crime to write an
But
editorial.
she never committed a crime before, Stanley?
Nope.
Other than just writing an article, are you sure?
100% positive. She's like she's a Harvard science. That's a different one. She is like a PhD candidate at a medical school at Tufts University. No warning. She's going to lunch, and these like 6 of them show up, some of them in masks, just show up and arrest her. No prior warning. They just come up and grab her. Unacceptable.
Well, I gotta admit that seems pretty unprecedented, but
oh no, it's
probably
not.
just a
It's not
mistake.
unprecedented. He's done it several times. There's a Harvard medical school. She's like some scientist. They grabbed her too. Basically, if you wrote something they don't like, I did a story. You probably weren't around. I did a story last night where they've got this. They've got this app that's going and scouring the internet looking for people. Like if you just liked a post, that could be grounds for deportation. They're going too far. And the problem is that the First Amendment protects everybody, even if you're not a citizen. Now, you know, citizens are going to have better protections than non-citizens. But if you're here legally, these people are not illegal immigrants. And they're not just gang members. They're like, you know, lab rats. So once again, Trump is going too far, and there's going to be a boomerang effect. Even Trump voters are human. So this goes a little bit deeper. ICE admits, see this? ICE admits administrative error after Maryland man deported to El Salvador prison despite protected legal status. They made a fucking clerical error. I think it's hilarious. And then Trump gets pissed off when they go, hey, you need some sort of due process. This is not 1798.
Stanley, considering they wouldn't be here if Joe Biden had not opened up the floodgates in the first place. It's just these are
that is okay. So you're saying now you're talking illegal immigration, right?
Well, whatever. If they're
Okay,
here
when
on
you
a
say
visa or a
floodgates,
green card,
when you say floodgates, you're talking illegal
just giving
immigration.
them all everything.
Okay, this man was legally here. He was not illegal.
So are all the ones where all that 58 billion in FEMA money went here.
Okay,
they were
you are the
legally
12th man. I know you are a desperate man searching for something that will be effective. Did you see the headline here? Let me highlight it for you. Maybe let me make sure, because I'm on that page. Let me make sure it's on the screen here. It says ICE admits administrative error.
Yeah,
has nothing to do with Joe Biden.
They admitted.
Okay, motherfucker, god damn it. I don't suffer fools gladly, and you're being one. What does that headline say?
So they made a mistake. Big deal.
Okay.
They're human.
So they made a mistake and sent a motherfucker to an El Salvadoran prison. And all those prisoners, all those prisoners that are going there are going to be doing a year of hard labor.
Okay.
So an administrative error sends you to a totally different country to a prison to do hard labor, and your reaction is, oh, they made a mistake. So they made a mistake. That's your reaction.
They won't be.
May I ask a question? Let me ask a question though.
12
letters.
Motherfucker, wait your turn. Wait your turn till I'm.
You booty clapping?
No, dude, we're not doing this. Can you wait your turn?
Why you booty clapping for immigrants?
I need to deal with this. So your reaction is, so they made a mistake? Dude was married.
What was they admitted?
I don't know that he's got kids.
He'll be coming
They're
back,
snatching.
Stanley.
They're
What the
snatching motherfuckers due to administrative error and sending them to a terrorist prison in the jungle. And your response
Yeah,
is,
well, it probably wouldn't have been here.
Dude, I am getting a good laugh out of this. Mulatto, welcome. How you doing? What's your question?
Yes,
I'm glad
very
you're
briefly.
happy, Stanley.
Well, one mic at a time. He passed
I'm
me the mic.
ecstatic.
And my question is, Stanley, why are you booty clapping for the immigrants?
What does booty clapping mean? Can you describe what booty clapping is?
Well, no, you would have to describe that because that's what you're doing.
Motherfucker, you use the term.
You're on the immigrant twerk team.
Okay, so you're using terms you don't even know what you mean?
No, I know what I mean. The
I
question
need
is,
before
why are
I
you-
can answer before I can answer that question, I need to know what booty clapping means.
Yes, you are virtue signaling for immigrants that are ethnically
Oh, you
displacing
mean you mean virtue signaling.
for attention. Yes, you're booty clapping. So the question is,
So booty
why are you
clapping
booty
means
clapping?
virtue signal. Let me make
Yes.
sure we're on the same sheet
I know
of
you're
music
senile.
here.
Yes, I
So
know you're senile.
booty,
Yes,
yeah,
go ahead.
you know what? I know you lisp when you
I
say
can tell.
senile.
I can tell you're senile. Yes.
Okay,
go
I
ahead.
can. When you do, you know,
There's no lisp in senile. Checkmate.
Has anyone ever told you? Has anyone ever told you
Go
you
ahead.
lisp your S's?
All right. Is there an S in senile? Checkmate.
Senile, senile. Yes,
All
there's
right.
an
Is
S
there a
in
lisp?
senile.
Is there a
And
lisp
my
in
question,
senile?
has anyone ever told you you
Yes.
lisp your S's?
Is there a lisp in senile? Checkmate.
Okay, you know what? You can checkmate all you want.
Yes.
I'm
So back to the question: why are you
I'm
booty
basically
clapping for
I'm
immigrants?
gonna own you. I'm gonna own you and
But
your
why are you booty
chessboard.
clapping for immigrants?
What does
Is the
booty
question.
clapping mean again?
You're twerking for attention
What
that
does
immigrants will never give you.
what does booty clapping mean again?
You're stumbling and fumbling. Rearticulate yourself correctly.
I don't think I'm stumbling and fumbling.
So rearticulate your question.
I literally stopped your question at a definition.
Yeah. So what's the answer?
I think I'm the
Yes.
checkmate here.
So how long you gonna booty clap for immigrants, my old friend?
I'm gonna booty clap until you can tell me what booty clap means.
So you're a gay elder. Checkmate.
Oh,
You're
God.
a booty clapping, twerking
That's
elder.
weak,
Checkmate.
man.
Yeah, this motherfucker. You know
You're a
what?
weirdo.
You
Yes.
must be one of. Do you listen to Truism the Storm Crow?
No one's laughing. So back to the focal point. How
Okay,
long
no.
will you
It's an
twerk
he's an
for the
actual
immigrants?
he's an actual content creator. You sound
I know.
like one of his.
I know you have ADHD, but the
Okay,
question is,
dude.
how long will you twerk?
The question is, do you belong? Are you a member and a fan of Truism, the Storm Crow? Because you sound as shortchanged in your thought process as he does. Okay, you keep going checkmate. Is it like Tourette's? Every time you think you make a point, you go checkmate? That sounds like a condition.
You know I'm cooking you. That's why you got to put me backstage.
Yeah, you're
the
cooking
question
me,
is-
son. You're
the
cooking
question
me,
is,
son.
My old
It hurts.
friend.
I'm a frog in a boiling pot when you come up to the panel.
No, you're the immigrant twerk team mascot. You're the immigrant twerk team mascot. So the question is, with all due respect, how long will you twerk for the immigrants that are ethnically displacing you?
Ethnically displaced? Displacing
Yes.
me?
Yes. Well, I'll give you an example. Look at the immigrant on the screen that you're twerking for. He's from PG County, Maryland. Are you aware that PG County used to be approximately over 80% Black American. Now that number is
Yeah,
down
it
to
used to
60.
be. I think it was
Checkmate.
PG. Okay, motherfucker, I'm about to tell you the
That's
history
checkmate
of
right
PG
there.
County.
Yes.
Nah,
You're
it's not
twerking for the
checkmate.
immigrants.
Nah, you're not going to let me talk, are you? Am I going to have to put you in the back so I can talk?
You let the
that what
immigrants give it to you from the back.
See, I'm trying to talk and you're talking at the same time.
Yes, make your point.
PG County used to be, was it PG
Yes.
County? That Chevy Chase is in PG County, right?
No, that's in Montgomery. You old fool.
Okay, I'm getting the two mixed up. Montgomery
Yes, you are.
County.
So mute up so I can teach you.
Of course, you're gonna overtalk.
Mute up so I can teach you.
Of course, you're gonna overtalk. Montgomery County used to be like the richest Black county, one of the richest.
No, it was PG. You need to mute up so I can educate.
Okay, no. I don't mute up. I'm the host.
So you'd rather just be a dummy?
So it was PG County. So PG County, did the Black people get poorer or did they move to richer places?
Actually, they got overpopulated and ethnically displaced.
Motherfucker, you don't get overpopulated if you don't move somewhere else. My question, in essence, maybe I'll break it down.
I'm trying to answer your question. It's a mix of both.
Maybe I will break it down for your... Maybe I'll break it down for you. Why did the Black people move away and the immigrants move in? Did the Black people move away to better places? They couldn't afford the houses? Give me specific reasons for the overtaking.
Yes, you old Black. Now, what happened in PG County is, as the immigrant population rapidly increased, the homelessness rate amongst the Black Americans rapidly increased as well. Now, the few Blacks.
Dots. Can you connect the dots?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that.
The causation, correlation, is it causation or correlation?
I'm trying to answer your bitch ass question.
You have to mute
up.
It quick. Do it quick.
You have to mute up.
I'm losing.
I know you have
patience.
ADHD.
I'm losing. I have ADHD.
You have lead paint poisoning, my black.
I have ADHD and I don't suffer fools like yourself gladly. You're making this painful. Make it quick. Quick, sharp, simple, and direct.
You mean like how you give immigrants quickies?
Okay, so how did an influx of immigrants lead to Black homelessness?
Mute up for the answer.
I don't
mute up for the answer.
You mute up.
So, bitch, why
I will not mute up.
So why ask me a question, bitch?
Motherfucker, just answer. Give me the answer. Give me the answer.
Yes, and it's a complete sentence. The same housing units and job opportunities that the immigrants work used to be worked by Black Americans. So this has caused a homelessness increase and an unemployment increase amongst the Blacks.
I don't think it was. You need to prove.
It don't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay, motherfucker. Actually, it does matter what I think. I need statistics. Some weird dude coming yelling checkmate is a verbal tick is not proof of anything. Give me stats, buddy. So he didn't last long now. I guess he took his checkmate and left. So anyway, back to this Maryland man, where see, this is the other thing that confuses me, that he lives in PG County. What does that have to do with his deportation? I bet that dude's a Trump voter. Sounds like one. So anyway, we'll move on from that hot potato. Department of Justice to seek death penalty for Luigi Mangione in CEO murder case. Basically, they're gonna. It's fairly rare that the federals seek the death penalty. What do you think of that?
Well, I think if you shoot a man in the back, then you deserve to be hung. You know, like, I wish they would bring back hangings like that too, instead of All these
Why do you
pussy
why do
heads,
you why do you prefer hanging over gassing?
or well, give them a choice. You know, like take the
So
firing
you
squad or take the hanging.
Oh wow. So give him a choice, huh?
Cheaper, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd rather go out by firing squad myself if I ever committed such a heinous crime like that. You know,
Right.
he's lucky he didn't get shot on the spot, Stanley.
Shot by whom? He escaped.
No,
I mean,
I thought
it
you
took
were
them.
talking.
Remember, it took them a few days.
Oh yeah. I remember now. You mention it. But they
Yeah.
did get
They,
him.
as a matter of fact, I think they caught him at a McDonald's.
Is that
Which
right?
was, yeah. He was like eating, and they walked in and said, "Hey, come with us." Probably
Yeah.
treated him better than immigrants. That poor little woman who comes out of her lab going to lunch gets abducted by 6 ICE agents. I bet Luigi got better treatment. Let me know if this gets choppy. It's in high def. I'll turn the sound off. This is Portugal. I've never been to Portugal. I'd love to go. We got a runner. You know what, Dan? You like that caller? I found him highly illiterate and wants to go checkmate as a verbal tech. Doesn't mean you won an argument. And too many people of that ilk want to come in and, they think they're the world that Stanley is versus. They're not the world. Most people in the world actually can think. And I
Oh,
sometimes
Stanley,
wonder. Yes,
I
sir.
have something if you get around to it. The new F-47 fighter, I got a little video footage on that, and I was
Yeah,
wondering
we
if
can we can
I'd
hold
like
that
to get
for
your thoughts on that. I'd
we can
like,
hold that for
um,
tomorrow's show.
okay.
Cause actually I don't know. I've run out of news stories. I don't know, maybe
Why do you have to wait till tomorrow? It's
well,
only like
I had this show planned out and
it's like
I've run out
30
of my
seconds
plan.
long. It's
All
only
right,
like
well
30
put it
seconds
in the back
long.
then.
I did earlier. I
Oh,
need
you
to
did?
send it. Yeah,
No, I see it.
I just didn't want to interrupt. You know.
Now, is this an actual flight? Because it looks like looks like AI or something. Yeah, it's an advertisement. Okay, gotcha. Hold on one sec.
After the new one Trump announced the other day that's already been out for 5 years. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Like these new planes they're coming out with. And I wonder if they'll be like AI driven or
Well,
like
from what I
Elon Musk
understand,
was saying.
from
Elon
what
Musk
I
was
under
saying, sorry,
from what
Stanley.
I understand, they'll be able to control drones, so it'll be its own little squadron there. Let me see.
Yeah, sixth generation fighter, supposedly. Yeah, I've been trying to find some real footage of one. I don't know if they're still out. If Trump says they've been out 5 years, I don't know.
Trump says a lot of things. I think there's only like one or two built, so you're not going to get a whole lot of footage.
Yeah, say how they can defy gravity and all that shit.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I was looking
Maybe
for that
what they
one.
mean is they can do, higher G type maneuvers. That's probably what they mean. But
I don't know. It might have been AI too, Stanley, but I was watching this one video earlier today, and it was just sitting wide over a wavy ocean, just floating there. You know what I mean? That was pretty badass. Like,
well, you mean
dang.
like it's a V-stall, like a vertical takeoff?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one too. It's like everything. I love aircraft. Anyway, thanks for showing it, Stanley.
No problem. So let's see, what have we here? What's up, Mike? Give me 1 sec. Be right back.
Is that Georgia waking up? Atlanta getting going in the morning?
No, it's after 8, so the school kids have been up for a while. No, this is Paris.
Oh wow.
I don't know. We can check. I haven't looked at the morning newspapers. Let's see what we got here. Probably nothing horribly new. News doesn't change much overnight. So, liberal wins Wisconsin Supreme Court race in blow to Trump Musk, but I still think it's counterbalanced a bit by Florida.
Well,
White
yes,
House
Stanley.
studying cost of Greenland takeover. Man, these guys. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just gonna say that there's another race too that wasn't covered so much, but it was. I think it might have been Utah or somewhere like that, and it wasn't really covered. But Republicans won 4 out of the 5 races, and Wisconsin did pass voter ID, so they're not blue or red. They've always been a
Okay, well that
flip
actually
state.
wasn't the significance of the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. The basically liberals retaining the majority on the court was a big deal in a Republican state, one that went for Trump, and Elon Musk failed to influence a Republican win. Those are the two things about Wisconsin that are significant.
Yeah, I went to even deeper, Stanley, and I started looking into their school board elections and stuff like that, and a lot of them went red too from blue. Just like school board now, elections, shit like that.
Oh, Val Kilmer died. I forgot. Yeah, he was fairly young, but
I got your blueberry. or Huckleberry. No, my bad.
I have no idea what you're alluding to.
Was
You know,
when
my thing is that you know, he was so young. Shit, 5 years older
when
than
he
me.
was Doc Holliday in Tombstone. That was
Right.
Val
Well,
Kilmer.
he
Was
had
Doc
cancer or
Holliday?
something, I think.
Yeah, the throat, and he lost his voice, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Let's see. What is this? Supreme Court takes up Planned Parenthood funding and patient rights. That ought to be, excuse me, that ought to be interesting. Trump says he's already scored more business deals than Biden. Oh, I did a story yesterday. Trump has mentioned Biden like 300 and some times, like 316 times in 3 months. And I take it that's where you and Solid Snake, it's like every 2 minutes, but Biden did. I find it cute.
Well, you don't like to bring up the hypocrisy, Stanley. I already figured that
No,
out.
I don't like to bring it up because it's generally not relevant. You know, bringing it up every time Trump fucks up isn't effective.
Well, you get what you give. So if it's
Do
okay
I?
for Joe Biden to
Do I
do it,
really?
it's okay for Trump to do it.
And then there, you know, like I was talking about, when you start using that sort of litmus test, then I start making more comparisons. Is Trump as infirm as Biden seemed to be or was proven to be?
Well, no,
Is he as
Stanley.
is he as senile as it seems Biden was?
Well,
I think
Stanley,
so. I think that Trump hiring people like Michael Waltz to be national security advisor was a sign of
excuse me. Sorry,
was a
Stanley.
sign
Man,
of
just came on.
I think it was a sign of dementia. Is Liza Minnelli still alive? All right, well, let's look at the New York Times. Yep, talking about Wisconsin again.
How many percentage points did Crawford win by, Stanley? Something I didn't look into yet. They're
By
pretty
10,
significant.
55 to 45, according to this.
It's not.
So that's not small potatoes in a deeply partisan.
Well, it is a swing state, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a swing state anymore. I would pretty much call it Republican. You know, they keep electing Ron Johnson. So, I mean, I think you're right. It's swing, but I think it's purple, but more red than blue. Georgia, you know, Georgia has two Democratic senators. I would never call it a blue state.
Yeah, same with Alaska. I think it's more purple. Stanley, like,
Oops.
yeah, we have 3 supposedly red senators, but and 1 congressman, Nick Baggett, 2 senators, and Nick Baggett.
How many? You only have? You've got how many congressmen do you have? How many House of Representative
Just 1
members?
congressman.
Damn,
that's Nick Baggett. Yeah.
I didn't realize the population was that small.
Yeah. Well, if you look at landmass per capita, we're the least populated country in the whole country, basically.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Trump is set to unveil expansive global tariffs today. We'll see what the
Yeah, I heard
results
he already
later on
come
tonight.
out. He already
Did
came
it?
out with it. I heard, Stanley.
It's only 8 o'clock. I doubt he has. He doesn't wake up that early. China's new barges could make a tough task easier invading Taiwan. Yeah, they're doing war games, like unannounced war games off of Taiwan. Yeah, here it is. Chinese exercises around Taiwan enter second day. Let's listen to this.
China's military exercises around Taiwan enter second day. This article is by Chris Buckley and read by an automated voice. China held military exercises around Taiwan for a second day on Wednesday, sending warships and fighter planes near the island in what Beijing said was a warning to its president, Lai Ching-te, after he called China a foreign hostile force. The second day of exercises would focus on the Chinese military's abilities to control and seal off seas and skies around Taiwan. Senior Colonel Shi Yi, a spokesman for the People's Liberation Army Regional Command that oversees Taiwan, said in a statement. Senior Colonel Shi also said that in the East China Sea, farther from Taiwan, Chinese forces held live-fire long-distance strikes on simulated targets of key ports and energy facilities. Chinese officials have said that the display of military might was prompted by a speech that Mr. Lai gave on March 13th, in which he called China a foreign hostile force, and laid out 17 measures that he said would combat deepening Chinese subversion and spying in Taiwan. Those included restoring military tribunals to hear cases against military personnel accused of spying. Beijing claims Taiwan as its territory, and officials describe Mr. Lai as an independence activist fundamentally opposed to their goals. On Wednesday, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said that 13 Chinese Navy ships had been deployed on all sides of Taiwan, and another 8 Chinese warships, including an aircraft carrier, were about 190 nautical miles west of the island. China had also deployed 10 Coast Guard ships, which often work closely with the military, around Taiwan and its smaller islands. Earlier in the day, the Taiwanese Defense Ministry said Chinese military aircraft had flown 76 sorties near Taiwan in the previous 24 hours. Major General Meng Shangqing, a Chinese military scholar who often serves as a spokesman, said that the exercises were intended to warn Taiwan of the risks and costs of a real blockade. A joint blockade would use our big weaponry to stop Taiwan independent separatists from escaping and prevent outside assistance from entering the island, he said in a video on China's main military news website. If Taiwan loses its sea supply lines, its domestic resources will be quickly exhausted, and its social order will descend into chaos. But despite Beijing's fiery language and sizable military display, experts said that the exercises appeared intended to intimidate Taiwan without tipping over into a wider confrontation. Mr. Lai and his Democratic Progressive Party deny that Taiwan is a part of China, a key premise of Beijing's claim that the island is its territory. And officials in Beijing have already vehemently denounced Mr. Lai's recent speech. On Tuesday, Chinese media published cartoons that depicted Mr. Lai as a parasitic grub. It's trying to get in closer to Taiwan to exert more psychological pressure, Su Su-yun, another researcher at the Institute for National Defense and Security Research, said of China's latest exercises. While Beijing has linked the exercises to Mr. Lai's comments, Mr. Su and other experts said China's leaders also appeared to be sending an implicit message to the Trump administration. Mr. Lai has sought to maintain U.S. support for Taiwan during President Trump's term, including by promising to raise its military spending to more than 3% of the island's economic output this year. The publicity around the exercise likely also has the U.S. in mind. They want to persuade the Trump administration that Lai is a troublemaker and to deter the U.S. from maintaining high levels of support to Taiwan, said Amanda Shao, an analyst for the Eurasia Group who monitors Chinese foreign policy and China-Taiwan tensions. The exercises came days after the U.S. Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, visited Tokyo to discuss strengthening military ties with Japan. Mr. Hegseth said there that the Trump administration would focus on countering Chinese power, including its efforts to squeeze Taiwan. America is committed to sustaining robust, ready, and credible deterrence in the Indo-Pacific, including across the Taiwan Strait, Mr. Hegseth said in a news conference with Japan's Defense Minister, Gen Nakatani. Mr. Hegseth has also issued internal guidelines in the Pentagon that say U.S. forces must focus on deterring China from trying to seize Taiwan by force, The Washington Post reported. Still, China may not have an appetite right now for extended military exercises that could deepen the divisions between the Trump administration and China's leader, Xi Jinping. Mr. Xi is already squaring off with Mr. Trump over additional U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods that were imposed last month, with possibly more tariffs to come this week. The official Chinese statements about the latest exercises did not mention the United States. China is definitely interested in not showing weakness, Wen Tisung, a researcher in Taiwan and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub, said of Mr. Xi's approach to the Trump administration. But China will respond with just enough firmness to make sure that an off-ramp for it still remains.
That's an interesting looking carrier there. The little ski jump at the end. Let's see, where do we go? Oh, I actually something just popped up on my phone, which is kind of troubling, actually. Apparently, Israel is expanding its Gaza offensive, so we're gonna go back to where we were.
Israel is expanding Gaza offensive, Defense Minister says, squeezing Hamas. This article is by Aaron Boxerman and read by an automated voice. Israel's defense minister announced on Wednesday an expansion of its military offensive in Gaza, including plans to seize large areas of the enclave, an apparent attempt to pile more pressure on Hamas as efforts to restore a shattered ceasefire falter. The remarks, which echoed a similar threat by the minister Israel Katz last month, suggest that Israel intends to hold captured territory, at least temporarily, in a shift from earlier tactics. In the 15-month military campaign that preceded the January truce, Israeli forces stormed Gazan cities before withdrawing, leaving behind vast destruction but allowing Palestinian militants to regroup in the rubble. Mr. Katz said newly captured territory would be added to the security zones that the military currently maintains in Gaza, which include a buffer along the enclave's borders with Egypt and Israel, and much of a key road in the center of the enclave. He added that the expanding operation involved wide-scale evacuations of Gaza's population from combat zones. He did not elaborate as to how much territory he hoped to capture or for how long. Since the ceasefire collapsed in late March, Israeli forces have been advancing deeper into the Gaza Strip, including in the southern city of Rafah, though they have not been sweeping through Palestinian cities as they did before the truce. Both sides have been speaking to mediators about a potential deal to restore the truce, so far without success. It is far from clear whether either side could force the other to accept its terms for an agreement through military means. Hamas is demanding an end to the war and a full Israeli withdrawal in exchange for the release of all hostages. This week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel laid out what appeared to be his demands for post-war Gaza, all of which are likely to be non-starters for Hamas. They include Hamas's laying down its arms, comprehensive Israeli security control in Gaza, and the implementation of President Trump's proposal that Gazans leave en masse. That's the plan, Mr. Netanyahu said in remarks distributed by his office on Sunday. We aren't hiding this. We're ready to talk about it at any time. The Israeli military resumed its attacks against Hamas in Gaza.
So, hey, Tom. So that to me pretty much seems their goal. They're just basically gonna force the Palestinians out. I can't imagine anything just more inhuman. So, any
Yeah,
thoughts?
that's one thing I don't like about this administration at all is all the warmongering that's still going on, and yeah, we're gonna still fund Ukraine and keep that like we got all these proxy wars going on all over the world, and I'm sure Tulsi Gabbard's not happy about it either, because she's always
Well,
been
Tulsi,
anti-war like
Tulsi,
that.
Tulsi. Who cares what Tulsi thinks? Least of all, Donald Trump. She's a loyal soldier. That's all he cares about.
Former Democrat.
Relevant how?
How's it going, Tom? Enjoyed your
Can't answer the
spiel
question.
on the enjoyed your spiel on the Richard Pryor today.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
yesterday.
that was a master class.
Really?
It's honestly, and I'm not bullshitting. It's probably the best kind of like short, well, encapsulation of his career that I've seen, and I've seen a few over the years. It was really good.
Thank you. I think what 12th Man was saying was she's a lot like Donald Trump.
A former Democrat.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't think of that.
That's why they get along.
Well, how many Democrats joined Republicans to put Trump over? Instead, we'd have Camel Toe Harris. Like, do you really think we'd be better off with Camel Toe?
Did you say Camel Toe Eric?
Camel Toe Harris.
Oh.
We'd be better
what?
off with
I
the
don't
same old.
I don't tend to like these sort of counterfactual what ifs. We have what we have, and
I think
we have to reap the whirlwind we
Ronald
voted
Reagan
for.
even started out as a Democrat, I believe.
Yeah, well, now back when he switched, Democrat meant a different thing.
Well, and he famously said, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party; it left me."
Yeah,
they left me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
People switch all the time. It's not a big deal.
Well, what, Dave? Why is Tiffany Henyard important?
She's still relevant, man. She's out here trying to get in. She turned her back on the Democrat Party. She's out here trying to get in, get her. I think I forget what seat she was running for, but yeah, she's trying to stay in politics. I think she's super relevant.
Okay, again, why do we care about Tiffany Henyard? So what?
Why would you not care?
Because I don't live in Illinois, for starters.
Well, these women, these are the women that represent the group, right?
Okay, you know what? Just so you know, apparently this debate is gonna happen whether I want it to or not. And I will get to kind of at least put on record. I don't think there is a group. I think that Black people limit themselves when they say Tiffany Henyard represents a significant portion of Black women. I think we are our own worst enemies. And to be honest, after Truism's show on Friday night and Saturday night, I actually think white people being racist is not our problem. I think our problem is Black people being anti-black.
I tried to
And
get
I'm not,
AC to admit something the other day.
I'm not being hyperbolic. I've kind of this weekend kind of put me over that edge. It's the John Galts. It's the truisms. Be brave is a problem. I think anti-black blacks are a bigger problem.
The 70%,
Motherfucker,
Stanley.
that 70%, that 70% is be brave trying to live up to smarter white people. He wants to
Yeah, you
sound
already proved it's
he
bullshit.
wants to sound smarter than he really is. Again,
Good morning,
Asian
Brooklyn.
excellence I've caught shit for,
What's up,
but
Frank?
I've been proven right
What's
on
up?
that. And black people being our own worst enemy is the other thing. And I'm not even talking about the inner city because most black people don't live in the inner city.
But
It
Stanley,
is.
I disagree with you. I want to tell
Don't
you
just.
why,
No,
though.
no.
No,
I
I
need
want
to
to tell
finish.
you why, though. The why is
I
important.
need to finish.
My
If you
bad.
don't
Go ahead.
mind,
Go ahead.
it is the moderately educated but ill-read black people who think black people can do no wrong that are the problem. The racism is within the black community. Now, this is a very limited experience. I am old, so I've experienced a wide variety of types of black people, but by no means, am I an expert. But intuition, experience, and the John Galt universe has convinced me that the most racist people against black people are black Republicans, black MAGA, and those various offshoots. We're our own biggest racist problem. So please go ahead, Dave.
There's a couple ways I can
Yeah, make them
dissect
quick because I'm getting bored and tired.
that. I know this isn't your favorite topic, but when you go into that, you're going to get a
It's
partial
actually my
agreement.
favorite topic. It's the people who can't figure out what I'm saying that annoy me.
But this whole topic is like the group that's over here don't like to lie to themselves, and they're just being honest about it.
I don't think they're being honest. I think they're being racist.
Okay, they might enjoy it, the honesty that
Okay,
to the
well, you know
dismay of
what?
those in that group.
If you're enjoy, they're not being honest. They don't have their facts right. Most of their facts come from Tiffany Henyard videos. You literally said that she represents something. Um,
Yes, he definitely does.
I don't think that's true. She
But
does not represent black women. She represents herself and her former constituents. But I would not look at Tiffany Henyard and go, "Hey, the next black woman I meet on the street is going to be like Tiffany Henyard." I would never think that because it's
when you
not
was on
true.
the panel with the lady who was gun popping with you, it's the same thing.
Oh, you know what? Now, you actually thought I wasn't just trying to get a rhetorical advantage. I don't know that woman.
You're doing that to me now.
Oh, well, no. Uh,
Your
as I
diatribes
said,
are trying to get a
I
rhetorical advantage.
literally said that what annoys me is people, and maybe I should be more explicit. That gum popping comment was literally a joke.
I like it.
It was literally me a stereotype to gain a rhetorical advantage on a panel where we were bumping heads.
Is
I
that
don't
anything like
other than
butt
other than
clapping,
other than listening to her
gum
show.
clapping, butt
God damn it,
clapping?
12th man, why do you feel comfortable interjecting here?
Well, I just want to know, did they have something to
Okay,
do with
wait
it?
your turn. You can ask your question when I'm done with Dave. Yes, I made the gum popping joke, but it was literally a joke. I don't know that woman. She sounds like a good woman, quite frankly.
Yeah, she seems cool.
So
I'm not saying
you
that. I'm not saying
you do realize that the gum popping was me just trying to get an upper hand in a heated argument.
I understand exactly what's going on. Now, if I may, can I get into it, or
What do you understand? I need to make sure you actually understand.
God, you want to be so thorough with me? Why, Stanley?
Motherfucker, thorough. So you're complaining
You
about me
want
being
me to get
thorough?
caught in the
I
gutter on this
expect
non-factor?
better, Dave. I expect better from you.
Stanley, I literally have 5 minutes to make a point and get up out of your hair.
Okay, well, go ahead and make your point. You should have just said, "Hey, my time is limited." You could have told me that up front.
That's respect I have for you. I let you get it off. There you go.
No, you know what, and it's appreciated. My bad.
The reason why I was saying that she's relevant, it depends on what aspect you're going to look at this. I mean, you can see a familiar behavior pattern that's going on with this particular type, and why it's such a. She reminds me of Crockett. You'll see. You'll see. And
Okay,
everything
well,
that people
all
are
I
saying
have
is wrong
to
with
say,
Crockett.
in all honesty, y'all are younger. You're not of the book generation or the go outside. Dude, I have known black females for over 60 years. I have never met anyone like Jasmine Crockett, and I've never met anyone like Tiffany Henyard. I would never, and I've known, dude, I grew up in a black neighborhood. I've never
Would you
known
believe
anyone
me
like
if I
her.
would you believe me if I told you that there is more of a majority like those two archetypes?
I probably wouldn't believe you.
See, that's the problem. And yeah, I was the
Why is it
outsider.
a
I was the
problem?
outsider. Because you
Okay,
do.
you are basing it on videos.
I'm putting evidence in your face. That's all.
Uh, you call this video evidence?
It can be, along with the example of the gum pop.
Okay.
I'm not saying you calling her a gum pop. There was a behavior there that you're going to see
There
that's
was
similar to
a stereotypical behavior.
Yes.
Okay, she came up hot, and I told her I wasn't going to deal with her gum popping ways.
What percentage of the
Tiffany
women do you
Henyard.
think act like
Now,
all
if
three
you're
of those?
saying Tiffany Henyard is a stereotype, or Jasmine Crockett is being a stereotype, I would agree with that.
Okay, so what percentage of the women
I don't know.
are?
I have no clue.
If you had to answer, give what do you think? Your opinion. It's only opinion.
I would literally think a very small percentage.
Oh God. Oh,
How many
okay.
black women are in politics? Not many.
But that explains why you don't understand why the John Galt
Okay, see,
universe is the
this
way
is
it is.
what this is. See, this is the most interesting thing, and I hate to toot my own horn. I know way more than I could take you and John Galt and combine you, and I know more. Okay, y'all are discounting what I actually know, and you know what? I hate to admit this. Y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'm dead serious when I say this. I'm not even being mean. Y'all don't know shit.
It's not easy to convince anybody.
Stanley knows
Okay, this
all.
isn't a
He is
matter.
the end all.
This isn't a matter of convincing. I'm literally have been studying, reading, knowing people. Dude, I have multiple inputs that have formed my opinion over 60 years, and I still think you and John Galt are full of shit. If you live in the ghetto and you embrace the ghetto, it's gonna be how you view the world. I know John. John has been all over Africa and all that shit, and somehow or another, he couldn't get the ghetto out of him. He left the ghetto, but that saying, you can take the boy out of the ghetto, but you can't get the ghetto out of the boy. That's John Galt.
I don't disagree with you on the point, but the personal example, I haven't
That's
looked that
the
far into.
problem. You guys want to form a worldview based on anecdotes, and that is literally the dumbest thing you can possibly do.
Well, I'm not trying to judge
Form
John,
a
but
world,
I can see
form
what
a
you're saying. Yeah.
worldview, and maybe it's impossible not to have a worldview that way, but I think it's possible to have an informed worldview. Don't just
Do
base
I
it.
articulate myself in a manner that would make
It's
you
not
think I
how
have a
you
ghetto
articulate,
point of view?
dude. It's not what it's not. It's not how you articulate. It's what you articulate.
I'm articulating my observable reality.
I think you speak well if you want your Joe Biden, Obama as well spoken moment.
Thank you. I appreciate
It's what you articulate that's the problem.
I never said that I was wrong. You told me before I have a skewed point of view, and I accept that. What you call it? You called it something. And I said, yeah, I
And
know it.
Dave,
I'm aware, and I accept
I
it.
also think you are awfully smart. I regret that you have this worldview. You think Tiffany Henyard is the typical black woman. I don't. I've dated black women. My mother was a black woman. My grandmothers were black. My sister's black. I've known her friends. I've had black female friends. I've known them in the Navy. I've known them up on a goddamn mountain, met them like walking on a gravel road somewhere. I've never met a Tiffany Henyard. I've never met a Jasmine Crockett. The connection between those two is politics, and they tend to be a little performative. I don't think they're typical.
I don't want to say it's sad, but you said you haven't dated in 25 years. They don't wear these on the outside. This is something that
You
you
know
come
what?
to know.
I might concede a little bit of ground that I haven't been out in the field.
That's the problem.
However, I still do I know black women, even if I don't date them.
Now, Stanley, mind you, your generation wouldn't behave
Oh,
in this
my
manner
generation.
either. No, I mean, because you strike me as a guy that likes to date within an age range. At a certain point that you reach, you're going to get this behavior over and over and over again.
Okay, well, you know what?
The generations change.
I don't know that I can dispute you. I just don't.
If they were as honorable as the ones that you've come across, I would never be talking to you like this, man. You gotta figure, you got so many people saying the same thing. It might be an ounce of truth in it.
Okay, well, I have the same people who all voted Trump. They all think the same way. They
That's
are not.
probably why
They are
voted
not
that way.
the black people specifically in the John Galt space are not a typical cross section of the black community.
In the traditional sense, you're right.
Not in any sense. You all have that same anti-black mindset.
Well, modernity will do that to you.
Dude, I do leave the house every now and again. I do go down to Savannah every now and again.
You never see Ratchet when you leave the house? You never see anything
I
that's
don't
like...
go to, you know what? If I went to Ratchet places, I would see Ratchet people.
Is your house in a gated community?
No.
Stanley, do they got ratchets in
Okay, but I
Savannah?
also want to emphasize my neighborhood out in the county, out in rural Carroll County, Georgia, it is mixed. And I don't know the census. I don't live in the city. I don't even live near Carrollton, but I can go walking along the road. There will be white people living across from black people in fucking nice houses. Okay. This is one of the most mixed and tranquil neighborhoods I've ever lived in.
Yeah, that's kind of like
So
my neighborhood.
it
I'm
could
I'm
be
the only one in my neighborhood.
right, but well, that's good for you, but I'm not the only one in my neighborhood, but every damn body mows their lawn, tends their house, and everything is good.
Who mows your lawn, Stanley?
Why the fuck does it matter to you? It's not you, 12th man. That's all you need to know. Anytime you want to come down and
I'd
mow my
mow
lawn,
your
let me
old
know.
ass lawn.
For all
I'd
you know,
mow.
I have goats who do it.
You have a goat to do it?
No, that's a joke.
We gotta
So
see
anyway,
that.
Dave, you kind of caught me flat-footed. I can't dispute you having not met a wide variety. And the black women I do meet, I have to admit, I will meet like, I've met a couple young girls, through my son, friends of his. I know my niece, I know my sister. Yeah, my over the years, my view might be kind of narrow, and maybe I'm clinging to the hope, but even if I go and look on TV, there are not many Tiffany Henyards out there. And I think y'all concentrate on Tiffany Henyard, y'all concentrate on Jasmine Crockett, and you could just go right out on YouTube and see a variety of black women that are not like Tiffany Henyard.
You're
And
right.
Yeah,
if
like
Usually they're
Portia.
turned sideways.
if they are content creators, they're by definition performative.
Most of them
Portia's
are.
nothing
Most of
like those creeps. Portia hates Jasmine Crockett.
and those are just two examples. There's more than that. This is the two biggest flamboyant examples. That's all.
Yeah, you said it, flamboyant. Most people, not just black women, most people are not flamboyant.
They were okay. They had to suppress it until they don't anymore. But this is what you see from the 40 and
Oh my
down
god.
crowd. Trust me, man. If I'm
All right,
lying,
you
somebody
know
else come
what?
up here.
Like I
So
said,
somebody
you're
else come up
you're
here and tell him the
you're,
same thing, and he won't. He don't
you're
want to hear it
kind of
from me.
caught me flat-footed. Maybe I'm coming from some old man perspective. I guess I'm just gonna have to, I'm gonna have to let
No,
you win this.
Stanley, you remind
I
people
don't.
how it should
Let
be.
me just come out and say it. I don't know. Maybe I hope you're not right.
Me too. That's the sad part. But I kind of don't care at this point. I kind of got my
Well,
family,
motherfucker,
my
you
circle.
don't have to. You're married.
Yeah, I know. I got my
That's when
I
you
got my
stop.
circle.
That's when you stop caring.
But it's entertaining at this point.
And
You
see,
can, Dave, you got a dog
I
barking.
seek different forms of entertainment.
Deacon
The
Dave, you got
entertainment.
a dog barking?
No, I don't. I heard your dog.
One
But
But no,
dog.
Dave, I need you to hear what I said. I am reluctantly and let's just say I am temporarily conceding the argument because I don't have a good counter argument. I have not been in the quote game literally, let's see, for at least almost 25 years. So I don't know.
I gotta go crack open a bottle when I get off because I might be 1-10 against you. I gotta celebrate my win.
It's a temporary win. I might
You're
just
gonna
have
come up and
I
be
might
the
just have
next
to get
solid
out in the
snake.
streets to prove you wrong.
Sorry, Stanley. You're gonna drink
That was
bottle.
my mission.
I'm gonna try to work on the second win from here on out. But
Hey, keep working. Hey, I am not averse to letting people win, but you have to earn it.
that's what's up. Hey, yeah, if you show this though, this is what you. I'm not gonna say it's typical, okay? But
Well, this is 40 minutes also. I don't, I'll play a couple minutes if you want.
yeah, you can skip through it. She gets the
And
tripping
I'll
out
I'll
thing.
well, I'm not going to even skip through it. Tiffany Hilliard is not. What are you trying to prove? She's not my cup of tea or anyone's cup of tea. Certainly not her voters' cup of tea. And
Yeah,
Jasmine Crockett, that shit's gonna get boring. I think Jasmine Crockett is either gonna go the AOC route, because you remember AOC when she started was a little bit of a firebrand. She's a lot more stateswoman like now. Now the thing is Jasmine Crockett, I had no idea she was in her 40s. I thought she was like maybe in her mid 30s or something. I do agree that she is problematic. You know who Stacey Plaskett is?
I've heard of her. I'm not
Okay,
100%
well,
sure.
motherfucker, this is the anti. Let me find her. This would be my preference. She's a lawyer too, by the way.
Jasmine might go the Maxine Waters route.
Yeah, and there are people who like that sort of stuff, but I'm a Stacey Plaskett guy.
It just depends on what her aspirations are. I think AOC has aspirations far higher up the food chain, and that's why she's become more stable.
Correct. However, I think that AOC is not of that cloth. But you know what? Like Dave just proved, I don't know women, so I could just be damn wrong. I'll have to take my lumps. But this is Stacey Plaskett, and I like her.
Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the witnesses. First let me say that we do have to, in this committee, try as much as possible to remain nonpartisan as opposed to bipartisan. I can recall being that way when I was counsel on the House Ethics Committee, and it's a hard position to take. But I'm really struck by the fact that in December of 2023, many people made Secretary Lloyd Austin go through the stages of the cross in self-flagellation and mea culpas for not informing the president that he was having a surgery. And now how we're treating Secretary Hedgepeth as if he is untouchable. Mike Waltz, when he was a member of Congress, went in the Committee on Armed Services to talk about and slammed Austin for holding himself to a different standard than the American people. And yet we are not doing this across the board. And that's disappointing at the very least, very disappointing. Director Gabbard, thank you for your testimony. And one of the things that I believe I heard you say was that when there was a discussion by DOJ as to the cuts to foreign aid, that there had not been a request for an intelligence and national security or an intelligence assessment of the impact of those cuts. Was that your testimony a little earlier?
Congresswoman, I have not seen any kind of actual official assessment either within the intelligence community or outside of it on what the effects of those cuts to USAID programs has been.
But it was not requested by DOJ of you or of any of the areas in which you have oversight over?
I'm not aware of any requests.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know that there has been some open source reporting on what the effect of those cuts are. I mean, when we think about several examples. Kenya, our strongest regional ally in the Horn of Africa, and a key partner with us in the fight against terrorist group Al-Shabaab. And, according to the Washington Post, that's not definitive, and we can talk about this in closed session. Some Kenyan journalists are now being trained by Beijing, mirroring the US programs that have been cut by the administration. Director Gabbard, is letting China train Kenyan journalists going to make Kenya more or less receptive to American requests of the Kenyan government, do you believe?
As you said, Congresswoman, our relationship with Kenya has been very longstanding.
So do cuts of ours to train journalists in Kenya make them more or less, and Beijing having that make them more or less receptive?
Clearly, there is strategic competition taking place. I'll withhold my personal view to look at an official
Well, I was
assessment.
asking for your director view, not your personal view. And then additionally, we have ended Voice of America, which provided accurate, unbiased news, in our opinion. Meanwhile, St. Petersburg University has announced that it's opened 11 Russian language centers across Africa that pay special attention to the promotion of traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. Director Gabbard, is Russia a friend or a foe? Are they our friend or our adversary?
They are an adversary.
Thank you. I believe that this reckless cuts make terrorism and our influence in Africa, which is on the front lines of terrorism, a real threat to us. We need to be careful of it. Director Patel, one of the benefits of being here kind of in the middle is I get to hear other people's and questions that are asked. I know that Mr. Carson asked you questions specifically about the counterterrorism division. And
well, I want to know what this woman doing the questioning.
Okay, I'm not interested in that. I'm not even. Okay, listen to what I'm saying very slowly. The reason I'm showing this is because to contrast Stacey Plaskett with Jasmine Crockett. I don't care about what they're saying. Don't ask me. Now, if you have a comment on it, make your comment and then let me go back to playing it. I don't care.
Well, this woman has no experience in the military or intelligence or anything, and she's grilling Tulsi Gabbard, who's an experienced retired vet. I mean, get the fuck out of here, man.
Are you done?
Yep.
I think she sounds very professional and very feminine.
And we know that there has been some open source reporting that says that
I see how you
individuals
are,
within
Cameron.
that division have been removed or been moved, not necessarily fired, but moved. Do you know if that is correct?
I don't have any personal information on that, but people within the CTD component, which is a large component of the FBI, move all the time.
And have they been moved? Are you able to get that information to us, whether they have or have not been moved?
I'll go back to my team and see who has been moved. If you have a particular interest, we'll share it with you.
Of course, we have an interest in counterterrorism division and movement of individuals within that. Because one of the other things I'm concerned about is you have stated, I believe in other areas, that the disbandment of certain sections of the FBI related to intel and breaking up components. Can you explain to us how you intend to do that or what you would like to do and why?
My intention is to reprioritize counterintelligence authorities and cyber capabilities to focus on violent crime and national security. And that's what I'm doing.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Madam.
Okay, so there is a way to be very effective, which I thought, and she's representing the Virgin Islands, so she's not actually a voting member. I think her official title is delegate, though she is in Congress. Also, she was one of the House managers during the one of the Trump impeachment things. She's a very capable lawyer, very experienced lawyer, married, mother, etc. So, you know, she is much excuse me, much more of I would prefer her style, but you know what? She's not getting the headlines that Jasmine Crockett is. It just depends on what you want and who you are. She's no Tiffany Henyard. There are Stacey Plaskett's out there, though.
She's lucky she got a
Okay,
man
I
in a
don't know.
Tulsi Gabbard time.
So, Dave, my point, and to all the, Jasmine Crockett haters out there, there are alternatives. Never hear about them on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Y'all act like Tiffany Henyard and Jasmine Crockett are the only two black women examples of politicians. I think it's short-sighted. I think it's vaguely racist, if not misogynist, which isn't so vague. And
Oh my God! Hey,
shame on
Stanley, don't. Can we
shame
not do?
up. Let me finish. Shame
Okay.
on you.
Can we not do the misogynist thing because they're doing this
Okay,
themselves?
you're not quite getting my criticism.
I don't
Okay,
get that part. I
shame
don't.
shame on the John Galt urban landlord community for not knowing about Stacey Plaskett and other politicians that are like her. All you talk about are Kamala, Jasmine, and Tiffany, and there are probably as many, if
AOC,
not, God damn it, 12th man, I'm going to boot your ass if you can't zip your lip. I'm dead serious. This is
God damn,
bullshit.
Stanley.
This is bullshit. There is a problem when you concentrate on the Tiffany Henyards and don't even fucking know about the Stacey Plaskett's. Okay, if you understood, if you had a broader range and made these types of criticisms, I'd be much more comfortable. I put up this woman that old man Stan, knows about, the man who hasn't dated in 25 years. I know this shit and you don't. So when I say I know shit, I actually know some things obviously you don't.
I think the whole squad should get booted
Motherfucker,
out of
I
America.
for the life of me, don't know why you feel comfortable interjecting in this conversation.
Well, why shouldn't they're all
Okay, motherfucker, you
anti-American
are annoying
communists?
me.
And
Get this through your little woman you'll never get. Tulsi Gabbard was challenged, and I know that hurts your feelings, but deal with it like a man.
challenged by a Puerto
Motherfucker, you're
Rican
gonna go.
whatever.
You're gonna go. You don't think I'm gonna do it, do you?
Stanley, I would also say AOC, there's a big difference between 35 and 27. I think she's also just maturing as a human being is why she's probably getting a bit more centrist and statesmanlike.
You mean AOC?
Yes, if I didn't say that.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
absolutely. And she's learned that, brain versus brawn.
Yeah.
Now, you could also, there are people on the progressives who say she's selling out. So you're always going to have to deal with those sorts of criticisms. But the thing is I honestly think she's more effective now. She's having way more influence currently.
Yeah.
Barnstorming is ridiculous. I could make criticisms, but she and Bernie barnstorming, she's having way more influence than she ever did as a member of the squad back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
So
Can we say that? Can we say Jasmine Crockett being 42 years old but still acting like a fucking
I
child?
have that criticism. Yeah, she's a little too old to be acting hoochie.
But the reason why
But
they're relevant is because
I
they do
have
act
to
like
say she looks I didn't know she was even in her 40s. I thought she was still in her 30s. She looks younger than I thought she was. But now that I know her age, she needs to be moving towards a little bit more Stacey Plaskett territory or AOC territory.
She looks 42 to me. I'm 42.
Well, you have nothing good to say about black women. I'm surprised you didn't compare her to, the what was it, the autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman. I'm surprised you didn't make that.
Because your assessment is wrong.
She
I
looks
do
as
have
old as Cicely Tyson in old lady makeup.
I do have positives to say about black women.
Sounder.
We're just not talking positive. And Stanley
and you
said that
and my
all women
criticism
deserve
is
flowers. I would be like,
y'all
okay.
never talk about it. Dude, I can't, and I'm being dead serious, unless it is Kimmy or Portia or Kimmy and Portia and Virgo are not typical black women either. And I could make jokes about them being
NT.
I could be I could make jokes about, them being conservative and not typical, but I mean, like outside of their politics, they're unusual. I haven't met many Porsches. I haven't met many T's, and I'm an old man. So, I mean, there are exceptions. The exceptions are exceptions.
They're the good ones, and they come over here. So the
Okay,
guy
I'm not
saying
going to go so far as to say they're the good ones. I'm
they're
just
the
saying
good
they're
ones.
exceptions.
Trust me.
Dave,
They're married pretty much,
I'm
right?
not gonna trust a man who is sleep deprived. Dude, you got a 3-month-old. You motherfucking haven't had sleep in months. I'm not gonna trust you.
Haven't. He's been sick too. I was
I'm
up
just
last
fucking
night
with
with
you,
him.
Dave. I'm fucking with you
Nah,
on that.
that was so accurate. It was ironically accurate.
So I'm gonna trust a sleep-starved individual. Dude, you're barely conscious.
I know I'm on autopilot
See,
at work. That's
don't
why I
be
jump on
giving me
pedals. I forget
wisdom
where I'm at.
dude. You had to take 2 caffeine pills and a Red Bull to fucking make this wisdom.
It's the subconscious talking to you. I don't know. But
Y'all
yeah, I got to
gonna
get
have
on
to
down.
make me a pot of
No,
coffee.
hey Dave, I enjoyed it, man. Thank you.
All right, Stanley. Y'all be easy.
Take it easy.
Take care, Dave.
What's up, Ryan? So anyway, that's my Stacy Plaskett point. There are plenty of counterpoints to a Jasmine Crockett, and it really pains me that y'all don't know this. And Tom, you were about to make a point. There are Stacy Plasketts out there.
Yeah, I'm with you on the anecdotal, and I
Yeah,
also think if it's like there's so many things about a Tiffany Henyard that are way outside the bandwidth of the average person, regardless of gender or race. Have you been the mayor of a town? I haven't. Have you been
well,
on the
technically it was a village.
city director? Yes, a village or a township or whatever she's part of, national news, etc. On down the line. It's difficult for me to judge a whole demographic by that.
Well, I'm gonna have to admit, Tiffany Henyard was problematic. I know some details because Portia, kind of tracks her closely, and yeah, there's some things. She had like, the comptroller of the state coming in looking at finances. That she's not in jail is kind of amazing. And I don't think you can rule it out at this point. She had some irregularities in the way she wanted to run her village.
Yeah. Good morning, Brooklyn.
Hey, Kim and Kate.
And Roz and Freddie, Shredder.
Yeah, they're a bunch of folks, and
Was this like
I
a
had
Bed
fun. I
Bath or
had
Beyond?
fun mocking Dave. I kind of miss him now. He's such a good sport.
What kind of store is this?
I know it's in Paris somewhere.
Oh wow, it's a little. It's like a.
Hell, you've been to Paris. You've probably been in this store.
I probably haven't. Well, no, I might have been. She might have drugged me in somewhere like this. Looks like. Remember when there used to be a department in stores called Notions?
Oh yeah.
This looks like a Notions department. It's just a like
You know, and
stationery.
it smelled like either incense or potpourri.
Yeah, or a Yankee Candle. Look at that crane, big crane out there. They're building something.
That's a lovely space.
It really is. It's something in the United States that you really wouldn't see anymore because it's so open.
Yeah, all the Pier 51s have gone. You remember Pier 51?
Oh God, yes, and the ads for them, and the big full page ads, but this is number one. Everything is like at hip level. We like to stack our stuff up high and put tons of stuff on the walls. And there's
Now,
so much space. We just cram our retail space, just chock full of.
Well, see, my John Galt urban landlord friends have trained me well, and I want to say everything is wide open and at hip level because there are no blacks there to steal shit. Oh, Tom, I know you can't comment, but I can.
There's places, even little country towns that have a lot of theft going on in them. And,
yeah, well,
it's watch them like a hawk. The places that amuse me are the places where there is no theft and they watch you like a hawk. Like an upscale suburban area, and you go into the Hallmark store and some lady follows you around and you're like, are you afraid I'm going to make off with a $3 card?
You know what? To be honest, though, and I don't know that my parents ever told me this, I'm not stealing nothing, so follow me. If you want to follow me around and waste your time, that's fine. What I'm not going to do if you piss me off is buy something. I'll just fucking walk around the store. Let me tell you, years ago, I might have told you this story or told someone. My mother was in like Levy's. And if you're from Savannah, way back in the day, it was a local department store. Only one of them, oddly enough. And it was the kind of like exclusive store. Before they built the malls, and then once there was the Oglethorpe Mall, downtown became less popular. But anyway, my mother was a clothes horse. She was, a fashionista before there were fashionistas. So we're in this store, and we're young kids, and so I don't remember the specifics, but I remember, there was a security guard or something that accused her of stealing. And my mother was fucking appalled. So, she did, and my mother was famous for this. Do you know who I am? Now, this was back in like the 70s, and this was, we were just coming out, and when I say we, I was a kid, but back in those days, having a black person in Savannah, Georgia, moving about the store like they belong there, that would draw some attention. So anyway, now my mother was young, so my mother could be really Like, just who the fuck do you think you are? Let me give you a piece of my mind. But she was kind of restrained, as I recall, because me and my sister were there and we were young kids. So somehow or another, my father got called. She gave him a driver's license or something. As it turned out, the store, like the management of the store, like we're like, we are so sorry. What can we do to rectify this? Um, so that's kind of where I learned, follow me all you want, fuck with me and find out, which is a newer term. No. I'm in your store. Follow me around. The only thing you're going to do is not get my business, but you will not interfere. And that's, who gives a fuck if you follow me around? And I did. You remember that short? I did a short on my channel about those two kids. You and I watched it, Tom. The two kids in Chinatown.
Yeah.
Like, why would you send your kids into a Chinatown store by themselves? Of course, there's going to be issues. The parents were the problem, not the store owners.
Those are the stores where they'll follow you around if you're John Paul Getty. I mean, they just there's nothing better than, like, one time, I think I told you about it, was a guy suspected us, as store security suspected us of stealing, and there's nothing better than when they want to search you or look in your book bag or whatever it is, and you go, search me top to bottom. You
Now,
got nothing on me, copper. This, by the way, is a great video.
Yeah, it is. Now let me tease my high class friend Fred here. Paris. It's probably your store, Fred, right? You're the owner. No, Fred's a high class motherfucker. So,
whoa, look at that. That's
Paris.
Stanley, I had guys working on the Tyson's Galleria. I think you know where that is, probably Tyson's Galleria Mall.
Yep.
And so I come down. I said, hey, now I was subcontracting a job. The general contractor's like, hey, your guys keep going over there and hanging around at the Tyson's Galleria, and I know I'm going to be getting complaints. I came down there. I said, listen, man, you guys got no money because you work for me to be able to go into Saks Fifth Avenue. Like, it's a very high-end place, the Galleria, right? And these guys, they were over there shopping. I said, you ain't shopping. Yeah, because they were going to get us thrown off the job. They were whistling at these girls and stuff, at these women they're like rich women from Tyson's. I'm like, get the hell out of here, guys. You don't have that kind of money.
All I have to say is the rich women live out in Fauquier. They don't fucking they might come into Tyson's to shop, but they're not from Tyson.
Yeah. Well, no, you're right. But these are all these high-end shops. And then you got construction workers over there walking around in this. I'm like, no, get the hell out of there. You know what I mean? So,
Stanley,
get the hell out of there.
Probably 2 or 3 times since you did that story about those 2 girls, I just laughed to myself thinking about my old man. I know for a fact if he saw me even walking toward that place, don't go in there. There's nothing but crap in there. Well, there's not one thing in there that's worth any money, and it'll be broken by the time you get it home. There's nothing but crap in there. Don't go in there.
Yeah, but the thing is they're kids. Let them go in, let them experience, but go with them.
Yeah. Well,
they weren't like 15 or 16. The oldest was 13, 12, 13. They're really not. I wouldn't trust my son at 12 or 13. It's not like we ever went, to malls, but we've been in DC's Chinatown. You know what? Shit. You know what? I wouldn't let him go in because they do child slavery.
Yeah,
I'd be afraid
they'll try to kidnap him.
My dad probably.
I'll try to put him on the end of a.
That sounds so fucking racist.
My dad probably would. Half of it would be he knew he would have to go in with us, and he didn't want to go in. So
Well,
like,
yeah,
that's right.
that.
Sure, he didn't. Can I bring a lawn chair?
My dad was famous for sharper image, walking through there and going, "Look at this! Isn't this great? Yeah, why don't you get one?" Nah, I don't need that.
Too much money.
I don't need something that's
way too much money.
I don't need a pen that's gonna warm my butter for toast and you know.
It's like, kid, don't make me put you on a leash.
Yeah. I don't know where I.
What's up, John?
Go for a walk.
God bless these.
John.
Well, I just dropped my dad off to fly Frontier Air.
Oh boy.
I was like, Dad, you're not broke. Why are you flying Frontier Air?
Oh, come on now.
Oh, saved a bunch of money on the tickets.
I'm going to tell you right now, is your father in his 80s yet?
Close. He's like 78. I'm just like, he's so cheap, man.
Let those people
So
have their
fucking
fun. You know what? My father, and he's actually still really sharp, but after what he went through with my mother, you know what? I'm just like, just say what you want to say. You could say, Stanley, you're a big fucking idiot. Go jump off a bridge. And I'm just going to go, yes, Dad. He is having fun. He has been through an ordeal. And quite frankly, I'm just whatever, Dad, whatever.
How far is your dad flying, Ryan?
Florida.
From Baltimore?
Florida. I mean, it's 2.5 hours, but I'm just like, there's a Southwest terminal. That's fine. Just go, Frontier is like a budget. It's like Spirit kind of, I don't think it's quite Spirit.
I know what Frontier is.
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
It's definitely not.
Now, they going on vacation or to visit relatives?
Nah, he's going to my uncle's in poor health. He's going to go visit him. Probably say his goodbyes, right? So,
wow. His brother?
Yeah. So,
Jesus.
He's going down for a few days. Yeah, his brother. Yeah, he's got Parkinson's, so he's not, he ain't going to make it very long. So, my dad, it's a long story. I was going to take him down there in January but he couldn't get the dates, and I'm busy. I got stuff going on now.
Well,
so
you're visibly upset here.
No, I'm good.
Oh, know, you're more tense. Okay. You're more tense than when you're counting beans.
He's in traffic.
I'm driving to Alexandria, Virginia. I'm in Baltimore, driving to Alexandria, Virginia. So, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Getting ready to go have it out on the old job site. Stupid shit, and I'm just
I just left Alexandria. I just left Alexandria, right?
Did you? Yeah, I'm going down to this is actually it's near Mount Vernon from what I can tell on the map. So we'll see.
Hi, roller skater.
You were in Springfield? I hate Springfield.
What's up, skater?
It's just a cesspool. It's a cesspool. Just like it's like under an overpass, kind of,
Alexandria is a high rent district, isn't it? There.
Oh, it's big money, yeah.
Yeah.
Not like Arlington, though. You see what happened in Arlington the other day, Ryan? Woo!
Arlington's big money.
You hear what happened in?
Are you talking about the Crystal City Mall?
Yeah, Pentagon City Mall.
You're showing that the underground mall.
I don't think
I've been lost in that place, by the way. I've been lost in that place. You can't find your car because it's a maze of hell. So I forget where I got my. I'm like, where's the car? You're just coming up street after street looking for the stupid truck.
You know what's so interesting about Pentagon City, man? I remember when the police used to patrol the parking lots for DC CAGs and shit.
I believe it. Well, it's now just a touristy little, a lot of people that fly out of Reagan are there, So, but it's amazing all the stuff built up over there. It's just never ends, And by the way, Amazon just put 2 big things there. That's where they're building that spire. Look up the Amazon spire. They're building.
They're building spire on that thing.
Well, dude, listen. I think they delayed the funding, but they were basically building a vertical building that's got a nature trail inside of it that goes upwards into a spire.
What?
Like, how much? Oh yeah, it's if you look it up, Amazon Spire, huge money. So
That
like,
place
what?
is
Just
that place
they
right
just
by
want to waste money, you know?
no, that
So
place is right by the Pentagon, and for people that you know how closely Amazon is tied to the Pentagon data servers and stuff like that. It only makes
yeah,
sense
that's what the
right there. It only makes
AWS, man,
sense.
AWS. That's where they make all their
Yeah,
money. It's not even
there
selling shit.
AWS. There's one out in I think it's Chantilly, Virginia. I've been in it actually. Now this is years ago, but Ticketmaster had a data center next door.
Yeah,
There's about 100 of them more now. It's crazy.
Virginia has
Oh,
cheap water.
really?
Yeah, Virginia has cheap water, and data centers need like a lot of water. And Virginia apparently has cheap water, so they're just like data center capital out there by Dulles. That shit's data center.
Like Gale City, Dulles, all
Most
that
of it is Chantilly. Like it's in Fairfax County, but
Manassas.
Yep.
That's really amazing, yeah. That they've been able to take advantage of the cheap water. Virginia, luckily, Virginia's right there by the CIA and all this stuff there in Virginia. That's very interesting.
Stanley, if you drove out 66 now, your head would spin. I mean, it's just building after all new stuff, man. All new stuff. Big money.
Do you know where Markham is? Because there are vineyards out there.
No, that's further out.
I've never been there.
Yeah,
before.
well, I used to live that far out. You know where Front Royal is?
Yeah, that's out there.
There's a Front Royal. There are two Front Royal exits. If you go back towards DC, there's a Markham exit. So it was Markham, then Marshall. So I was coming out from that far, and then I worked in Chantilly. So it probably wouldn't surprise me that much.
I used to date a girl
267. Is that Chantilly?
Yeah, I think it's Chantilly. I used to date a girl on Frying Pan Road. Frying Pan.
Yep, what that is. That's
what it is, man.
That's that's right near on the way to Dulles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you drive back 66 and then go, like, there's just building after all new stuff.
Yeah,
companies you've never heard of. I mean, then of course there's like your base systems, all those type of outfits.
Yep.
And it's just big. It's just all the lot. You see where all the money's going.
Yeah, and that's the military industrial complex right there.
Dude, right there.
I'm actually kind of, it was somewhat reluctantly, but I had to leave up from that mountain.
You seem like it.
I loved it. You know what? I used to make the joke. Well, there were several jokes, but Georgia's my mother, Virginia's my wife. I loved it there. It literally. I lived a fairy tale for like 8 years.
Really?
8 or 9. Oh shit,
That's
man!
how you saw it.
Meeting my wife.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally.
Wait a minute, you met your wife in Virginia? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh yeah, she was born in Chantilly.
Okay.
My son was born at Fairfax.
Oh, okay. All right.
Inova, Fairfax Hospital.
Yeah, Innova. Yeah.
And you know what's so crazy about this? Hey, hold on for a second. You know what's so crazy about that? That has become the premier hospital around here now, in my opinion.
Really? Yeah,
it's incredible.
A lot of money for a birthing suite.
Yeah. It's not.
Multiple campuses. I know, but now.
Yeah. It used to be GW, bro, but years ago, GW was forced to take like those 911 calls. Well, it wasn't just indigent, but they were forced to take like the level 1 trauma type calls, right?
Yeah.
And so once you made them do that, then all of the follow-up treatment from the gunshot victim would be at GW. And so you remember when Cheney first had his surgery, he had it at GW, his heart. The second subsequent surgery he had it at Inova. And I said, that's interesting. Why would you go somewhere different? Maybe it's the doctor, but you going GW now, bro. That shit straight by business. You know what I'm saying? The care probably has become secondary to the business. Hell, they just opened up a hospital right around the corner from me.
Yeah. Yeah, they got multiple campuses now.
Yeah. Right.
So
the hospital shit, big business now, bro.
Well, listen, Georgetown Hospital, I was just involved in that one a couple years ago. So they bill out of the emergency room only just the emergency room, $1.5 million a day. Just every day of the year, they bill $1.5 million just out of the emergency room. Not the surgery suites, not the other bullshit, just simply emergency room visits. Every single day they bill $1.5 million. It's fucking astronomical.
Yeah, I can believe that.
You know, it's just the emergency services. They're hitting the government for that money, like 30% of that the government pays. The rest of it, the insurance companies pay. That's a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
And that shit, hey, by the way, that shit came in 6 months past when it was supposed to. And they hit the general contractor with all that back money.
Yeah.
Millions of dollars in back charges, like $100 million in back charges or more. Because it took them it was Clarke. It took them all the extra time to finish it. And the hospital couldn't open for 6 months.
And you know what's interesting about this all? Like
liquidated damages. Go ahead.
I don't know anyone that goes to Georgetown Hospital. That shit's so far out of the way, man. Like you die trying to get it.
Well, you got Potomac, Great Falls, that whole pocket, right? You know, that whole area over there. So.
When you put it like that, it's probably the hospital for those people. Great Falls.
I would say. Bethesda, Adams Morgan, I guess, would be there, right? So
that shit's so far out of the way,
money.
you know what I'm saying? Like, if you right where I am, man, it's 35, 40 minutes to get there. You know.
Well, you just shoot down Rock Creek and you're there, you know. So
in traffic right now is like, ow.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, it's big money, man. Hospital business in DC now is just big money, big money.
It's a business.
Amazing. It's an amazing amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
So if you figure the whole hospital, probably emergency rooms $1.5 million. What about all the other stuff? They're probably billing $4 million a day out of that one hospital.
Bro,
and that's like what's that, MedStar? So you figure the whole system, fucking $100 million a day. It's huge money.
Hey, you know, I don't know if you know this, Ryan, but George Washington I think they were suing MedStar, and that they just basically used George Washington's name and turned it into a business.
GWU, you mean GWU?
Yeah, you know, you think it's GW, it's a teaching hospital, but not really. That shit's a business, right? And they kind of use the doctors that are training, I guess, more or less, you know, like slaves in a way.
Facility, interns. That's right, residents. They call them.
They're doing the real heavy lifting, and the doctor may be doing, you know, the more profitable, the actual surgery, and then he takes out of town. Like that's what he did with my mother. My mother had a surgery. This motherfucker jetted out of town as soon as he finished the surgery and left her to interns. You know?
Or they'll do like 6 surgeries in a day, just boom, 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 and then not work for 2 weeks. So, but no, all these now are just an amalgamation. Like Inova's system.
Yeah.
Now Johns Hopkins is suburban. What's that one? PG Hospital and Suburban. They bought them.
Right. And
then you're starting in Baltimore with Hopkins, right? You got all the campuses up there. It's a huge entity now. Johns Hopkins Health and Hospital. It's almost like the sky's the limit with building this stuff. Hospital was $500 million.
Oh, you breaking up, man?
Well,
crazy to checked almost.
It is very interesting, man, to see how to see kind of how the medical and that's a tall guy. To see how the medical industrial complex is kind of really started, exert its power there.
Here's what's going on now. Check this out. I just found this out, John. Check this out. You guys will love it. I started to see these surgery centers pop up. They're like in and out surgery centers, almost like patient first or something.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy, his wife works in healthcare, and here's why. Because I said, why do they got these surgery centers now? These little or emergency centers, right? Emergency centers where you can just go and get a quick triage, like a patient first. But the hospital systems are doing it now, because when you go into one of them, they can order unlimited testing. They can test you for everything coming and going. And you know how they got to do line item codes for each billable thing? They can just stack those up. So these little emergency in and out centers are very profitable. So patient first is making all that money, right? So they're trying to take that back, and they want that business. So it used to be you go in the emergency room, then you had patient first and urgent care. Well, now these hospital systems, they want that business because, like I said, it's hugely profitable. You can order tests on, oh, you got a headache, we need an MRI on your brain. Oh, you got oh, your fingers hurt, we need an X-ray, and we need this and this and this and this and this, right? So they can just hammer the insurance for the money. So I'm seeing more and more of them being constructed like emergency in and outs. So see how that goes.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, they're always trying to find where they can, it's not for the good of the people. It's a business. Everything's a business. College is a business. Hospitals are a business. It's all the same. Goodwill's a business. Goodwill, the CEO makes $4 million a year or something.
Really? I saw a Twitter clip. I don't know if you guys been in Goodwill lately. I saw a Twitter clip about a lady went to Goodwill and the prices were like, high, very expensive, relative to, people are giving this stuff away and they turn around and like tripling the price on it. I said, wow, that's interesting.
Yep.
It wasn't much different from the store pricing.
Yep, that's right. And most of the flooring in them is the same because they pick the floor that goes in them, and it's supposed to look dingy. That's true.
Really?
It ain't just like some old beat up floor. They actually pick the VCT for those stores to look shitty. That's right. It's all marketing, man.
You knew that too, Tom?
Yep. Yeah, and also, don't you guys want to hear? I was the voice of Goodwill.
Were you?
Yeah, I got to do a bunch of. I did a bunch.
Look, they're paying Tom Gawley big money and shit too.
I did a bunch of radio spots for Goodwill about turning in your car to Goodwill for sale. But Goodwill has become very sophisticated. As you know, they display all their clothes by color. All the blue shirts are together. Then but they've gotten very sophisticated in terms of distribution after the contributions. So Goodwill comes by and they pick up on a truck whatever you might want to give them, and they triage that back at their warehouse and say, okay, this is a higher end item. It should go into one of our higher end neighborhoods. Now it might not be super high end. Yeah. And they they try to get what it's worth. So if some person's got a whole bunch of, say, an elderly person did well in their lifetime and they have some designer clothing that's still in relatively good shape, instead of being 89 cents, they're gonna get, they're not gonna, it's not gonna be what it's worth when they bought it originally, obviously, but they're gonna put it in those neighborhoods and in those places where it's more likely to sell there.
I never thought about that.
And they do the same thing with electronics. They do the same thing with the lamps. I'm a freak for when I need a lamp, I go to Goodwill and get the most tacky 70s ass looking lamp I can find for $5. If I have to rewire it, great. But yeah, they definitely do that. They definitely do that.
So you would go shop in a high end Goodwill? Is that where you would go?
It's not what I would say is high end, but it's more high end than, say, maybe somewhere else would be.
Right. I got you. Okay, damn, that's interesting.
But they definitely triage all that stuff and say, and there's just commodity stuff they're going to put everywhere, pants and shirts and things like that. But it's not easy to sell electronics in some of the Goodwill stores. So they'll put that in stores where People are going to be like, yeah, this may not work that great. It's pretty old, but I need one. You know, whether it's a DVD player or, you know, the Hispanic community still plays a lot of VHS. So if you've got a VCR, if you got a VCR, then yeah, because you can get, you know, some people, you go on Craigslist, there's people selling 200 VHS for $5. They're just getting rid of them. And so that's a bargain. I had a friend once that was getting rid of a dishwasher. He goes, oh, I'm just going to put it out and throw it in the trash, you know, on Thursday. It's the big trash day. I went, dude, if you get on Craigslist right now and put it for sale for $75, it'll be gone in an hour. Really? Yeah, really. And it was. And it wasn't a really old one too, but yeah, there's a whole growing, booming, what with inflation, flat line of income, there is a booming secondhand industry that's going on under the surface here in the United States.
Crazy.
It's big stuff.
Every day you learn something new.
Yeah. And it's not just Goodwill. Goodwill's got competitors. AmVets competes with Goodwill.
eBay.
Well,
Facebook Marketplace.
Well, see, here's how it works out. eBay, you sell things on a national basis. If you want to get the most money and you're willing to go national, Craigslist is like the local eBay, right?
Or Facebook Marketplace is a big one.
Facebook Marketplace is taking over the world. It is very quickly becoming the go-to for local purchases. I mean, fast. There's whole businesses. There's car dealers. There's used car dealers that run their whole business on Facebook Marketplace.
You know, I wanted to comment on that. You know, I use Facebook Marketplace quite a bit. I buy, I furnish a lot of my Airbnbs, my rentals up there. But I also rent from there quite a bit. And the one thing that I've been talking about from Facebook Marketplace standpoint is you get the opportunity as a seller to build up a profile so that your customers, people that are buying from you, can see, okay, he's got a lot of reviews, he's reputable. Mm-hmm. Alternatively, the seller gets to see a profile of the potential buyer.
Yeah.
And that is why Facebook is going to become like has every opportunity to become like a social credit score of sort. Because when
it's like an Uber in a way.
Well, it's like eBay too.
Well, when people rent from me, as an example, I go look at when they come from Facebook, I go look at their Facebook profile. If they come from Facebook, you don't get that with Craigslist. There isn't a Craigslist profile for Marketplace or the buyers, but with Facebook there is, and you can kind of get an idea of who you're dealing with based on their profile. And so I think that has the potential there to be some kind of a credit score.
Yeah, Facebook Marketplace is taking over the world.
How much do they make on a transaction is my question. Like, what do they?
Well, if you're smart, if you're smart, nothing.
Yeah, like you could do it offline, but like, do they take fees on that? How's it work? I've never bought anything on it.
You pay to place the ad. You don't. They don't do a percentage of. At least that's been my experience.
Gotcha.
But I think the bigger part is really the data that they're getting. Is probably worth more than transaction costs.
Yeah. Buying patterns.
They see what's selling, who's buying what. Shit, like they're getting kind of the data even before Amazon gets in a way. Kind of the secondary market for items that Amazon kind of gets that, but Facebook really is tapping into that secondary market there.
The dealership that I bought my Jag from, they do 100% of their business on Facebook Marketplace.
Wow.
Yeah, Facebook's going to dominate at some point. A lot of this commerce here.
Yeah, you can buy cars on Facebook Marketplace. You bought one, Tom?
I bought one.
Yeah.
You bought one. My dad went to buy one, and I looked into it. I'm like, before you do anything, let me look into it. And sure enough, it was a salvage that was in the bottom of a river for a month, and that's just
Yeah, it's like anywhere else you
it's
got to
like,
check out because most of
what
them,
are
a
you
lot of
doing,
people,
man?
a lot of them are private buyers. I mean, private
Right.
sellers. But
Yeah.
I just happen to have a guy. He had an actual Texas licensed dealership, and it wasn't much of a dealership, by the way. And good on him. He's moving cars. It wasn't a big lot somewhere. It was back in kind of an industrial, park. And he had a little office and just 10 or
No
12 cars
overhead. He's
parked
just
out in front.
turning product. I like it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and he's getting them at auction or wherever he might get them and cleaning them
Yeah.
up just a little
Yeah.
bit, making them run, and hey, it's yours now. And
I see that a lot. Yeah.
and then a lot of the other people that I contacted were just private individuals that were selling stuff. Now, I didn't pay as the buyer. He didn't make any more or less off me. In other words, Facebook didn't. We didn't go through Facebook for the sale. I assume he paid to place the ad, which is when I've been on Facebook Marketplace and put an ad in there. I pay to place the ad, not very much, by the way, hardly anything at all. And then we just get together and do the deal, and it's just a transaction like any other. So that I think is the key there, and Facebook has a huge advantage there because they have the numbers. If you've got that many people on your platform, you don't need to make a whole lot of money every day on that stuff. So anyway,
I think better than Craigslist, they can effectively match people.
Yeah.
That pattern of being able to match people is really when the money is going to come in.
Yeah.
And then being able to provide a profile of who your buyer and seller is.
Well, and they're a little bit like Amazon in that if say you're looking for cars like I was, the next time I get on Facebook, they're going to put those in my feed.
Yeah. That's the personalization aspect of it. Yeah.
And I think they listen to everything you say too, right? Don't these phones listen to everything?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, if you're on a phone, yeah.
Well, it looks
no, I
like
think you
Eric
give them
Adams
permission.
is free to move about the room.
Oh wow!
Who is? What is?
Wow! Kudos, Eric
What's
Adams. Eric Adams.
Eric
Was the
Adams?
case dropped or something? Oh, they allowed it to be dropped.
Yep.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, judge ends Eric Adams' case, but says U.S. cannot use charges as leverage, whatever that means.
I guess that means they can't make him roll on someone. They can't make him roll on someone or something, right? Wow.
Okay.
Boy.
Well, the Egyptians.
Talk about
It pays to suck Trump's dick.
Talking about elections.
Well, no, I think
Jesus.
what's interesting is Menendez and Eric Adams both were somehow involved with the Egyptians.
Damn.
Egypt was common in both cases.
Eric Adams was most of those charges came from his dealings with Turkey.
Yeah, it was the Turks.
It
Yeah,
was Turkey. Oh, I thought it was Egypt.
it was the Turks.
Menendez was Egypt.
I thought they were both Egypt. Okay, maybe. Okay, all right.
Well, I'm not going to say they weren't connected, but it was Turkey flying over to Turkey. It was a lot of Turkish stuff.
Did you read up on it, Stanley? Was it kind of bullshit? Was it kind of bullshit?
It was just I didn't read up on it.
Probably
it was
dirty.
all in the newspaper.
He probably was dirty. You know what I'm saying? He was going to the nightclubs, probably taking gifts that he probably shouldn't take.
Eric Adams?
He was too much into the party lifestyle.
Is it and this is odd. Is he married? Was he married?
No, he's not married.
Okay, well, he has time to do it then.
Right. I'm just saying he put a lot of time there, and that seemingly got him caught up. You know what I mean? Dealing with those people, they probably company and bottled service. And I think he was going. I can't remember that place, Bond 23 or something. A very exclusive place that he wouldn't have been able to get into otherwise. And now he's married, he's in there, and I think they got to kind of caught him up there.
One purpose.
Well, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad he's He's not going to win re-election, but who knows? He'll wind up in. He'll have a place.
I think Andrew
maybe
Cuomo is running against. Is Andrew Cuomo running against him?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is, the Democrats have come this far.
Like the Cuomo,
You got the prevert. I have to tell you that story one day. There's a joke behind that word. And the guy who had to, depend
New
on
York's got
Trump.
a lot of dirty. They got Menendez right there in Jersey. What did they do with his seat? Did they ever replace him?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the circumstances, but yeah, I think he's been replaced.
Okay. Well, Menendez had gold bars.
Yeah.
40-ounce gold bars. By the way, they're very heavy, right? I didn't know we had them.
Well, they're super heavy.
Really, yeah, it weighs as much as a cinder block. I didn't even know we had them. Like, what? What are you talking about?
George Helmy. George Helmy replaced Bob Menendez. He's the former chief of staff to Governor Phil Murphy.
Santos is from New York too, isn't he? Isn't Santos from New York? George Santos, that lunatic Republican.
Oh, yeah.
That's just can't. That would lie when the truth would work too. Like he just lied for no reason.
I think it's not even his real name and stuff. He's
you're thinking of the guy from Long Island?
Yes.
Yeah, George Santos.
Oh my Lord, yeah.
Yeah, he said he went to Harvard, Yale. He's a doctor.
Wait, didn't he say he played lacrosse?
All kinds of. I mean, it was a laundry list of bullshit.
Almost
like he did it on a dare and won. Almost like he did it on a dare. I'm gonna fabricate all this shit.
An interesting
Yeah,
point.
he lied about something,
Trump is from New York too, so he fits into that.
There you go.
Eric Adams,
Santos.
I'm sure Trump probably has a bar or two of Egyptian gold somewhere.
Santos was succeeded by the guy he beat who had the office before him, but he's the first member of the House.
Oh, really?
This is funny. First member of the House expelled without having previously been convicted of a crime or having fought for the Confederacy.
There you go. So it's been a while.
Yeah,
it's been a few years.
Pleaded guilty to.
Yeah, I'm sure Trump's dirty too. As soon as I heard about the real estate development stuff, I'm like, I guarantee he did all the things they said.
Pleaded
I
guilty
guarantee it.
To identity theft and wire fraud.
Now he's running the country.
Who pleaded guilty to wire fraud? Identity theft?
George Santos pleaded guilty to identity theft and wire fraud.
Is that a felony? Isn't that a felony?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Why don't they? He didn't do any jail time or anything, right?
I don't think so.
Hold on just a second here.
I don't think he did.
Federal prosecution.
He would have gone to a women's prison, I'm sure.
Let's see here. Arraignment. Okay, pre-trial.
Well, Alvin Bragg can't win a conviction. So if he was pursuing it,
superseding indictment. Man, oh man, he pleaded guilty.
Long Island isn't Manhattan.
No, that's not him. That's not him.
Let's see. Hasn't updated this. He was initially scheduled for sentencing on February 7th. Guidelines call for 6 to 8 years for the charges he pleaded to, with the maximum of 22 years. He'll also be required to pay the nearly $375,000 in restitution.
God, it's not even $1 million.
And forfeit an additional $205,000 if he can't pay the latter amount. His property may be seized.
How did he get all that
money? That's probably just his wages, I would guess.
By the by, the new sentencing his new sentencing date is April 25th. So,
nice.
You think Trump will pardon him? I hope
I
so.
don't know. A month.
I hope Trump pardons him.
A month before the sentencing, he asked for it to be postponed 6 months so he can make enough money from his podcast to pay the restitution. Oh God!
Wow,
Good
there's a
luck with-
podcast for you.
Good luck with all that.
No, he can write a book like how to bullshit everybody and get away with it.
This guy is a freak show. Within 3 days after his expulsion from Congress, Santos started offering personalized videos on the website Cameo.
Okay, wasn't he gay? Didn't he say he was gay?
I don't know. He said a lot of things to try and get.
I think he was a gay Republican that won, which may be why it was hard to get rid of him.
Yeah, he was gay.
That's probably why it was hard to get rid of him. So I know they waited a long time to get rid of him because they were losing that head count.
He was part of that.
took forever.
Part of that coven.
He had a drag thing he did.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But both Menendez and him took forever to finally get rid of because they didn't want to lose the numbers.
They
didn't want to lose the numbers.
He also started an OnlyFans account. I mean, it says here that he is openly gay, although he was married to a woman from 2012 to 2019. So he is quite a freak show.
A for pay, all right.
And I'm not casting aspersions on his lifestyle. I'm just saying this guy is just throwing everything he can at the wall, and he's been a rock and a hard place now. You know, he's kind of got to, but anyway, George Santos.
Well, I don't cast aspersions. I mean, you should be truthful to yourself. You know, he lived a lie. So
I'm just talking about now I'm doing a podcast. Now I'm doing OnlyFans. Now I'm going on Jimmy Kimmel. Now
exactly the lies.
He's just
the only thing he told the truth about is he's gay.
Anything he can do to get that money back.
Yeah, it's just looking for a life preserver as he's sinking.
Yeah.
Orthodox, what's up?
Man, I just woke up. I'm about to make some
Oh,
coffee.
you decided to come here and clear out the cobwebs, huh?
Yeah, nice conversation starter.
Have you brushed your teeth yet? You don't sound like you've brushed your teeth.
Oh yeah, no, that's first thing first.
I'm just checking.
Imagine,
have you had breakfast?
I have not because I just brushed my teeth.
So
it tastes horrible.
We are your breakfast. Interesting.
Yeah, the hatred system. No, I'm just playing.
Hatred.
Oh, not the hatred. The way you say "motherfucker" sustains me. That shit.
You
is
know what?
enjoyable.
It's famous now, but I haven't called you one
Motherfucker.
yet.
It's the way Stanley put the tank on it. Bro. You can't do it.
Apparently, you're going to say something to invoke.
No, that would be enticing. So how you gentlemen doing this morning?
Pretty good.
Trying to make a living in the big city.
That should be easy. There's plenty of money there.
Not anymore.
Tragic.
Not anymore. No, I'm just kidding.
Yo, Ryan, I was on the train yesterday. Bro,
Yeah.
couldn't find a seat. Couldn't find a seat anywhere, bro.
But they didn't give one up for the old lady?
No seat to be found, bro. It was packed on there, bro.
Well,
Going out to Virginia, whoa.
Well, everyone's been ordered back to work, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's ordered back to work.
But I don't think they're going every day. Most people are going like 2 days a week, from what I hear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, supposedly everyone was required, but like right now, there's certain buildings that they're still not even finished or they're halfway done. So they're trying to button those buildings up so that people can go back to where they were supposed to go before people stop going in, you know? So.
But that whole argument of not working from home, like the anti-work from home movement or the anti-e-commute is kind of dumb in of itself, in my opinion. Like, if it's more efficient for people to do the work at home, let them do it at home because you can cost save a bunch It's just middle managers trying to secure their job security. In my opinion.
Absolutely dumb assessment. I'll be
Does that,
blunt.
Stanley?
What you are doing is assuming that the government is a business or the two are similar. The whole point of bringing motherfucker, you know what? I'm not going to even bother talking about the class issues, the cultural issues. The whole reason they want government workers back to work is because of, hey, guys, go back to COVID. You remember the essential workers? It's basically, if you can work from home, you are some form of elite. It was people who were essential workers or just basic working class who say, hey, government workers, we've never thought you've done anything, that you get to do nothing from home is a problem. We want you back at work. It's our tax dollars. Now there's sub arguments. It's once you pay your taxes, it's not your tax dollars anymore. It's not, middle managers trying to justify their jobs. It is literally a class issue. And that you don't understand this is surprising.
What do you mean by a class issue?
It is a simpleton's argument that you made.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you and I more or less
No.
agree.
You wrote a book. Let's act like
it's
you.
a
Let's
stupid
sound.
thing,
No, we're not going to tussle. I'm right.
I
And
feel like we're
your
both on the same
assessment,
side here.
your assessment is literally be brave level dumb.
Hey, my grandpa didn't do anything.
I don't give a shit about your grandpa. I don't give a shit about any of that. What I
I
care
can give
about
you the
is
actual
what
person that works in the business world sector.
Nope. I need to address this dumbass argument that you're floating is brilliant. You're surprisingly limited in your understanding of just about everything you talk about.
You mean me or Orthodox guy?
Well, I'll just concentrate on Orthodox. I could get to you later.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was just going to tell you what they're saying about private sector.
Don't bring that high school level debate bullshit.
Oh, it's not a debate.
No. It's no. I didn't say it was a debate. I said it's high school level debate.
Well, you just proved my point.
No,
though.
motherfucker. I will put you in the back. Dude, you literally sound like you're in high school with that point. And I'll leave it at that.
Look, man,
now, let the adults talk. Ryan, what were you saying?
All right, here's the deal. There's two things working. Number one, on the private sector side, not the public sector, but the private sector, they're all returning to work. And that's going to continue to happen because, everybody's got to go back to work, right? And they claim it's about knowledge transfer and things, which that's, in other words, you're teaching the young people and things. And that's true to some degree, but I promise you this. You can have less office space if you have less people in the office, and you can pay people less money if they want to work from home. And that's what's going to drive it.
That's not what's going to happen because most of the people, in my opinion, now this is my
people will take 10 to 20% less money in salary or compensation to work from home.
If you hire them that way, a lot of the people that are working from home, you're not going to be able to go, hey, work from home, get a 20% cut. These are senior people, and I know.
Well, they'll say, I'll come back to work then, right? Some of them will.
Well, they didn't want to come back to work. Trump said, you will come back to work.
Well, that's public sector, though. I'm talking private. But no, I know what you're saying.
Okay, well, I don't mix the two. They're not similar. There's some overlap, but they're not similar as far as goals. Government
I'm with you on that. I agree.
Government should not be for profit. And
here's the problem I have, right? With a business, you can measure it very much by, okay, this many people are staying home. This many,
Yep.
like you can nail all that shit. This is working or it's not working. We need to bring, R&D back into the office so they can interact more. Accounting can stay, whatever it is, right? In government, there's no measurables, right? There's no metrics to say this works
And
or
there
doesn't.
should
So,
not be. Now, there should be, but not in every case. And you literally have to bring in the industrial engineers to figure out.
yeah.
Government should not be for profit.
Well, no, I agree, but there's got to be measurables within government to see we can have these people stay home because again, you can pay people less; they'll take less money, right? Like they will
when you hire them. Once they're there, COVID basically said, "Hey, you might be a six-figure assistant secretary or something or another.
Yeah.
You're not going to rehire that person." Okay.
Yeah.
Going forward, yeah, we'll pay you less if you want to work from home, but not maintaining a status quo. And again, Trump isn't. There are things Trump is doing with the administrative state that I don't have a problem with. Again, it's not what he's doing as much as how he's doing it. It's haphazard. It is be brave level dumb. And I use be brave as my measure of stupidity these days.
I noticed that. So. Well, I don't disagree. It's definitely all over the place. But I'll tell you something. It is eerie. I go into an office building recently, and it's an architectural firm. They've got about 100 cubicles, and I go in, and there was 4 people in the office. 4. And I'm going, I said, is this a holiday for y'all, or what's it? Oh, no, people are working from home. And I'm like, why do you have the space? Why do you need it, right? So I think the way it's going to shake out is they're either going to use that space or make people.
Well, Trump already, they're putting some real estate up on the auction block. There was a story about that.
A lot.
Yeah. And what's wrong with that? Now, the problem is who's going to buy it.
Now, a lot of it's like flex space or GSA. Like a lot of the stuff is the GSA. Like the GSA leases 10 years at 425 I Street.
Right.
So they'll let that go.
Gotcha.
So I know that they're selling a few buildings, but it's more like getting rid of lease space and things like that. So,
now, what I'd like to see is they turn all that space into housing.
It's not. It's a lot of people. It's more difficult to do than just. It's hard to do that because you got to have firewalls. Like if you think about a commercial building, there
are a ton of.
It's a lot, man.
But,
you're talking about.
You know what?
You're talking about.
All those savings that Elon is saving us. Maybe.
He's sending checks for $5,000, man. That's why you're.
Yeah, I'm waiting on mine.
Theory, yeah. But no, this office thing, it's going to be weird because I'm telling you, I think in time it'll be. Business will figure out we can pay people less, which some of them have, right? I don't even have to give you a raise. I'll let you work from home. You're saving gas, time. You can let your dogs out. You don't have to buy lunch. You don't have to pay for parking. There's savings in it, just in commute time at an hour each way, you can pay people less money.
Oh, big
and
time.
Business will figure that out.
You got your own
government.
You got your own crapper. You don't got to go to community crapper there, and they're not paying. They're not paying for toilet paper. They're not paying for printer paper. They're not paying for printers. God. They're not paying.
I've done Zoom calls in a button-down shirt and sweatpants.
Oh, dude, I did a huge gigantic presentation on Monday in a suit jacket, a sports shirt, and I had gym shorts and flip-flops on.
Right.
Nobody knew. Nobody knew.
There's a convenience to that, right?
People will take a lot less money if they can work from home.
Yeah,
And
I agree with
frankly, you hit it on the head, Ryan. If you have an hour commute one way, that's 10 hours a week times 50 weeks. Come on,
plus
man.
parking, plus eating lunch out or packing your lunch, having somebody let your dogs out. You can't get your kids off the bus.
Office
It is
gossip.
a 20% less salary. You know, from
all the chit chat time. You know, people coming
a lot.
around. How was your weekend? Yeah.
What's up, Diwali? I'm going to do something rather interesting here. And you three are my senior advisors. I don't think this debate that HB et al. Are cooking up is even remotely interesting. So what I'm going to do is let's go through the questions that HB is proposing. I find them incredibly boring and just a rehash. And I don't give a shit about the money.
Parliamentary procedure. I think the only interesting thing about it is if you can make a buttload of cash, and if you're not interested, I mean I would be brazen about that. That's
Man,
the only
I'm
interesting
just
thing.
not that. Is the word avaricious?
I think the word is opportunistic, maybe. But
look, this is the shit they want to ask. And let me make sure I want to let's see here. I want to make sure there are no email addresses or anything. So let me blow this up. These are boring, pedestrian questions, uninteresting, and I'm just gonna shit on the people who come up with this malarkey.
Are these your questions? Is your prep questions for the debate?
Yeah, and I'm shitting on them.
Who wrote these? Who wrote them?
Why wouldn't you?
I'm not gonna even go there.
Why wouldn't you be the ones? I mean, why?
Well, no, I did say I did. Well, this is the other problem. I really only have two questions I would ask. This could be a 30-minute thing, and apparently it needs to be more a 3-ring circus thing. Well, go ahead, Tom. Everybody have their say, and then I want to just read through these questions.
Is one of the two questions, what the hell's wrong with you? Never mind. That's it.
Also, is there going to be any facts or data?
Hey, Tom, I'll do it better. What made you like this?
Why are you the way you are?
Yes.
What about data, or is there any actual references we're going to use for this? Or?
Sometimes there. Now, this is going to seem foreign to you, but I know you know this, Ryan. Sometimes a priori, just critical thinking, you don't need to prove everything with hard data, because data is interpreted. You hear the
I
term.
don't disagree with that,
but here's some things right here: historical and systemic racism. I have a problem with historical and systemic, but the term. Has systemic racism had a lasting impact on Black communities in the United States? Yes. Should the U.S. government provide reparations for the historical injustices of slavery and Jim Crow laws? Don't worry about the slavery. Jim Crow's good enough. That's going to be expensive in and of itself. Is affirmative action still a necessary policy for ensuring equal opportunities? No, because it was half-hearted, got diluted, and white people's hearts weren't into it in the first place. What are the long-term effects of redlining on racial wealth disparities today? Redlining still happens. Y'all didn't know that. criminal justice and police. Simple. This is high school debate. What we need to do is combine this into under one heading, criminal justice and policing. Let's put that under systemic racism. Uninterested in that. Education, economic disparities under systemic racism. Why are we asking all these dumb questions? Culture and representation. That might stand on its own. Politics might stand on its own, but probably not. It can be combined into culture. Pro-white arguments and counter arguments. Okay. Fuck the pro-white argument. Don't need to hear them. If Be Brave needs to make pro-white arguments, we don't need to have the debate. See how simple that was? 5 minutes. Do better, questioners. I won't do the debate if this is the quality of questions I'm going to have to tangle with. It's Be Brave level, not Stanley level.
You're also debating Be Brave.
Motherfucker, I don't give a Wait, hold it. What did you say? I'm also debating Be Brave?
Yeah, wouldn't you be debating Be Brave? Wouldn't you be at his
Be
level?
Brave is a
debating him?
fucking idiot. Debate would be a word only you and he would use.
Okay.
Wait, I would use a term called wasting my time.
Look, man, all I'm saying is
I don't
you're
give a
challenged
shit
to a
what you
debate.
have.
You can yay
I
or nay.
don't. Whoa. You're not understanding where I'm coming from. I don't give a fuck what
You don't
want
want to do it. It's
say.
good. It's
Oh,
good.
no,
It's good.
I don't. It's a waste of my. It is a waste of my time.
AI wrote.
And we're gonna trim this down to a 30-minute, maybe an hour. We're not doing more than an hour.
Otherwise,
motherfucker,
you
this is literally a one-way conversation.
AI
I'm telling
wrote-
you what I'm willing to do. I don't care if you're not willing to do it or want to expand.
AI wrote these questions.
It's a goddamn insult. These questions.
Do you want me to dust off and write
Motherfucker, I don't want you to do. I don't want you. Oh, Orthodox, please don't do anything. You would only confuse and make it worse.
Oh no, I got you. I'll write you a list of questions. I got.
Oh no.
You I'm
don't
taking this
write.
as the
No,
challenge. I
motherfucker.
got you.
No.
I got you. Hold on. I got you.
Dude, you're not capable.
Challenge my you challenge you make these challenges and then you talk shit and try to shut people down when they disagree with you. You're not. I don't think you're good at debating. I think you're only good in an authoritarian
you would
sense.
be. I would second.
Now you can correct my grammar and spelling.
No, I'm not good at debating because I'm not in goddamn high school anymore. I didn't debate in high school because I thought they were idiots then. You are only making my point. I'm not good at debate. I'm good at living a life and solving problems. Motherfuckers like you and Be Brave, y'all thrive on creating problems. I motherfucking solve problems. Now get on board or shut the fuck up.
I have an idea. What if it's Be Brave versus Stanley, but it's a team. It's teams. It's Be Brave and Snake versus Stanley and 12th Man. And that way you gotta bring a passenger with you.
You want what you want is Be Brave, Solid Snake, and 12th Man on one side against me. That's gonna be.
Listen, that's worth a lot of money.
That's worth a lot of money. That's gonna be Stanley versus a non-sober world.
These questions.
That's worth a ton of money right there. That's a pay-per-view right there.
You think they were written by AI?
I would almost bet the ranch on it.
Wow.
So?
Yeah.
I mean, so what?
But you know what? The thing is
That's why they're
you
generic.
could take all this and make it would take an hour to do this. You know, my other thing is read a book. Talking about this stuff solves nothing. Okay? The point of debate is not to fucking solve problems, and I'm a goddamn problem solver. Talking about it is cheap. That's what Be Brave does. He talks about problems he has no clue. All he does is sit there and complain. That's not, dude, I'm a trained problem solver. That's what the military does. That's what chemistry does. We fucking solve problems and sitting around puttering in a shack, whining in a high-pitched voice, which is what I'm doing now. Doesn't solve problems. I'm uninterested. Give me shit I can solve.
Stanley, you're actually right on
Give me a fucking deer I can shoot, dress out, and feed a family with. I'm also kind of a utilitarian in this way. I can tell you why the problems happen. It is up to idiots like Be Brave to, well, I'm not going to tell you what Be Brave. I can explain to you why, but alternate theories, I'm not interested in. And when you bring a pro-white argument, that's so divisive. Save that for the MAGA chimps. I don't give a shit about a pro-white argument. And if that is Be Brave's contribution, I'm uninterested. I'm not going to even challenge why pro-white. Motherfucker, these motherfuckers didn't even like try and hide it behind nationalism. They just go pro-white. That is, you know what? That's like saying Stanley make a pro-black argument. Dumb. Puerile, high school. You save that for the Be Brave. I'm offended that this was even sent to me, quite frankly. What the fuck do y'all think I am?
Well, I'm mad at Chat GPT as well.
No, I was told there was some thought put in this.
I do feel like there's not a lot of people that read books, for sure.
Hey, that's not a Stanley problem. It's not one I should care about. My son read books. My family.
I'm just saying in general, it seems like there's a lot of people that don't.
This is part of our problem on the John Galt Urban Landlord and Stanley Cross and however many. We care too much about what other people do and want to watch it on TV for entertainment, and our lives are fucked up. So,
I wonder what the reading rate is in America. It's quite low.
No, Portia.
Very low.
I think debates.
I feel like books to a lot of these people are like Superman and Kryptonite. They just see books and they just implode.
Well, motherfucker, see, and my father was actually, that's why, well, he's still around. And my mother was a little bit more of a book reader, but dude, you don't know how many times I was told as a teenager, Stanley, you have no common sense. Motherfucker, just hearing that term sends a chill up my spine because you don't know, God damn it. Book readers were telling me book reading isn't enough. And I've trained my son the same way. Motherfucker, you can go and solve some weird math problem, but can you split wood? Can you survive if I drop your dumb ass in the middle of the woods? You better know I have talked about a man being well-rounded. I know I've said that enough times on this channel.
I
I
agree.
can do more than read books. And I know everybody wants to paint me as an effete book reader. Motherfucker, I'm probably more capable than most of the people on this channel.
I remember that summer, winter, fall you spent up at Walden.
Oh, you know why? As a matter of fact, let's go one better than Walden. Let's go to J.D. Salinger and talk about, that. Let's talk about Seymour. That's a whole story.
or the time you spent up in the territories with your dog White Fang.
Hey, all I have to say is I lived on the mountain, and I at least have spent 2 weeks with so much snow on the ground. The only thing I did right was we had food in the house and a gas grill.
There you go.
We were going to kill each other because we were watching the same Winnie the Pooh movies, and we thought the cable was going to stay. The electricity was out for an hour. The cable was out for a week, and we watched so much Winnie the Pooh and Up. It was the same goddamn movie, Up.
Not even the good one.
My son was 4. It was before he was in even kindergarten. Those were the days. But our version of Walden was watching a bunch of Winnie the Pooh and like, God damn it, I'm gonna go into this room and don't put knives. Hide all the knives.
You ever had to like stay with your grandparents or somebody and they only had like 4 books and they weren't necessarily things you would read, but you read the heck out of them anyway. Or worse yet, they'd have a magazine like Better Homes and Gardens. Well, here we go.
Well, the bottom line is if you think reading books, I don't think reading books is enough.
Not.
And
most people don't read though. I don't think a lot of people read.
Well, I get
read
a
anything.
lot of
they just watch it on TV.
I get a lot of people on this channel, the hood conservatives and the truisms. Those motherfuckers don't have home training, quite frankly. If they did, they wouldn't make such comments. So you should be able to hammer a nail and read a book. You should be able to, motherfucker, I've like gutted deers and butchered them out. I do stuff.
That is a refreshing line of thinking because most people are either or. It pays.
Well, you're from Georgia. You're not going to be, I'll write a passage, get your little 11-year-old, 10 or 11, fucking fire 30-06. You know it's going to put him on his ass, and then he learns the lesson. So
yeah, get laughed at by your dad and uncles and older cousins.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, Thanksgiving was for that.
Put 3-inch turkey load and when you're shooting bird shot with friends and you're trying to unload the shotgun as fast and then you knock your shoulder out of socket and you're like, what the hell was that?
Well, I've never had one knocked out of socket, but I've had a bruise. But I mean, that's, and that night you read a book, before you go to sleep. Yeah. Growing up in the South, you know what? Your parents are not gonna let you out in 100-degree heat to play basketball with your friends. Stay here, read some books till it cools off. Round about 5 o'clock, you go out and play with your friends in the summer. Books, in my opinion, are part of a weird Southern tradition.
Working on the farm, there'd usually be my dad or somebody would have a cigar. And there was always that one kid, and I was that
is
kid.
funny.
I was the oldest, and there was, can I try that? You really want to try it? Yeah,
Shit.
1-2 puffs, and you are green.
Done.
You're
Done.
just
Hey,
you're
Tom.
just green for 2 days, man. It's a
I
lesson.
got one better.
It's a lesson.
I'm maybe I don't know 7, 8, and me and my father's father, my granddaddy, he chewed Red Man. So he goes, and I remember this because it was just he goes, "Hey Stanley, want to chew?" And you know what I told him? No, granddaddy. He's like, "Oh, come on." I'm like, this, I said no. So no, he convinces me he's granddaddy. Oh God, that shit made me so fucking dizzy. You know, it's like I didn't throw up in the car is the only good thing.
Did he tell you to put hair on
Oh,
your
and
chest?
then he goes back and tells my father, and they both get a laugh.
Laugh.
Did you
It's like, no, granddaddy, I don't want any. Oh, come on.
It'll put hair on your chest. You know, they always like to macho you, like peer pressure, macho. Come on, be a man.
Oh,
put
it
hair
was,
on your chest.
you know what? I remember him. I remember him offering. I remember getting like totally, man. I don't know how I didn't throw up. Oh, don't swallow the juice.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. I can tell your grandfather's a man of culture.
Make sure you don't swallow the juice.
I can tell your grandfather is a true man of culture with his choice of chewing tobacco because Red Man is the greatest, unfortunately.
Hey, you know what? All I have to say is if I'd swallowed the juice and got real sick, you know, he might have had to answer to my grandmother. That was a bit...
Did he ever tell you any stories of anybody that swallowing the juice or anything like that? Those stories are the best.
Yeah. We had a mail pouch ad painted on the side of our barn. Mail pouch tobacco. Not as good as Red Man, but
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, they were famous for having ads on the side of barns. They would come by and ask farmers, you know, and they give them some mail pouch.
You know, there was a Red Man Gold. and hey, I had a roommate in college who did dip. So, you know what? I revived. Now, this is the funny part. I'm like, well, you know what? I've had Red Man before. My granddaddy used to chew it. So he and I, sit around the room fucking, or he had a Jeep. And the University of Georgia back in the day used to have this huge, like, forest way past the South Campus, you know, because they have a forestry school. And we throw in some Red Man and fucking go out there in that Jeep and go bogging. So, you know, I
like heaven.
I don't know that it was heaven, but I tell you what, it was fun.
Yeah.
There's no better feeling than sitting around drinking a beer at a swimming spot with a beautiful woman and friends. There's no better feeling than that.
Now, does your beautiful woman do Red Man too?
No, she smokes like a pack a day and bitches at me for chewing tobacco. But she secretly thinks it's cute and masculine and won't tell me, but I'll tell her friends.
Yeah, but I tell you what, that Red Man, yeah, you don't want to do it.
Man,
you know, not for long.
We used to play like in the summer, late in high school, we'd play baseball or softball for like, you know, we'd have double, triple headers. And we'd sit there and, man, if you didn't have some beech nut or some Red Man in, you were in big trouble. You were going to be just completely, you know, dry mouthed and awful. But if you had some of that, it just seemed to make things cooler and better. But I remember there were some off brands you'd get of leaf tobacco, and it would have just sticks and stems in it and crap. But the red man wouldn't, and neither would beach nuts.
Yeah, fucking Chattanooga Chew.
I used to do.
I just remember that. That had sticks and stems in it.
I got into the dip, and I never went back to the leaf tomato once I got.
I hate dip. I lose my Southern card when it comes to dip. I hate dip.
Well, they started making the
wait,
long
you don't
cut
have a back pocket with
a ring.
You don't have a back
with
pocket?
some wintergreen? No, I took my red man in my back pocket.
Well, there's they made long cut because younger people didn't like to have to master the fine cut, and there's the original, skull. But man, if you're a real dude, I mean, Copenhagen is an adult portion there. That's
you remember Earl Campbell's commercials, Skull Brother?
Walt Garrison did them too. Just put it between cheek and gum, feels real relaxing in there. Oh, yeah.
See, I like the pouches now that they came out with. I will do the pouches.
Yeah, the pouches. Yeah.
I just don't like. I don't care if it's shortcut or long cut. I just don't like the way it feels when it gets between my teeth. It feels gross.
It will do that. Oh man, Levi
They said
Garrett.
teeth and they said cheek and gum, not between your teeth.
well, some of us Southerners have evolved since the 40s and the 30s when that was super popular.
Dude,
I'm not talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I was saying, like, when all this stuff was popular, some of us, we have teeth now.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, and I just made this point today, Georgia's actually one of, at least in my experience, we all kind of get along here.
Thinking the same thing, Stanley.
Yeah, it's nobody get it, dude. I have literally been to South Georgia like in the last July. I spent a couple weeks and we went down to Valdosta, and some store outside, some old country store. They, my father goes walking in, and me and my son, and they're like, "Oh, hey!" It was like, God damn. They had my daddy's sausage. They make like fucking sausage. And it's like, oh fuck, here it is.
I feel like those of us who are born and raised in Georgia and live in Georgia are some of the most blessed people on the face of the planet, because it does get hot here, and that's about the only issue is the humidity and the heat. Other than that, it's a beautiful part of the country.
Well, you get used to it, especially if you grew up in it. You know how to cope.
It doesn't get hot there.
That's what I'm saying. It ain't Texas. It don't get 110.
Well, no, he's talking like desert. I think the humidity is more a problem, but you get used to it. Especially if you grew up with it. My sister and I have played tennis on clay courts in fucking like 96-degree weather. And, our parents let us do it.
96.
I would never let my kids do that on a clay court, though.
Well, but yeah.
Speaking of clay, Georgia red clay stamped down, right?
I know what it is.
Well, I'm saying that's where I grew up playing. The fields and stuff I grew up playing were either bare or they had grass.
Well, my family, the deepest Georgia origin is down around Cordele. So I don't know Cordele that well, but I'm from Cook County. You know where that is? Well, my father's from Cook County.
I believe so.
It's Adel, Georgia. Moultrie. Right next to Valdosta, county over from Lowndes. So
a lot of my family's from Upson, Brown, Swirl Bluff, and stuff up in the foothills.
So you're okay. Well, you're up North Georgia.
No, that's where my family's from. I'm in Middle Georgia.
Okay.
So
No,
most of my
you know
family
what,
is from North
George.
Georgia, but they're
Hey,
also from Swirl Bluff.
Ray had it right. George is fucking awesome.
Oh, it is. It's one like I've been all over the country. I haven't been all over the
Mhm.
world. I do. I hope one day to make it there and see the world. But as far as in the lower 48, Georgia, and I'm not being biased. 'Cause I like Oregon as well.
No,
It's like a
hey,
Georgia.
Virginia. I love Northern Virginia, but I'm back, in Georgia. Georgia, the only problem I have with Georgia is, sometimes the kudzu. That might be the only,
Oh
complaint.
yeah, that was one of the worst plants we got from Japan. I do like the fact that we got the cherry blossoms from Japan though. I wish it took hold like the kudzu did. Because like every once in a while you'll see and like there's at least one in every neighborhood in Georgia, at least in the rural parts, where you'll be walking down the street or you'll be driving and you'll see cherry blossoms. It'll be like an anime or something. It's like, what the hell? Why are there cherry blossoms floating around me? And then
Garen, welcome, Garen. I have an odd question for you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
It'll wait. Now we're glorifying. Excuse me, Georgia on my mind, and I'm sitting here looking out at some trees. Georgia's fucking awesome. It's better than all those inferior states.
Well, it is the biggest problem with Georgia is it's not Texas.
the biggest problem with Georgia
well,
is
you know what?
we let
Go
the federal
ahead,
government take
Orthodox.
the biggest problem with Georgia is we let the government take a lot of our land. See, Georgia should be a lot bigger than it is.
You can make that same argument. Wars happen, stuff happens, but yeah, I know
You talk
that.
about
I
the
know
Yazoo
y'all.
land fraud and stuff.
I know. I'm not going to even go against my friend Tom Gully. Texas is a fine state.
Ain't Georgia.
Shit. Tom's lived in Atlanta. He didn't live in Georgia. When I was a kid, there was I know you heard it.
I understand that.
There's
understand
Atlanta
that
and the rest of Georgia.
Yeah.
And that's largely true.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do love Atlanta.
I like Atlanta. I prefer Macon or Columbus. But I like Atlanta.
Savannah is better than you all.
Oh,
Macon isn't shit.
I've been to Savannah one time, and that is
I grew up there. It was. I didn't know it at the time because like all young people want to escape. When I grew up there was maybe 150,000 people there, which sounds large, I guess, but compared to now, it's not. But dude, I went to school, grade school, right next to the cathedral. Little kids, yeah, well, I say little kids, but you're talking 6th, 7th, 8th graders. We could walk around those squares. Now there was literally a fucking candy store right up like a block away from the school. There was Clary's Drugs, which showed up in Midnight of the Garden of Good and Evil. Dude, as an 8th grader and a 7th grader, I used to go there with my sister because we'd get dropped off a little early. Our parents had to work. And two little 8th, 7th graders fucking order up a couple eggs and some bacon right up at Clary's. There was a Goodwill fucking used bookstore right cat corner on the same square from the cathedral. It was fucking heaven. For a bookish little boy.
Stanley, I have a signed first edition of Midnight in the Garden of Good
Really?
and Evil. Yeah, a girl from Savannah that I was dating in Atlanta gave it to me, and I was like, "What's this?" Thanks for the book. I did, it hadn't become a big sensation or anything yet, but I've got it.
Well, the funny thing is I think I might have been in 7th or 8th grade, literally, like a walk, a square or two, block or two. I remember it vaguely, but when you're that young, I can remember my parents talking about it, but I didn't care. So the bottom line is Savannah was just in retrospect that no kid likes their hometown, but dude, it
God,
built
I love
me.
my hometown.
You
I
have
can tell you.
wanderlust when you're young. That's all it is.
Well, of course you do, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like I went out and like I said, I haven't been to a lot of other countries. I think I've only
Mhm.
really been to Mexico, but
Mhm.
everybody wants to leave their hometown. There's never
Right.
anything to do. All these other complaints, but once you go out and you get that wanderlust out of your system, you go back home. It feels amazing.
Yeah.
Like people are talking about like riding bikes and stuff, like motorcycles.
Right.
I don't know if you ride, but a friend of mine has a bike.
No,
Sometimes
it's dude. I last time I rode a dirt bike was in college, and there's a story behind it. It seems like my life is a bunch of fucking crazy shit I've done.
that is a Georgia native thing. People from Georgia have the best stories, and it's
Well,
like,
let me put it to you this way. I was in college, and this is why I'm a little. I did some shit in college that my parents, well, my remaining parent, fuck, I don't tell them now because they go, "You did what?"
Oh yeah.
The reason I went up, you know where? Oh damn, it's North Georgia, Fannin County. You know where that is, right?
Fannin County or Phantom County?
No, Fannin, Fannon. That's like, up in the mountains. I had a buddy of mine in college. His father had a cabin, a nice fucking cabin. This cabin is, an understatement. So it's like, fuck, he's like, hey, come on up. We'll, hang out. So I'm on a dirt bike. I didn't bother telling my parents, and they were fairly strict parents, even in college. Fuck it. They'll never know. I put a dirt bike in the ditch, and I was within a foot of just laying down the bike on my right leg. It's like another foot, and you know what? I'd have been in the hospital because something would have gotten broke. And I just never really messed with them ever since. But
I'm retarded, so I love doing stuff like that. And one of the best things in Georgia to do is get on an ATV and try to go like vertical.
oh, you're gonna love this, Orthodox. Go ahead, finish your story.
The last time I did that, I was on a rather large ATV, but I went to go up, and I went up, and I made it about 3/4 of the way up, and then the gravity's like, "Nah, you gotta come on back down, big fella." And that ATV came back, and I saw the wheels come off the ground, and then I saw the sky, and then I saw the handlebars, and I was like, "Ah!" I had to scramble out of the way, bro. I about crushed my head and everything.
Yeah, young people don't do that. But I was talking to someone the other day. My father talked to a couple of days ago. My brother and my father went up to Macon to buy a UTV, and I was like, "What? Really?" So, someone asked me what a UTV is, and my father just said, my father was just like, "Let's get this." So I'm just like, holy shit,
Those
really?
things are fun. Side by sides are great. and
Oh,
they're
I
basically
have a
miniature
neighbor who
cars.
has one. No, but his thing was like, hey, you know what? You and I, Stanley. He had to specify me. We're getting old. We don't get around like we used to. So I went out and bought this. We'll get around the farm. And he'll, who knows, he'll write it off or something. But motherfucker, we have one of these redneck mobiles.
It's just a
So
redneck Volkswagen.
you know what? We got a Volkswagen too. But my father bought it in '73. I drove it. My brother drove it. Either my son or my nephew will drive it once it's restored. But he did kind of shock me. You did what? So they took the truck up there and hauled this bitch out.
Look at the top right picture. They're basically miniature cars. Most of them are now.
Oh
street
yeah.
legal.
I don't. Are they street legal?
Yes, most side by sides have blinkers
Really?
and lights, and the only thing like that's really the only requirement other than insurance for it to be street legal. Like you'll still get pulled over because the cops will assume that you don't have insurance, but all you have to do, show them your ID, show them your insurance, and because like you have to register side by sides.
Yeah,
you don't have to register ATVs or dirt bikes.
Depends on the state.
Well, I have a neighbor who has one, and he doesn't. It's a private road. He, it might be like nobody's gonna stop him. It's like 300 feet before he turns around and goes back in. But interesting vehicles. They are useful. We used to call them dune buggies back in the day.
Well, they're
this version.
them and golf carts. They're good to have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on what state you're in. In Utah, up in the mountains and the tourist areas, there's the road, for cars, and then there's 2 tracks along the side of the road. So you can get you can get away with not driving on the road because you're not on the street and you're on a public easement if I think it's above 13 or something like that. And they don't necessarily have to be registered or plated, but and I don't think you would drive them up in Utah on the roads. Given the lack of cars and how fast people drive, you would never drive them on the actual road.
Well, those things can go up to like 100 miles per hour side by sides, and even some ATVs.
Yeah, some of them can, but I wouldn't drive one on the 100 miles is great, but people drive appreciably faster than that in the open.
Fair.
Yeah, it's not so much the speed as it is in the mountains and the canyons and stuff. There's lots of areas where you can't see around an outcropping of mountain. So you're going around a corner that's pretty much blind until you start in on that turn. So
yeah. Well, see, one of the best feelings ever is going through a small creek or river in a side-by-side or ATV, in my opinion.
Well, the other thing about up there is
you have a weird opinion.
If you veer off out of control, like even in Indiana, you'll go into a cornfield. Yeah. If you do the same thing in Utah, where I lived, you're going into a boulder. There's no question. A big ass boulder, maybe the size of your car, even if it's half the size of your car. I mean, the off-road is just littered with them. You're not going to miss one. You're going to total your car. You're probably going to get killed.
Oof. Well, Stanley, you've never went off-roading and took an ATV about 30, 40 miles per hour over the water?
It depends. I've been on ATVs, but shit, I used to live on a 1-lane gravel road. So
you never been in a mountain
and I've literally had a ride on an ATV, but no, Back in the day, you know, dirt biking, back roads in the rain, which was a mistake. Gravel gets rather slippery. Um, yeah, maybe yes, maybe no, depending on your definition. But ramming something through a creek in a side by side, nope, never done
It's
it.
fun.
You should do it. You should do it because you could do it relatively safely if you know the area. I would never
Well, I
do
don't
things
care
like
about
over
the
the limit.
safety. I care about the feeling, dude. I'm old.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm gonna feel it in the morning.
Fair enough. My cousin, we're riding ATVs, and my cousin
Oh,
got in the
right.
creek and fished off the back of his ATV.
All I have to say is you're only young once, so enjoy it.
Man, I'm gonna, even if it hurts, I'm gonna do that till the day I die because I would
You'll
rather
change-
die
hey,
young.
You'll change.
Yeah.
You'll change your mind. You don't have kids. You will change your mind if you'll be okay.
Well, your mind will get changed for you.
Tom, I no.
Oh, my mind changed about a lot of shit when I woke up one day and I had hurt myself sleeping.
Oh well, that'll start about 40.
See, I was about to say it was about 40. You start, it's not, and I'll say this till I'm done. It's not that I can't do a lot of the same things I used to do because I can. It's the recovery time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the recovery time. It's like, what'd you do that crazy ass shit for that you used to just get up the next day and do it again? Now it's like, oh, it's going to be about a week before I do that again.
Hey, Garion, I want to say hello. I actually have a question. And
All right.
Y'all anti-blacks are going to have fun with this. My son wants to get an earring.
An earring.
I didn't ask a lot of questions, but he asked, "Hey, is it okay?" And my soliloquy was like, I wouldn't. I think it's unseemly. Same thing with tattoos and stuff like that. However, you're an adult. You have to deal with the consequences. And my son, shit, knowing him, he probably already did it. However, motherfucker will be 19 in June.
Should've got one of them magnetic ones.
You know what? I basically said, you're an adult. I'm a parental advisor at this point. So, basically make your mistakes. But what I want to ask you, because you're fairly near his age, do kids still do that shit?
Yes. Also, may I ask which ear?
You know what? I
You
didn't even know
guys,
to
come
ask.
on, man.
Actually, my question is, your hair is fucking long. Are they going to be able to see the earring? I have no clue. He's in college. I guess they discuss which ear. I'm assuming
no,
two.
that's
No.
no.
Everybody wears 2 earrings this year.
Really?
In 2025, right?
No, you would wear one, and it better be in the left ear.
Facts.
He's got a
See,
girlfriend.
this is why I think the whole thing is silly. Just don't wear earrings.
I mean, Stanley, if you well, you don't have to be opposed to it because regardless of what he does, he's adult, like you said. But if you really care about it, I don't think it's
No,
too
I
big of a
don't.
deal.
What I care is I can't ask him the questions without him going, you know how it is when your parents, me, I'll ask 1,000 questions and I don't want to annoy him. So you're a young man near, engineer type. What the fuck? Dude, I depend on my friends. So I don't have to ask direct questions to my family in American tradition. Don't ask your kids direct questions. Ask the people who aren't your kids.
Stanley, I got an earring when I was in college
Ah.
for my left ear. I was a punk rock guy, like and I had the bleached hair, or it was orange and black, or whatever. I had lightning bolts cut in, shaved into the side of my head, and was
Well,
playing
my question to you:
soccer. And here's the deal, Stanley.
Did you go home like that?
Oh yeah. I
Were
had.
Did your parents go, "We failed you, son"?
No, my parents basically. I looked them dead in the eye and said, "I'm at college because of my work and my efforts."
Oh my God!
And you said when you turn 18. Well, I'm over 18 now, and my dad actually laughed because he said, "What the hell is going on?" And I said, "Come on, imagine you drive out from Miami of Ohio and you're going to play us in soccer, and you see me walking out on the field. Are you going to come into my penalty area? I don't think you are." Anyway, so I had even my earrings. I had a lightning bolt. I had a spark plug. I had a hand grenade.
Oh,
I had all this crazy crap. Now, here's the good news, Stanley. I did that. I wore these earrings because the girls liked them. That's the only reason I got it.
Jesus Christ, girls like.
Oh, they love that stuff back
Heck,
then.
the whole earring thing might be his girlfriend's idea.
Yeah, well,
You
it
know
wasn't my
what?
girlfriend's
I
idea.
did not want to go there.
I had a
because
bevy.
I was gonna
No,
ask.
that's a possibility. My girl once asked me to get a tattoo.
I was a Division
I
One.
raised you better than your girlfriend.
I was a Division I athlete. I didn't have a girlfriend. I had this, whatever, there was every day it was a new girlfriend. But I did that. I wore it maybe occasionally after college. Even at the end of college, I quit wearing it very often. And then by the time I was 23, I haven't had an earring in my head since.
Well, I did talk
grew
about
over,
the tattoo. I will have something to say about that shit. He didn't mention it, but I'm trying to head that bullshit off at the pass. And I did not use the word unseemly. Crosses don't do that shit. So, unless you're a woman, you can have your ears pierced.
Is he planning on getting any other type of piercings, or is it just?
You know what? He didn't specify.
Did he tell you he was studying Prince Albert in?
You know what? I'm old enough to believe ignorance. What you don't know won't hurt you until it does, and I trust my upbringing. You know what? Here's what I predict. And
If he doesn't, Stanley, I recommend.
I
if he hasn't
bet
got it,
I
you
bet
should go with
he
him.
does. He probably won't do it.
Stanley, I recommend if he is planning on getting his earrings pierced, you should go with him.
Look, I didn't get my first
Fuck
tattoo
no.
until last year.
You're
Yeah.
fucking kidding, right?
No, I'm serious. It'd be a good bonding experience
Dude,
for you.
Dude, then he won't be getting a piercing.
You don't got to. You don't got to do anything. Just be
fucking
there.
go with him. So some fucking little girl can go, well, Mr. Cross, how about you?
You'd be like,
No, we're not
No.
doing that.
Yeah, it'll be a
No,
good, it'll be a good,
no,
it'll be a good bonding experience.
no,
maybe
I
maybe if
don't
you-
want to be there.
If you're
as a
allowed to
matter
be in the
of
room
fact,
with him, you can hold his hand.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Garion. I'm almost ready to disown him. We don't do that sort of shit. But he's young. The whole will grow over.
Yeah, mine's grown over long ago.
Yeah, so he'll be okay. And you know what? He's like you, Garion. Maybe that's why.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never got any piercings.
Oh no, he's got him a little Asian girlfriend.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
I'm 100% betting that's his idea.
Well,
I mean,
let me
that's
ask
her
you a question. Of course, hey, if his girl is putting him up to it, and I did I should have asked him, but I don't want to know the answer. He's got to be an adult. He's got to. Who knows?
I haven't worn any parachute pants, and you get all that out of your system.
Look, man, tattoos are.
Oh, what's this?
They feel
Today at 11. What did I write that?
No, I think John did. I don't know why it's in your name.
John Galt was special guest Be Brave on the Urban Landlord Clubs. Well, that's nice. I don't know why it says that.
Oh yeah. Speaking of, are you planning on doing the debate?
I'm finding reasons not to.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I've been. My principal advisor says, I don't know. I'm gonna have to have a fight, or what is it? What is it? I think it's Thomas Jefferson. Something about pride in being right versus money, and I'm inclined to go. Be Brave is not my equal. Giving him and the John Galt urban landlord fucking like fledgling. I might read a book society, but be anti-black. Giving Be Brave credibility is problematic to me. I think Be Brave is literally a stolen valor white who is idiocy. He wants to claim a heritage that just he has never been a part of. CHB's here to hype. Motherfucker, you want to be slim.
Stanley Cross. versus Be
HB.
Brave. Stanley Cross versus Be Brave. At the Urban Landlord. Clash of the Titans. Bordello of Blood.
You see, the problem,
Pay-per-view.
and I keep trying to tell you this. You think Be Brave is a Titan? Titan of what?
And that question will be answered.
Oh, motherfucker, no.
Be Brave versus Stanley Cross. There will be blood.
You can't tighten his belt.
Stanley doesn't do that sort of spectacular stuff. Stanley deals with the truisms of the world, who I think surely you were listening. Be Brave is not the black community's problem.
That will also be discussed.
No,
Stanley
I don't think it will.
versus
Because
Be
I
Brave.
would be debating you and John Galt.
You already did that.
I do want you to check your email when you get a chance, though.
Oh, I've been checking it for a while.
Yeah, I think we saw. I think he pulled it up.
Did you pull it up?
Yeah. By the way,
and I
he
shit
did not write
all.
it.
Oh wait, hold it. Let me do the honors, Aaron.
New AI question.
I don't know where y'all got those. That can be trimmed down to about 3 or 4 questions.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't do that kind of bullshit. And you know where you lost me? The pro-white. Motherfucker, I'm not getting on and debating why someone should be pro-white. If you want to lose me on a debate, you go and accept why someone should be pro-white.
Okay.
No. It's not okay that you thought that you sent me that shit in an email is problematic. This is why I don't think Be Brave is worth debating. There is a pro-white. You didn't even do the favor of pro-nationalist. Disguise it with pro-American. But goddamn, y'all want to be naked about be pro-white. But yet You want to debate pro-white? I didn't see pro-black on there. Where was the Stanley? Why are you pro-black? I'd have shit on that too.
There
HB,
what is the definition
I
of pro-black?
honestly think that you and others think that Be Brave is my peer. He is not. And you know, I also think that you, motherfucker, I don't want to have the debate. It is a waste of time.
Come on.
Yeah, I know you want entertainment value. You know, we just watched Gladiator 2. This is HB's Verbal Gladiator 3.
Gladiator 2 was actually trash, man.
I loved it.
Yeah, it is.
I liked it.
Really?
However,
Would you like it?
not to be distracted, Be Brave is not my peer. I don't debate bottom feeders. Okay, I know it can be an event and all this shit. It is problematic, and I made the argument. Be Brave type of racism is not black people's problem. It is the anti-black John Galt urban landlord types. Y'all are more racist against blacks than Be Brave is. It took me a weekend. Idiot Crow, who all that bullshit. Clue, Hood Conservative. Y'all fucking purely worse than Be Brave. And I say y'all, and I understand the connotations.
At the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. We got Be Brave and Stanley. Pay-per-view.
And see, this is the lion. I expect a lion not to understand English. Go ahead and roar your approval. I will never. Hey, we will pet you because you're probably a tame lion. I find me a better opponent, actually, is my point. Be Brave is not up to snuff. Or pare it back to like 2 or 3 questions. We can do it in a half hour tops. I will not treat Be Brave like an equal.
How many questions did that email have?
Why are you even talking, Gary?
I'm just asking how many questions. I'm just asking how many questions are there.
I told you, pare it down to an hour, and the point system, if you must, do it.
No.
HB, I'm going to be direct. Why are you treating him like he's my equal?
No. There's not going to be a point system. That was a miscommunication.
Oh, that was in what I read.
I know, and it shouldn't have been there. That was
I don't care about it. My basic point. That was just one of my points.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back.
That shouldn't have been there.
The way I would put it, Be Brave tries to be smart. That's really how it should be framed. He needs to prove his point. My points are facts. If you can't frame it that way, and I know I'm being a little facetious here, Be Brave is not my equal. And it worries me. Be Brave is not the problem that people like you and John Galt and Garion and other anti-blacks can think there is a debate to be had. That is problematic to me. You go, and you don't want to hear what I'm saying. But there are a couple people who get my point.
I'm hearing you.
You're hearing me, but you're not understanding me. Deacon Dave says, made a comment, Stanley, you say you read books, but it's some bullshit. And he failed to understand is comprehending books, comprehending what you read. I don't think you're comprehending my point. Be Brave is not my equal. Stop promoting this like he is. Figure this out, because I don't give a fuck about the money. I give a fuck about having to deal with an idiot.
I tried to tell y'all, HB, yesterday that Stanley's the type of guy that doesn't care about money. He cares about the intellectualism.
Intellectualism, is that a word?
Because I made it up. I'm a human. I get to make up words.
I've never heard the term. Oh, it's like a little fucking baby crow. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it crow, raven, whatever? Sucor is a correct pronunciation. Whether he likes it or not, I don't care. You know what, motherfucker? I'm going to go take a wee, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to show, since I have a few minutes left here on this show, Truism, the Crow Clown, pissed me off, and not enough people saw it, and it all comes down to home training. The motherfucker's an idiot. He is Be Brave level of idiot, and a cackle to die for. So, be right back.
Intellectualism is a word, because there's anti-intellectualism, so intellectualism has to be a word.
Well, we are taking donations for this prime time debate. We may even have a special guest showing up. I think Oscar De La Hoya may even be there.
Well, you got to have something other than Chat GPT doing the questions. And by that, I mean, you've got these two very polarizing personalities. You got to at least put intros and things in the questions that, draw out their personalities. Stanley, you've been very critical in the past.
Tom is correct.
That's why there's like a lot of, I put a lot of questions in there just so they can kind of sort of pick and choose what they want to go in on.
Well,
Brave is pretty, he's pretty excited about it.
If I didn't know better, and I do know better, I would say an AI wrote those questions.
Yeah.
Well,
and if you want to disguise it better next time, take the emojis out of the headings.
True.
Well, no. This was a team effort behind the scenes. I don't want to give all the.
Well, yeah, it was Chat and GPT teamed up together. But you can rewrite them or do whatever else you want.
Yeah. And that's kind of the point. We I just want both of them to feel comfortable going into this.
If I was doing this,
comfort. No. We don't want comfort.
No, that's what I was just about to say, Stanley. I was going to say, if I was doing this, people would be shocked, and the questions themselves would make people go, "Oh my God, I got to see this."
Motherfucker, when you deploy to the Persian Gulf and you had never been out of the country, what makes you better? Comfort or fucking like, oh shit, every grain of sand is gonna kill me if I'm not on my toes. Be Brave is a fucking reject from the white community. I don't want him comfortable.
So let me ask you something.
No, motherfucker, don't interrupt.
I thought you was done. You
No.
still
Oh,
talking.
hey, I took a pause to
Okay,
take
my bad.
another thought.
My bad.
You're from Georgia. You know how slow we talk.
Yeah. And I just feel stupid because I do
No,
that shit all the time.
seriously. The last thing I want is comfort.
Okay.
Dude, the people like Be Brave, he wants to talk about how great he can plane wood and how great he can talk and get along with the white people who wouldn't let him marry his daughter. Motherfucker, supposedly he married some great woman from his high school and couldn't motherfucking keep her. I'm not going to treat a 70-year-old self-proclaimed bottom feeder like he's my goddamn equal. I don't know where the fuck you're coming up with this bullshit, HB. But you are treating us like equals, and it surprises me.
I don't want you to treat him
Motherfucker, I don't care what you want me to do. I'm telling you what I'm going to do.
Well, I am a humanitarian.
Dude, it's going to be my way or no way. I don't give a fuck what Be Brave wants. Be Brave needs to act like the bottom feeder. He's got a bunch of people who go yuck, yuck, yuck. You're a bottom feeder. But you're a funny bottom feeder in the real world where Be Brave has never been. That he could get along with his boss and get promoted. Those motherfuckers didn't care about him.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Dude, now it's rare, but you know what? I go home tomorrow. Be Brave is not used to dealing with a motherfucker like dude. There are a few white people who were raised like me, let alone your bottom feeding ass. Don't act like we're equals. And this debate, it can be an equal debate, but it's literally you bring up the argument for being pro-white, and I'm not going to do it because there is. Oh, motherfucker, that you thought I would approve this is surprising. Did you think it was just going to be me not reading shit? I'll drift into it. Motherfucker, I put shit on. No, HB, I need you to understand.
I honestly thought
it might be a casual scrutiny.
No, Stanley. I honestly thought it was going to be the complete opposite. I thought.
Okay, you can think what you want to think, but you're the one controlling this, right?
I didn't think Brave was going to
You know what? When I told you about a captain I had who was supposedly the smartest man in the Navy, the nuclear engineer. His next job after being captain of my ship was to literally do a pre-com nuclear carrier, and he was the reactors officer, which is essentially your job is to build a nuclear reactor from scratch. Motherfucker, I've had this son of a bitch like give me compliments like, oh shit, honey, his wife, I want you to meet Stanley. Dude, I have had like I've swum with sharks. Okay, I have known smart people. I have friends who are fucking commanders of Pacific fleets right now. I was there. A motherfucker, you will listen. I was their peer. Am their peer. Still talk to him every now and again. Motherfucker, Be Brave wouldn't measure up on his best day. That you all think there could be a debate. It's quaint, it's cute, but you better motherfucking form some questions that are worth me even debating him with. I don't give a shit what his questions are. I give a shit what you're going to ask me. And he needs to deal with me. I can deal with whatever bullshit he comes up with because it will be written in crayon in the coloring book that is his mind. I just hope he can color within the lines.
I see where you're going.
No, you don't see where I'm going. And HB, I hear the mirth in your voice. You better take this seriously. I have no vested interest in it. I don't give a fuck whether we have the debate or not, but it will be worth my time.
Yeah, we got some Team Stanleys in the building.
Don't give a fuck about the Team Stanleys. They should not, they should care about truth and justice in the American way.
It's here for the tea, Stanley. Come on, man. Ooh, child. Don't do tea like that.
But what I want, and I'm gonna be honest, I want Be Brave to know how stupid he is. Because no one from the John Galt Urban, I have heard John and you say so many times, well, he has a point, and it defies me. I'm starting to think y'all are dumb too. John Galt dumb, HB dumb. He has a point. He has a point that you breathe in and you breathe out.
Well, I've never once said I was.
No, motherfucker. I've seen you on his panel. Don't fucking act like. I've literally heard you say, well, Be Brave has a point. Motherfucker, his point is the statistics, and it doesn't go farther than that. His interpretation of the statistics is the problem, and that's fluid.
Yeah.
He does not, other than murder rate in, highest murder rate in the country, he doesn't have a point after that. But what you and John Galt and many others, Truism, the fucking Storm Cow, want to do is build a whole narrative into, well, all black people are fucked up. Deacon Dave, all black women are like Tiffany Henyard.
Yeah.
I motherfucking showed a beautiful black woman, congresswoman. Now she's from Virgin Islands, but she's as accomplished or more accomplished than Jasmine Crockett, and everybody's going, "What? I only know about Jasmine Crockett. Never heard of Stacey Plaskett." Motherfuckers, y'all don't have a depth of knowledge about even black people. You're anti-black, HB specifically, and Garion, but I'll take a break on Garion. Y'all are anti-black without actually knowing there are black people black women in Congress who aren't Jasmine Crockett. Y'all just harp on the shit that y'all love smelling. And dude, I don't want to hear but. I don't want to hear and. I want to hear, oh, I know who Stacey Plaskett is. The woman is fucking awesome. And y'all don't know about her. It's anti-black bullshit. Don't me. I'm lecturing now. And you might not like what you're hearing. You might not give a fuck. But for every Jasmine Crockett in Congress currently, there is a Stacey Plaskett, and that y'all don't know about her just proves my point about how ignorant you are. Do shows about Jasmine, no mention of Stacey Plaskett, incomplete. So I'm ready to move on. Don't really care about your response.
Well, I didn't really have a response anyway.
You know what? That doesn't surprise me. Looks like John has started his anti-black daily. So motherfuckers, go over there. Let me drop the goddamn link.
Well, we'll work behind the scenes, Stanley, to get this
Oh
all right.
no! What you're gonna do? This isn't gonna be a collaboration. You bring me something that I can debate.
Well, Stanley,
I don't give a no, motherfucker.
I don't know what
You know what?
I don't know.
I saw your first draft,
Yeah,
and I
I'm
was not impressed.
well, Stanley, I'm driving a truck all day, man. Come on.
Well, then
I'm
maybe.
not a fucking.
Okay,
I'm
no,
not
no.
Thomas Sowell
You
over
really?
here. Come on, man.
See,
Jesus
all
Christ,
I hear
Stanley,
from y'all.
work with me.
Yeah,
All
you
I hear.
volunteered. You volunteered, man. There is no
God
excuse.
damn.
Oh no! It's gonna be better than that. I'm gonna boomerang a John Galt point, and I don't do it on my panel, but as host, I'm gonna take a special dispensation. Y'all niggers ain't ready, HB. And I use the hard R, and I almost never do it. You, John Galt. And I kind of know some of the backstory. I don't give a fuck if you're driving a truck. Maybe you shouldn't be telling me how to debate. Ever thought of that?
Who's telling you how to debate?
Drive your motherfucking truck.
Who's telling you how to
Drive
debate?
your
Stanley, when's the
motherfucking
last time you
truck.
had a debate? When's the last
Drive
time you
your
had a debate?
motherfucking truck and
When's the last
do
time
it.
you had a debate, Stanley?
Hey, drive your truck.
If
And
you're scared, just
oh,
say that,
I know
Stanley.
it is
If you're
burning.
scared,
It is
just say
burning
that.
the cushions on your
You
seat.
want to tuck your tail,
No,
just say
what
that,
you're
Stanley.
gonna do? Be brave. Be brave. Did I?
Yeah. You got them on your mind. Yeah.
HB.
You got them on your mind.
Dude,
There you go.
dude, you can
Tuck your
yell
tail.
and clown.
Yeah, yellow
You
belly.
can yell and clown, but I'm gonna
Georgia,
prevail.
country, Georgia boy.
All
You're scared.
you're
You're
gonna
yelling.
do, all
You're
you're
yelling.
gonna do is
Just keep it real, Stanley.
overcrowd.
Yeah.
You're gonna sound like truism, the fucking Black Crow, dude. You do what you're good at doing.
Yeah.
Drive your truck.
You're
Drive
yelling.
your truck and leave the rhetoric to me and other
brave.
experts.
Be brave, got his foot on your neck.
You know what? You sound like 12th man right now. You're struggling for a rhetorical thread. That shit doesn't work on me.
The dark of the moon on
And it does not. Everybody can see the emperor has no clothes.
You want to back out, it's fine, Stanley.
Oh no, motherfucker! I want to go forward, but I want you.
There we go.
I want you to drive your truck
I can work on
because
some better
between you and Be Brave, you couldn't come up with an interesting question between you.
Cab over Pete
Well, Be
with
Brave
a reefer
really loved
on
the question, so
and a Jimmy Hall.
that might be
Be Brave couldn't come up with a question without asking you, and between the two of you, there is no question you could interest me in. The pro-white bullshit clued me in.
Come on now.
You didn't even have enough intelligence. You personally didn't have enough intelligence to even call it nationalism. Even the fucking skinheads have enough sense to call it nationalism.
I'm not gonna put a
Motherfucker, I don't care
really
what
is.
you're not gonna do. I told you what I'm gonna do.
I'm not gonna put makeup on it.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Do
You
I
want me
have
to
to
make you
repeat
feel
myself
good?
constantly? You and Be Brave should have a debate about
You want me to make
Dumb
you
and
feel
Dumberer.
good? You want me to use some
I don't want you
politically
to do shit.
correct?
No,
verbiage?
motherfucker. Oh. Did you
Be
say
politically
correct? That motherfucker.
we're gonna get straight to it.
Your shit.
Brass tacks.
Your shit needs to be Pulitzer worthy. for me to pay attention to it.
Oh God, Stanley, you've never even written anything. Stop it. Stop it. You never even
Guess
had a
what?
debate.
Guess
Have
what?
you ever even had a debate, Stanley?
Guess what? Have you?
Yes.
With whom?
In
B.
high
Brave?
school. In high school, I did.
Hence my point.
When have you had a debate, Stanley?
I never did.
Exactly.
I never.
Exactly.
Hey, but
Talking about
you know, you
Pulitzer.
also,
You never even
you
written
all
anything.
know.
Stop it.
Hey,
Stop it.
Debate was high school.
Stop it.
Motherfucker. You were on a debate team in high school,
You're
and I
scared.
literally,
It's okay.
I have literally told
scared.
you, I was busy fucking shooting in 30-06 while your ass was there debating
Yeah,
Dexter.
Stanley, you're almost 100
Your
years
dumb
old.
ass
Of
was
course.
there at some
course you were.
competition.
You're almost 100.
To be fair, HB,
Dexter.
I'm younger than you, and I was doing the same thing when in high school, not debating.
You guys.
Yeah, what the fuck is this idiot talking about? Nobody fucking debated in high school.
I was a
No, not you. Dexter here wants to tell me about his high school debate. Did they? Hey, HB,
I was a nerd, bro.
HB, did they call you that old chestnut? Did they say HB?
Now if you
are you a master debater?
Now if you take some classes,
Are you
you're
a
a
master
Dexter. Look at this.
debater?
Look at the
Motherfucker.
hypocrisy.
Hey,
He wants me to have Pulitzer quality questions.
Yes.
Never fucking debated a day
Wolf
in your life.
Blitzer. That would be a start.
Chat
Look at
GPT
this.
did a fine
See
job
the
on this
hypocrisy?
question.
Hey, you can
see the
yell, you
hypocrisy?
can do that, you can overtalk, you can do all that solid snake imitation you want.
Nah,
But
now
yeah,
you gotta
it-
bring solid in
has
this.
Wolf-
Jesus
Wait, hold it.
Christ.
I have an odd question. Has Wolf Blitzer ever won a Pulitzer?
Stanley, I don't even. Is that the guy that?
Then it won't be Wolf Blitzer quality. It needs to be Pulitzer quality.
Wolf
Yes,
Blitzer's
H-
never won.
HB,
He's never won a
HB,
Pulitzer.
Have you noticed what I've done? I put it all on you. If you can't create, motherfucker, you want to do this, you better, you personally, driving your truck, it needs to be worth my time. I don't give a shit about the
I
money.
get it. If you want to back out,
Oh
that's
no,
cool.
no, no!
We'll send
I
we'll send
want,
everybody to
I
feedback.
want,
We'll send
I
everybody.
want to see what you can do.
Get the
All I
listen.
need are motherfucker. I don't need you to give me the answers. I need you to give me some good questions.
And don't get them from Kenworth GPT either.
Listen, Stanley. Hold on a second.
Oh, now I have to listen.
I know you need your
Oh,
white
I don't need
saviors.
shit. I
know
need
you
you.
need your
No.
white saviors to
What
protect
I
you.
need you to do.
This is mano y mano.
Oh,
If you
motherfucker!
don't want to
And
do
I.
it,
Whoa,
if you
whoa, whoa.
don't want to do it, just
Mano
say that.
Oh, wait, hold it.
If
Did
you don't
say
want to
it's
do
ma-
it, just say that,
It's
Stanley.
mano y mano. Oh,
You need your
Stanley
white
need to be
saviors
scared.
to help
Oh,
you.
Stanley need to be
Look
scared
at
of
you.
mano y mano.
60-year-old man
This is
using
not
baby
a
talk.
puppet show.
You're
Live
scared.
up. Get
You need
me
your
good
white
questions.
saviors to help
Get
you
me.
out. Stanley, don't
You
do
know
it.
what? I'm just
Be
gonna
brave
let you.
makes us look
I'm gonna
bad,
let your
Stanley.
voice go hoarse.
He makes us look bad, Stanley. He makes us look bad. Don't debate him.
Bitch.
Yeah, you
Make-
need your white
what you
bottoms
need
to help you
do-
out.
You know what, motherfucker? Since you did high school debate, why don't you debate me?
Stanley, there's nothing to
No,
debate.
motherfucker. Since
I'm not
I think B
debating.
Brave is a fucking idiot, it sounds like you want to debate me in his stead.
What do I got, Stanley? You're a fucking hypocrite.
No.
There is no debate.
You were
There
on
is
the
no
high
debate.
school. You were
There
on
is
the
no
high school
debate. You're
debate
a
team.
fucking hypocrite.
You were on the
You
high
talk all
school
this
debate team.
anti-black
Hey,
shit.
all I can say, is that you might be better than Be Brave. You were on the high school debate
That's not
team.
saying much. That's not saying much. You're the one.
How
Oh,
long
I'm
were you
so
on the
I'm so
debate
well
team?
read, but I'm
How
scared to
long
debate
were
Be
you on the
Brave.
debate team? How long? I bet you
Stanley,
were on that debate team.
I was a class.
You were
I wasn't
on
on
the
a
debate
debate
team
team. It
for
was a
4
fucking
fucking
class.
years. You have 4 more years of experience than Be
It was
Brave.
a fucking class,
I
Stanley.
want you to talk
It was a
pro-white.
class. It was a class.
Oh, now it's a class?
I just asked if you ever debated before. You said no. Then
No,
you
I have
switched it on me.
conversations. Look
I'm
at the
not
title of the
debating
show, bitch.
anybody. I don't give a fuck.
Look at the title of the show for your answer.
Stanley, I can't I don't understand your cryptic language, man.
It's called English.
Oh, okay. And so now you're a teacher now. Now you're a teacher.
Seems I am.
Yeah. All right. So we'll work on it, Stanley. I hear your critiques, and I
Now,
appreciate them. I hear your critiques.
hey, what I want you to do is whoever your team is, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in the money. We've established that. You need to bring this up from Be Brave casual to Stanley Cross interesting. We know what Be Brave's arguments are. We know what my arguments are. Make it interesting.
Yeah.
I thought I told Bumpkin this. There's no point of the debate. We will never, Brave and I will never agree on this. He knows.
That's the point.
Everyone knows my argument. Everyone knows his argument. I have my own opinions. If it's just like 70% this and 70% that, and oh shit, I know what I've seen because I grew up in the ghetto in 1965. Don't bring me that bullshit. I've heard it. That is Brave. That is B. Brave's argument in a nutshell. He knows black people because he grew up in 1965 in some hood. And he knows, no, motherfucker, don't interrupt me. He knows what he sees on fucking videos. If you notice, he has a different video every day.
Yeah.
Be Brave is a fucking moron. Okay. And I will not treat him otherwise. We are not equals. You better come up with a good concept that Be Brave can even understand, or it's a waste of time. I'm more than willing to debate you. You've been on a debate team.
Stanley.
No, don't Stanley me. How about you do it, HB?
I wasn't on a fucking
How about
debate
you
team.
say Be Brave?
Stanley, I would crucify you.
How about say Be Brave? I got you, bruh. Say Be Brave. I got you, bruh.
I would crucify you. What are you talking about?
You know what? You would crucify me with your decibel level. When you get upset and you want to make a point, you raise your voice.
Yeah. Would crucify you. What are you talking about? What do you want to debate on?
Your decibel level would crucify my ears.
All right, Stanley. Listen, I'm gonna let you get back in your safe space with all the.
Oh
whites.
No, motherfucker! See,
I'll let you get back in your safe
understand.
Space.
I want to take an expedition now, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I was in the military. I want to see what your dumb ass is made of, dude. You guys, motherfucker. I know how to take things extreme. Anyway, I was gonna show this video, the short, but there's no need now because I wanted to make a point about people who are just, and I'm going to reiterate it so everyone can hear. Black people, the anti-blacks, for instance, on this channel, are way more racist than any white person I've met in my 60 years. And it took me a weekend after talking to Be Brave and Crow. Be Brave is not our problem. Folks who are anti-black, black people who are anti-black, are actually the problem. Give me 1 sec here. Try to, oh, there we are. And I see Bumpkin is here. This is first time you've ever been on one of my panels. Bumpkin, welcome.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Buddy, I'm your buddy now?
We've had our back and forth, but I don't think I've ever had any reason to hate
I'm
you.
joking. I'm joking.
Okay.
You feel better now?
I'm just wondering how it's going, man.
Well, I don't know. It seems that HB has become impresario of this debate, and I got submitted some questions that made me laugh.
What were the questions?
Oh, I have them printed out, as a matter of fact, but I'm not going to bother with that. Read the title of the show. I think I told you this in an email. That's my attitude.
I get you.
Be Brave is not my equal. Stop. This debate will presume that he and I are on the same footing, and we're not.
Stanley, I understand that that's your opinion, and that's
motherfucker, it's more than an opinion. And you know what? If it's my opinion, for me, it's supreme. I've never given the impression that I give a fuck what anyone else thinks. Have I?
You have not, sir.
Okay, well then you won't be surprised. It's my opinion, and I'm old enough to be ruled by my opinions.
I'm just okay. Here's my thing, right? Equal or not, I'm trying to create just like digestible content for the audience. Okay, that's my whole goal in doing this. I'm not trying to see who's a better debater.
Okay.
I'm not trying to see any of that.
Whoa. I don't give a fuck what the audience can digest. I'm not their nutritionist.
Aren't you
What
trying to
the
educate
fuck
people?
are you talking about?
Well, aren't you trying to educate
people?
That's what Bumpkin's trying to do. He's trying to create a platform where people can be educated.
I'm not their teacher.
But what? Okay.
I thought you enjoyed teaching people and.
Oh no!
Your opinions.
It's just a quote.
Huh.
It's just an attitudinal quote. I don't, dude. Teach who? Wait, hold it. Which one? There are very few people in this audience who are even teachable. I'm not fucking. That's their parents' job or their teacher's job. I'm just some dude on the internet.
Well, I don't mean this disrespectful, but isn't an elders? You are in a position where in society you are an elder.
Nope.
Isn't it elders' job to teach the people, the next generation?
I
assume.
Whoa! Before you natter on, no, not on the internet. If you're here at my knee, we can sit down and we can pretend to be Socrates and Plato. Yeah, but motherfucker, over the internet, no.
Well, the internet's nothing but a new medium.
The internet is not the new academy.
It can be.
Okay.
It's a tool. It's a tool to be used. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to work with Bumpkin on some topics for this theoretically and submit them to you for your approval, or if you even like them. It don't even have to be something that is done. It's just a hobby of mine because I have experience doing it.
I don't think you have the kind of experience that would be relevant. The first thing you're not going to do is talk about a pro-white argument.
Yeah, that was dumb.
That was
dumb.
that was literally dude. That was literally presented.
I told them yesterday.
A pro-white side. I did laugh. It was like, what? You expect me to debate a pro-white American side? If these were, but to my point, these were black people who accepted this bullshit and put it on paper. That's my point. White people, stop feeling guilty. Anti-black, MAGA type black people are much more racist. And I didn't realize that till this weekend. So, hey, white people, you're off the hook. Black people are more racist towards black people than whites could imagine being. Y'all are dime store racists. Be Brave is literally Yosemite Sam, a laughable cartoon character, a Looney Tune, than some other black people who are on, in the John Galt universe. No comment from either of you?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, of course you don't know what. Of course you don't understand.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't know what you want me to say.
Don't
yeah.
say anything. Just
hold on a second.
Hey,
hold on, Stanley. Hold on a second.
No, motherfucker, you don't.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold
on.
Wait. What is it? What is this guy talking about? I swooped in. I've been talking about this for like a fucking month. What are you talking about?
Bumpkin literally was talking to Be Brave about it. And
Bro, I've been talking to who you think been talking to Stanley? I've been talking about this for a month. What are you talking about?
I told you yesterday what you were trying to do.
No. Don't change the subject.
That is the subject.
No. Listen, you're not gonna get up here and fucking lie. I know Bumpkin wanted to do it after I had already put it out there. Don't get up here and fucking lie and then change the subject.
Then it must have been around the same time because my first time saying
Bumpkin,
it was about a month ago. It was about a month ago.
We were talking about it. I was talking about it with Stanley. I was talking about it with Be Brave. We've been literally talking about this for months. And I said, Stanley, maybe he might warm up to it if we present it to him the right way.
Well, guess what? It's been presented 3 ways from Sunday.
Yeah, Phoenix Fish. Yeah,
and all 3 ways are hilariously.
And Stanley, I get it, but don't listen. I'm not gonna let this fucking Orthodox Jew come up here and fucking lie.
What?
I'm not gonna let him lie. You want to say?
Okay, well, this is getting way hot and heated.
No. If you guys want to do it and do it better, then go ahead, do it.
Well, either way, Stanley doesn't want to do it, so I don't think this is happening. Either way, I think it's pretty much a lost cause at this point.
I told you how I want it done.
Yeah. There's got to be some things that got to get fixed.
Quite frankly, all 3 of you are Big Brave sycophants, and quite frankly, I think all of you.
Honestly, Stanley, I want you to win. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it real.
Oh, whoa! There's nothing to win.
I know,
dude. I've already won. I won when you came in here wanting to debate a fucking pro-white. Like, Be Brave wants to be pro-white. Can you debate him on being pro-white? Motherfucker, he's not Jared Taylor. He's nowhere.
He thinks he is.
He's not. You know what?
He thinks he is.
Somebody needs to dispel him of that notion.
Who else better but Stanley?
Dude, why is it up to me? If I haven't been able to do it on a panel, and his response is there are two fools up here or damn fool.
Yeah.
That
We're not.
hey,
We're gonna
be
make sure
brave.
that's. If
Be
he says
brave.
that, if he
Be
says that,
brave
we're gonna kick
has
him.
the
We're gonna kick
type
him if he
of
says that.
Be brave has the type of delusion, the type of white supremacy. Somebody told him he was smart as a kid. I told you, about the kid who, had a fifth grade teacher who said, hey, if you got an A, you don't have to do homework. That dumb motherfucker thought every teacher from sixth grade to high school should have the same policy. And he kept doing, the fifth grade policy. And he almost didn't graduate because of an F in English. Motherfucker could not be bothered to do homework. Be brave is that student. The motherfucker, it is an old-fashioned, be brave is an old-fashioned racist. You go back and you read like Uncle Tom's Cabin and shit like that. Hey, you know what? We might not have running water, but our skin isn't black. That is be brave.
So what questions would
Motherfucker,
you like,
there
Stanley?
can be no questions. Why are you
Okay,
stuck?
so you are saying.
Why does
So
white
you are
let me give you
saying.
my question. Why does white trash feel like they don't have to do statistical work? If white people are so superior, why do you shun the 70% and proving it statistically? That's my only question.
All right, that's cool.
What is the motherfucker? Don't interrupt.
Motherfucker, I'm not here to debate you, Stanley.
You will be gone in about 2 seconds if you
Then
interrupt.
fucking boot me.
You will listen.
Then boot me.
So, white people are supposed to be so smart. Into statistics, they invented math. Why are you so afraid of math? Why can't you take that 70% percentage and back it up with white man's math? That's my only question. I don't care about any other question. If he can fucking make an argument for backing that up, then I will consider. And Be Brave should do it on paper. That is my prerequisite. Back up your statistics, then I'll take you seriously. Boom. I just thought of it on. No, don't disturb me. On the fly. I need you to prove the 70%, the 3%, and all your other dumbass numbers. I need an article. I need a white paper. I need you to back this up with the white man's math. If you can't do that, no debate. Don't come at me with this bullshit, with the made up shit. Put it on paper, prove it to me, and I will take you seriously. That is my requisite.
And Stanley, I'm not gonna lie, I agree with here for the T. I think that is fair because I'm not gonna listen, Stanley. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. If we're just talking about accomplishments in life in general, like Brave's not even he's not even sniffing your fart.
And I also want to say this, HB. I trust you implicitly. You're a teammate. I may fuck with you. I may, but no. John Galt, I trust implicitly. The team, I trust implicitly. Ask him that question, and I will consider.
All right, that's fair.
And
That's fair.
I think that's totally fair.
100%. I think he needs to be able to substantiate
those numbers.
No, he needs me to take him seriously, not substantiate. He needs a reason. He needs to present a reason I would take him as an equal, because he's not.
Yeah.
And I know what the results are going to be, and so does T.
And I don't even think it's a I mean, if we're just talking about accomplishments and life, it's not even a debate. And that's
You
why
know what? I don't give a shit about any of that.
Yeah.
The biggest problem I have today is why the fuck does my son want an earring and I can't do shit about it?
Wait,
That is the biggest problem I have, and he'll survive.
Jesus Christ. He really wants an earring?
Hey, you know what? You know why I'm mentioning it? It kind of broke my heart. He didn't just fucking do it. He asked his old man for advice or permission or whatever.
Yeah.
That you know what? That boy is bringing me to tears.
You know,
He fucking asked. He's like, "Hey, what do you think?"
Oh man.
How can you fucking beat that? He didn't ask his goddamn girlfriend. He didn't ask his goddamn friends. He texted me. He didn't call, but I'd rather him text. I might have yelled on the phone.
Aren't you?
No, how can you fucking beat that? I'm his dad.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, that's, man.
The motherfucker will be 19, and he fucking. How do you beat that? Yeah. And this is a black man and his son. The motherfucker didn't go to the streets. Dude, it is fucking huge.
No, it is.
At least for me. You know, I don't get a whole lot of thrills.
Nah, Stanley. You know, I know you don't like hearing it and stuff, but you know, like you definitely like represent probably one of the best father figures that I've heard on YouTube. And that's one of the things that none of these guys really ever talk about, ever. All they do is make fucking excuses. And you know, I really do want to be a father one day, you know, and
there
it's like,
before the grace of God go I, though. I mean, I don't think I'm that unusual, but I also know that I'm lucky.
Yeah.
And you know,
no, you know, he's
offline,
lucky. He's lucky too, though. He's lucky too, though.
I'm gonna have to make you laugh, and I won't do it online. But about his girlfriend thing, there's something, and it's humorous. It's almost Reader's Digest worthy. Because I also said, you know what? You need to let your grandpas know. My father-in-law, they need to know too, so they know what's going on. We're a family. But I made a joke about my father, and I'm not going to do it. My father's, like I said, I don't have heroes. I have my father. However, I also know my father, and he knows me. You know, well,
it sounds like you're Stanley Jr.'s hero, honestly. Like if he's asking about a goddamn earring,
nope. That is kind of weird. It did kind of surprise me.
No. It's
wind
only
up home.
It's only weird in this day and age, but honestly, it just shows how much respect he has for you.
Well, he didn't even ask me to buy it. He has the money for it. And that's the other thing. He wasn't like, "Hey, Dad, can I have money?" No, he could afford it.
Earring tree, sure, pretty cheap.
Now, I talked to Tom. You know, there are certain types of earrings. That motherfucker better be like a diamond stud, like T.O. style. If you gotta fucking pollute your body, you know, don't be coming with an adamant. And you might be too young too. Don't be coming with dangly or hoop earrings or any bullshit. Look ghetto. Look
Yeah.
Maybe he
good.
gets one of the magnetic kind or something.
Nah. He wants
I don't
to
need. Oh no! God damn it! Oh no! The big holes.
No,
You know what?
not
Oh
that.
no, you're
I
talking
just
about the
call that
You're
gauges.
talking about
Nah.
the gauging. No, the
Yeah.
magnetic kind, Stanley, is simply a magnet in the back rather than a
right.
piercing.
Oh, they make those?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh really? So you don't have to put a hole?
Nope. You can also Velcro.
Holy fuck!
I'm kidding you.
Tech. Goddamn! I had no clue.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they
What?
make hat pins and like that, everything, Stanley.
Hey,
Stanley,
you know
gotta.
what? I was told by Dave, motherfucker, every black woman's like Tiffany Henyard. You don't know because you haven't dated in a quarter century.
Nah. I want to reply to Dan. I would if I would be a.
No,
I would be a
Dave, Deacon Dave is cool.
No. I'm talking about Dan. You're in the chat.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie. I have my ears pierced, but I haven't worn earrings in about 15 years, man. When I was
HB, a ton of people do that. They get them done when you're young. The chicks think it's cool and whatever. And then you do it for a couple of years and then you never do it again.
Never.
Ever.
I wouldn't even consider it. I wouldn't even consider it
Yeah.
now. Like I'm and that's why, Stanley, it's just a young kid thing. It's not even that big a deal.
Yeah, but you know what? I never fucking did it.
Yeah,
you're in the
military. Never even. No, kids.
Stanley, you grew up in the 30s, man. You grew up
in the military.
There was
An
some kids
officer
who
in the
had
military.
earrings.
Officer in the military.
Well,
come on,
I
Stanley.
had a life before that.
I understand.
But
I keep in touch with this, Stanley, because I'm always trying to street it up for the kids, and I, of course, do have that Riz. So I got to know about these things.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's really, I guess since Dan, you're waiting for the joke. Just be glad it's not a tongue ring.
Dude. That Dan Orr is. He's just waiting for Solid Snake to come back. It's gonna be a few hours, buddy.
Well, Dan, you're just be glad it's not a tongue ring, man. There's your joke. There's your joke right there.
Oh God damn it! You know what? At
Just be
least
glad
he
it's
didn't-
not a Prince
Now,
Albert.
I would have motherfucking had it down there for that shit. It's like, okay, boy.
Yo, Tom, I don't even think Stanley knows what a Prince Albert is,
I
man.
don't think he does because I mentioned studying Prince Albert earlier. I said, did he study Prince Albert this year? And Stanley didn't say anything, so I don't think he knows.
Well,
what a
I
Prince
thought,
Albert
I honestly thought you meant pipe tobacco.
No, we're not talking about
Yeah, not that kind of pipe. Not that kind of pipe.
Oh, for God's sake.
People, Stanley, have certain more obscure digits of the body pierced. And that's
Latino.
what a Prince Albert is.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
On the penis?
Well, not. I mean, on is being charitable.
Yeah, it's actually through the penis.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, what you on today? You always gotta know.
Let me
I'm
let
okay.
me let me address Latino for
What are you
Trump right
on?
quick. No. There is a funny. I have a bunch of stories. Number one, I think having tattoos, especially if you have like nice skin, and a lot of women do. No, and dark skin, like green, like type of ink tattoos on a dark skinned woman. You know what? I've talked about no. Why would you ruin perfectly good skin? I had a captain who basically, and this sounds so weird. This is back in like 1992. He did not expect his officers to have tattoos like the enlisted men. That just like, motherfucker, if you get a tattoo, there were officers who were more senior than I was who had tattoos, but I'm not a tattoo guy. Nothing I would ever consider. But I had a captain who's like, naval officers don't get tattoos.
Yeah.
So
Stanley, I think tattoos make you a mark. Like, I mean, you're marked after that.
Overseas maybe, but now this captain was not my favorite captain. I just in a way I kind of thought, well, you can't really determine that, but I kind of like that, like, motherfuckers, we are, we I don't know, it appeals to my snooty nature.
Yeah, there's a not that it's technically elitism, but it is elitism. If you go to West Point or somewhere, you're a cut above, and there's things you can do, and there's things that you don't do. And I've heard a lot of officers say, we don't get tattoos. That's for enlisted men.
Oh, by the way, I had a buddy of mine, one of the best officers I've ever known, former enlisted, went to the Naval Academy, had a double dose. Motherfucker knew both sides. Just fucking like a cut above the rest, a cut above, like, just,
yeah.
Dude was awesome. He was a bosun mate, got into the Naval Academy. Yeah, awesome officer.
Man.
So you're saying loser of the debate gets a tattoo?
You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Loser of that debate will get another tattoo. Corn cob on B Brave's ass.
Left butt cheek, yeah. Maybe it's just a henna. Maybe a henna one that wears away.
Stanley, maybe a corn cob up his ass, eh?
Oh, come on, 12 man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Let's just claim it was an outhouse action.
Booty hole tattoo.
Oh. Oh, God.
Love you, HB. Glad you're out there, bro.
Yeah. I'm just carrying some paper. I'm dropping off at Walmart in Indiana, so yeah.
Where in Indiana?
Gas City. You ever heard of it?
That's just near Alexandria. You just probably on I-69, maybe?
I'm on 44, but I will be getting on 69 and
heading south.
No. I'm actually heading
out of there.
No. I'm actually
69 north going to take you to Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
Is that anywhere near Indianapolis?
On the way to Detroit. Gas City is about 70, I would say, miles north of Indianapolis.
Because I'm thinking you stop down there, say hi to Ice Cold. might be a pop the balloon.
Might have a plate. Might have a plate for you there at 54th and
Hey,
Michigan.
there is a field behind that building.
431,
you might
man.
be able to pull alongside.
Michigan Road, 431. It's a highway north of town. In fact,
I don't know if I could. I don't know if my ego could take all the balloons that
I'm
get
telling
popped
you
as soon
right
as I
now.
walk out.
You know what? If I get the time this summer, I might just go to one of those.
Stanley.
Pull up. No, it would be awesome.
Stanley. Well,
And
it
why
would have
not?
to be. It would have to be one of the elderly ones, though.
No. I mean, I want to do Pop the Balloon Indianapolis.
Hey, no, Stanley, wait until it gets on Netflix, and then you can probably be on the Netflix.
Well, no, you're talking
wait.
on Let's.
You're talking-
We want to stay in the ghetto
He
where it's
wants
still
to be
real.
in the crowd. He don't want to be on the show. He wants to be in the crowd. So
Oh
that's
no!
why-
No! On this? No.
Yeah, that's why you go to Indianapolis, is you can be in the crowd. You don't have to be on the
Hey,
show to.
you
be
know
a
what? I can get one of those daiquiris. I might
get a
get
plate?
a plate.
Yeah, hell yeah.
No, I'm not doing all that shit.
Stanley, if you do that, I'll meet you up there, man. I'll show you my town, Indianapolis.
Oh man, that would be great.
Hey, you gotta go live when you do it too.
Nah, you guys better get some cash together for that for me and Stanley, because we're stay at the Westin.
All right, we We got to start the GoFundMe. Okay.
Yeah. Stanley goes to pop the balloon. I definitely donate for that. Hell yeah.
I'd donate to Stanley pop the balloon.
Yeah, I would donate to that.
Yeah, be
Fuck.
Not gonna happen.
dueling camera crews up there in that little community building.
We got to
Stanley, you gotta
the balloons.
Stanley, you gotta admit you are somewhat of a celebrity around these parts, man.
No.
Yeah, you are, Stanley.
Infamous.
Stanley, you got 5 to 10 whole people making streams about you. There's no way you aren't.
Yeah, you are, Stanley.
And not a nickel to my name. Not a nickel for this.
You got a network for it, man.
Stanley, and listen, I know it's not about the money, but I see the. I'm not gonna lie, Stanley, you are a cash cow, man. You're a cash cow.
Oh my lord!
If done the right way, you can bring in some money, man. Like
Stanley,
I just want you to see your full potential. That's all.
I'm sorry, but you're a
You
major.
just have to sacrifice yourself, Stanley. That's it.
You're a major personality in the John Galt universe and the extended associated universes. You just
all
are.
I have to say is,
Yes,
well,
Stanley.
thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
The Thorpes wanted you for a reason.
I'm not saying it's a compliment. It's just a
Okay.
fact. It's not necessarily something you would want, but it's something that's true.
Dude, being blunt has its costs. And I did tell my son just yesterday, making decisions, there are consequences. So,
amen.
The good thing is I'm eating leftovers from last night and they're delicious. And the consequences.
What are they, Stanley? What
You had what?
The consequences will be me taking a nap and planning tomorrow morning's show.
Yo, Virgo, you need to relax. Virgo, you lucky I can't put you
Oh
on
my
timeout
God.
right
No, Virgo? What on earth?
Nah, Virgo.
You know what?
Ah, come
Virgo,
on.
now see, Virgo thinks I'm going to let that go.
Virgo's
There's only one woman that I would want to be with after that happens.
Oh, Lord. Stanley.
And her name would be, I like writing text like this.
Come on, dude.
You know what, Virgo? When you make it worth that pain.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm about to drop off.
And Kelvin, you see the difference is
hey, this old woman. You don't be writing messages like that. Save it for Mr. Virgo. Oh, wait, hold it. Like Mr. Virgo? Now I'm curious.
Hey, hold on, Mister.
Mister.
Whoa.
Okay. This might be the woman that's the voice of experience.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's how you got her.
Oh, shit.
He's the one proposing. Okay.
No. He did propose, but what did he propose?
Oh, yeah. Say hello to my little friend.
Oh, hey, now.
I call him Prince Albert.
He's in a rock band.
That's
hello to Albert.
I don't think you want to say hello to that.
I like country. He likes punk rock.
Apparently.
Oh God. Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
You don't
Kelvin, what the fuck are you talking about?
How do you go through the airport with that thing?
Oh my God.
Oh Lord, that's a good question.
It's probably aluminum.
It's probably not real silver.
It's some non-metallic thing that leaves a stain.
Yeah, the green stain.
Oh God.
It's like a big ball of tin
Oh my God, that's gotta be.
Come on, guys, we're getting in the gutter now.
You got to get a new one. You got to get a
You
new
know
one
what,
every time
Trump
he
man?
travels.
It's the first time today that I agree with you on this. Let's not do that.
Yeah. Well, you know Virgo, she
No,
kind of
you
lives in
know,
the gutter.
She has a
no,
wild imagination.
Virgo actually, and I don't scare easily. I don't. I think Mr. Virgo must be quite a guy. I don't think I'm. I'm a little conservative. Virgo.
Well, you're almost white enough.
I'm like,
Come on, Trump man.
Virgo. I'm not sure I want to do that.
Hey, Portia. Hey, Portia.
I ain't even know that. That's
Come on in, Portia.
Good morning, Portia. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Portia.
Yeah, Portia doesn't
I mean,
like
good afternoon.
Yeah.
Portia doesn't like penis talk. So yeah, she's
Maybe I do have
Now,
some I do have a topic that we can talk about.
she's a real conservative. She doesn't
I
like
was gonna
any of
make
that
a
type.
joke. I was gonna say
Well,
neither my
see,
wife.
that's the other thing. That is the other thing. There are very few actual, like, real conservatives. And I don't meet many of those. I don't confuse MAGA blacks and no. There are real conservatives and there are MAGA.
Yeah, nah. I'm MAGA. Portia's conservative. There's a huge difference.
And you know what?
There's a huge
Nothing.
difference.
I agree.
Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that.
It's a big difference. Yeah.
Come on now, Portia. It was Virgo who brought up Prince Albert in my name in the same time, and it actually caused me virtual pain. And I just basically said, Virgo, you gotta earn that. If I'm gonna silliness, not homosexual.
Virtual pain.
It was ha, not homo.
Yeah, Portia, we were just talking about piercings. Because I don't even know if you know, Portia, but both of my ears are pierced. But I literally haven't worn earrings in I would say like 15 years. Honestly, like I haven't worn earrings in so long.
No, there was a woman who put us up to it. Virgo.
Yeah, Virgo brought it up. Virgo was imagining what Stanley would look like with that, and that's where it got out of control.
Oh, she trying to dress you up, Stanley. That's funny.
The last time I wore earrings was like the last year of high school.
I don't feel threatened because I know Virgo is happily married. If she was single, I would be a little scared. It's like, oh shit, I want it, but do I?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
He wants to see if it's really
no. There's a whole lot of if. You need to start every sentence with an if.
If.
Well, to take your mind off the topic, I do have some news. Did you guys hear about Mayor Eric Adams getting his charges dropped?
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, I put up the article.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Good for him.
Did you hear Val Kilmer died? Iceman
we
died,
also
man.
Heard
I heard about that too.
Deacon Dave's Deacon Dave values women like this.
Mm-hmm. His muse.
And he pointed her out as a paragon. And we debated it back and forth. And I'm like, Dave, don't do it. Don't leave your wife for Tiffany Henyard to be her campaign.
Oh, hell no. Come on, man. Listen to Stanley on this one, please.
He's going to manage her
Dave,
campaign.
don't do it, man.
Don't do it, man. Don't go out with the female little
He kept
Wayne.
telling me what a great woman she was. And I kept saying, you know what? Tiffany Henyard is the typical black woman. Every black woman out there, with few exceptions. Oh, there he is.
She's a project chick.
I won 1-10 against Stanley.
He's 1-10.
Dave, Don't. Your heart should not throb.
Yeah,
Don't do
Dave's gonna have to justify this.
Yeah,
Yeah, Dave. What is
what
up
in your
with that,
mind
Dave?
would make you think that this is a
He
good idea?
said he wanted to run his fingers through that wig.
It's gonna feel like razor wire.
Yeah, you're gonna draw
Don't
back.
run it too hard. You might just pull it off.
He's gonna draw back
I
a
want to
nub.
run my fingers through hair that doesn't get tangled
You're gonna draw
around my
back
finger.
It's gonna feel like it's gonna feel like Velcro.
Yeah, no, it's serpentine, man. It should be just a
Stanley.
bloody nub when you get it.
What's up, 12 man?
Well, there was this one story I ran across this morning earlier about Head Start being cut, and I wonder what you thought about that.
What, Head Start for kids?
I think that is a bad
for
thing.
adults and all
Yeah,
that
I think that's a bad idea.
For adults.
Yeah.
I mean that's one of those things that might be bipartisan. It is important, and this is the weird thing. If you want like a Clinton type welfare to work, these people have kids. These single mothers have kids.
Yeah.
We couldn't qualify for Head Start, but if we did, we would have taken it, man. That's for sure.
Head Start in Alaska means happy hour begins at 3:00.
Come on. We cannot have another pair of two older guys arguing. We already got one.
To rebuild a Head Start school one time, so you can knock that shit off.
I think we got the undercard figured out.
I was just joking, man.
You guys could just throw jokes at each other back and forth for about 10 minutes.
Box one.
It might be fun to get started a little.
I was wondering why I wanted to ask Stanley about that is because I thought like parenting was most important, and like if these parents were being parents, then they wouldn't need a Head Start for their kids, would
Well,
whoa. Let me deal with this.
Yeah, because you don't have kids.
Fight at debate. Like, motherfucker, you're not even Be Brave quality. Things happen. You do realize when I talk parenting, I'm talking about an optimum. If we'd be lucky if 50% of what I want happens, there is nothing. So what you're saying, 12th man, is a poor couple, working class couple who needs two salaries to make ends meet. Leave their kid a few hours a day while they're out working is not good parenting. Is that your point?
I didn't say that.
The motherfucker say something. Don't you step up. Dude, don't get bold and step up. Don't step into your own feces.
Like
you don't even come.
To what Stanley was saying, those parents are working and they paying taxes. You know what I'm saying? So
there are many ways to be
a lot
a
of people
parent.
doing the same thing. So at the end of the day, they
stay-at-home mom. There are many ways to be a good parent. You
Yes,
just
sir.
have to parent.
Amen.
You fucking dare come up with that
teaching
bullshit.
them to read and do math.
Motherfucker,
yourself.
what you don't understand is that there are many ways to be a good parent. One of them is not to be in the middle of a goddamn shack and ask dumb questions about something you don't know about.
Well, you're just in a
Motherfucker,
shack, too,
tell
just
me I
figuring
don't know parenting. Tell me that.
You're
bullshit.
just in a fucking
Tell
shack,
me
too,
I
Stanley.
don't know
Fuck
parenting,
off.
son. Tell me that.
Wait, 12 man, are you against Head Start?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That, I mean, if you're really for parenting, shouldn't you be
What the
teaching
fuck
your
does
kids
parent- Why
Shouldn't
do
you
we
be teaching your
entertain these
kids?
idiotic arguments? This is be brave.
Shouldn't
We
you teach your
entertain
kids to
bullshit.
read and write and do basic math on your own?
Oh man.
Oh, 12th man, there's a reason you're not a good parent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason I don't depend on
You
Head
have
Start
a
either.
child who has no need to read or write.
Well,
Now,
I
pet,
read
pet
and
your
write
child
by
on the head and take another sip and leave the parents to talk about parenting.
Yeah, you only got to
Hey,
feed your kid every 12 hours.
Hey, 12 man. The thing about Head Start, it actually is for parents that want to work, that just don't really have the resources to have a stay-at-home mom. So if both parents are
Sounds
working,
more like a daycare HP. I'm sorry.
Lord have mercy.
It's just to bridge the gap between 3 o'clock when school lets out and 6 o'clock, say, when somebody that works until 5 didn't get
Can
to
I
the
ask him a
school.
question if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Would you
Just
prefer
interrupted
those
my
parents to
fucking
be at
thing,
home
man.
taking care of their kids, or them working and paying taxes? 12 man.
Oh, they have to get 3 jobs. If you need 4,
They
get
need
4.
3 jobs. They shouldn't be having kids.
Dude,
yeah,
Like,
honestly,
no,
I
bro,
don't.
like,
Kids,
no.
if you can't afford them, how about that?
I'm sorry, what?
Don't have kids if you can't afford them. What the fuck, dude?
You know what, 12th man? I once had a boss years ago, and it was when I was single, and I was on my way, to some business trip with my boss and a guy that worked for me. And my boss was going through a divorce at the time, and he was going on and on. And I said, you know what, Andy? If I were you, I would say this. So my boss, who was driving, looks over the seat at the guy who works for me. He looked at him sideways, shook his head, and said, Stanley, I can tell you've never been married. 12th man, I can tell you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stay in your lane.
Yeah, because I never had
No,
any
don't
kids
do that, 12th man. Don't
irresponsibly.
do that, 12th man. You're going to blame Biden, aren't you?
No, I blame the
Well,
parents
Joe
who
Biden never used Head Start.
irresponsibly had kids that they can't afford to take care of, or they can't afford to teach them,
Stanley's on one
but
today.
they can afford to fucking have them.
But 12 man, if
12th
you're
man's
against
making it easy.
12 man, if you're against a Head Start, why aren't you against kindergarten through 12 too?
Or Social Security.
What do you mean?
Like,
good God.
If you're against Head Start, why aren't you against kindergarten through 12th grade?
So we might as well just have deliverers of babies there to take care of them because their parents are unable to through their entire fucking life. Is that what you're saying?
This is like Solid Snake, but slower.
No, what I'm saying is, if you can justify getting rid of Head Start, I mean, you could justify getting rid of K through 12 too. Yeah, I mean, if it's all up to the parents, just get rid of schools in general.
I mean, that's literally
eliminating the Department of Education.
If you notice, 12 man, the time of work for most people is 9 to 5, and that's a perfect time to have your kids at school. I'm just throwing that out there.
By the way, there's been after-school programs for forever.
Yeah,
Some
my
of them are
kids go to
sports.
after-school program for that reason because we don't have time.
Yeah. Then some of them are extra learning. On top of what the parents will do. And if you send them to a fancy boarding school, they're with them all the time.
Day. And night and morning. Sleet, snow, rain, don't matter.
And it's been proven that kids in after-school programs are less likely to go to jail. They're more likely to graduate from high school.
I'm glad that you brought
Absolutely.
that. I'm glad that you brought that up because I am so happy of my oldest child. She just had a 97 on her math test. Only got one question wrong.
Yeah, no, Tom, I pretty much lived in after school programs, man.
No
Like
more,
it,
no more
Yeah, dude.
latchkey kids.
Same
I
here. The
yep,
Boys and Girls Club.
I fucking loved it, man. Like, I mean, before I got into sports and stuff, like, bro, I used to love those after school programs and stuff. So I don't know, man. I feel like just like what Tom said, that stuff really does
It
for
does,
certain
man.
kids. It keeps you out of trouble a lot of times, man.
And I
It's
guarantee you, HB, that you remember some of the staff's names.
Oh man,
Yeah,
some
but
of the
Head Start is for toddlers. We're not talking about
Yeah, but it's
half-grown
still the
kids
same
here.
outcome, man.
No, it's not.
So you want your kid in a house like we saw the other day on here with pizza boxes and shit being taken care of by their other brothers. Like
Be right back.
that's what you're saying?
No, it's not the same thing.
I mean, it is kind of the same thing. Because where are you going to leave them if you
If,
got to work?
if you're gonna
You got to
have
put
it,
a roof over their head.
how about take care of them yourself?
Oh, Lord,
You're
never
gonna,
It
pop,
starts.
you're gonna
We
pop
want a
babies out
nation.
and then
We
not
want
have
a
a way to take
nation.
care of them. What
Tom
the
Gully.
fuck, dude?
Head
Tom
starts up
Gully.
to 5 years
Tom
old.
Gully.
You know, yeah.
I have a song. Box wine.
come on.
Box wine, you make me
These
feel
kids
so fine.
oh
All of the
yeah.
time.
Instead of
All
red,
of the
red.
time. Box
And
wine,
then I'm
you make
gonna
me feel
want
so
Head
fine.
Start to take care of my baby because I can't do it. Fucking loser.
Well, it's like they used to just put people in prison in the local town, but then they started building bigger prisons, you know, because they couldn't afford it. But what am I telling you?
Box wine.
Come on. I get what you're saying though, 12th man, but I don't know, man. I do think when it comes
It's
to
needed,
kids,
bro.
yeah, when it comes to kids, man, like I don't know, man. I do
Like-
feel like there should be
They
certain
always do that.
Should we go back? Should we go back to the
children?
Should we go back to the
it's for the
1930s to the
children.
assembly line and have the kids work at
They
factories?
never eat.
Would that be a great
for
idea?
the children.
Would that be a great idea to have kids work at factories again, at the assembly line? I mean, shit, dude. What is it you want?
Those programs have been proven to actually save money for taxpayers in the local community because,
Like
they're
I
not
said,
in
if I
jail.
could qualify, if I could have qualified, like I'm telling you, I would have taken the program, but I don't qualify.
It's the same thing as the PAL sports leagues and everything else. It's things that are productive for kids to do.
I was in Head
between
Start
3
as
and
a
5
kid.
o'clock. Yeah.
My sister
For
was in Head
other
Start as a kid.
people to take care of other people's kids that had kids that weren't responsible and can't afford to take care of them themselves.
Listen,
Well, it's like a lot of these kids don't go to jail. They don't get in motorcycle gangs and become, outcasts from society.
12, man. I'm gonna try to meet you halfway.
Oh man.
I'm gonna try to meet you. I'm gonna try to meet 12 halfway. Okay. Yes, there is a problem when you have, when you have single mothers, right, that are not working and not doing anything, and all they do is just drop off their kids. Yeah, like they could be doing something. I could agree with you on that, but that's not everybody's case. Like, do you understand?
Well, that's true. Maybe it should be on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, just like buying of certain liquids. It's on a case-by-case basis.
This guy, dude.
Says the soybean eating soy boy.
Oh man, give me a
Fuck you,
case of
Tom Gollan.
soybeans. Let me give me a case
You're
of
a fucking
soybeans.
soy boy. Fuck
Wash them
off.
down with some beer or something. Soybeans. Yeah, yum yum yum. Good stuff. Then they also feed livestock soybeans. You're into that farming and all that business.
Yeah, but they process it first, and then before it becomes a steak. You don't get that?
It's processed in both cases. It's processed as a snack. It's processed to feed. It's processed as a snack, and it's processed to feed the livestock. I raised livestock when I lived on a farm.
I work farms and ranches too, big whoop.
Well, I want to make one point.
Very
To
large
12
wolf.
man's individual basis, it's called means testing. So it's already done.
Means.
Literally, Latino said he didn't qualify. Individual basis.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Like my mom, she qualified because, you know, her circumstances at the time. So me and my sister qualified for Head Start.
Yeah,
But-
some people don't qualify.
But if you see, but listen, but if you see the next generation, the next generation, which was I, right, and my sister and all of us, none of us qualified because we made too much money.
Right. Some people don't qualify for prison. It's on a case by case basis.
Some people don't qualify for being a 70-year-old limb dick either. But
Some people don't qualify.
I wouldn't know. I'm not 70.
Some people don't qualify for it.
I'll leave that to you to qualify. Those
12
people.
man, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Should we pay a woman, let's just say, you know, perfect world, married, husband works, they're both good people. Should we pay a wife to stay at home versus Head Start?
Well, I'd like to see if we could do.
Okay, just answer the question. I don't care what you want to see.
I'm trying to answer the
Too long.
question. God damn it!
It's literally a yes/no question. Should we pay a woman to be a stay-at-home mom?
We
With
could
tax
do that
dollars?
through tax breaks and property tax breaks.
And I don't
Could
think that's
easily
true.
do that.
Should we? That's not going to be enough.
I'm going to say no.
Oh, really?
I'm going to say no for the simple reason that a lot of women today have accomplished a lot in life, dude, and I feel like that would take away. So I think this is why I say Head Start is so important, man, because, like, how about if there's a young lady that had a kid at a young age and she's trying to change her life around, but she needs a little help, and that little help that's there is the Head Start. And now, let's say she does 4 years of some type of school, she becomes a professional. Now she don't need no government help or government.
Come on, you know, those are like 2 and 3 years.
I mean, that's how you have to. That's how you
Well,
have to.
I actually had kind of an opposite experience. My wife probably could have made more money than me.
Yeah.
We're not talking about women that are old enough to make their own decisions and kids.
Okay, then which women are okay? You know what? I'm going to clear the board here. Which women are we talking about, 12th man?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Talking about the ones leaving the 2 and 3 year old kids a Head Start for their daycare.
Well, man, I mean this with love and respect. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Seriously.
No, you don't.
And by the way, the cost of childcare nowadays, that
it's
2 or 3
over the
hours
roof.
a day is going to make it almost impossible for those kids to live with any decent standard of living. If they have just that coverage and she doesn't have to pay $500 a week, then their kids are going to get better food. They're going to have a better apartment. They're just improves everything.
Yeah. That's why I try to explain to him that the second generation, my mom, us, we ain't needed because we're making good money. But apparently, I think that went over his head.
You got to relate it to like deer or possum or something. Then he'll understand it.
Fuck off, I'm going. We're talking about when parents needing head start to take care of their kids.
There's
That's what we're talking about.
reindeer, and when Santa takes the reindeer, then
This has
the
been
little deers
great.
get watched by the other deer.
This has been great. Oh my lord.
Fuck off.
This has been great.
I'm just joking, man. I don't know why you're
relax.
so mad. Just a little good-natured ribbing among buddies.
Fucking I'd knock you out, bitch.
Well, if you could find a stepladder and get me to stand in front of it.
Virgo, what are you doing?
Find a stepladder, you could.
What's
I'm at work. What you doing?
Oh,
at
really?
work?
Your camera's on.
Oh, is it? Oh.
It's Virgo cam.
Oh, okay, well, here's my job. Here's my job. Well, I'm in the back
Pretty big lot.
That's a lot.
where no, this is not the lot. This is where
It's the employees
park.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And this is I'm standing by the
Let's ask Virgo. Let's ask Virgo, the woman on camera, right? Virgo, do you think Head Start is a good or a bad thing for America?
Head Start works for me because I did homeschool my kids. I was a stay-at-home mom when I was married, and then we got divorced. The kids were still young, and I was like, my daughter was a lot younger, and I was like, well, okay, I got to do something because I got to work. I didn't want to go on welfare or anything, so I had to put her in Head Start. She started school at like 3.
You see how Virgo said that she wanted to work and not depend on welfare, right? 12 man.
But Head Start is welfare.
Oh, have mercy, have Lord.
No, it's not because you pay. You pay. I pay.
You pay a percentage
I
out
paid.
of pocket. Like, do you know how that works, dude?
Okay, they're about to go through the dryer now.
Like, not everybody gets a full ride. 12, you know that, right? Like, there's certain people that meet a certain requirement. They come like 45% out of pocket. Like, you know that, right?
Clinging on to the old plantation thing that we gotta have some program to take care of children.
All right. Okay. 12 man. How do you feel about this new program, right? If you buy a car here, you get tax deducted a certain amount of money because the car is made in America. How you feel about that? I mean, your president is trying to make that happen. So, I mean, how you feel about that? Isn't that welfare?
I have a chauffeur, so I don't deal with car taxes and all that.
Chauffeur. What's his name? Bill Uber.
I'm just saying, what's the difference? Like, it's a deduction. So at the end of the day, it's the same thing with the babysitting. It's a deduction. So why is one bad and you don't know about the other? I mean, if you feel bad about this one, then you should also feel the same sentiment about.
Well, let me step in and make an observation. Bottom line is, 12th man is the sort of person that would impose his ideas on other people if he could. This is what MAGA is doing. Dude, you have your own opinions. You're some weird form of libertarian, apparently, but you want to impose your ideas on other people.
What do you mean?
Motherfucker, shut up and hear me talk, and then discern. It's much like Be Brave. You don't know shit, but you feel comfortable talking about shit. It is annoying. This is why America is crashing and burning. People just fucking talk about shit they don't know. That's why America is going down the crap.
Well, like parents should take care of their own kids. Shit like that.
Motherfucker, you know what? I'd feel much more comfortable with some of this parenting rhetoric you want to put out if you had any experience at all.
If you leave them
a 50-year-old bachelor is not going to convince me he knows what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to parenting.
Is it okay if you leave them with relatives? Grandma, grandpa?
You know what? Parenting is parenting. I don't care if it's two lesbians adopted kids.
Exactly what I was getting at. It's if a parent leaves them with people that they think have the best interest at heart and are doing something productive.
It's all about the kids.
Exactly.
I don't mind paying some tax dollars to make sure kids are taken care of and well taken care of.
But my question to 12th Man was about, if it's okay for the grandparents to watch them, why isn't it okay for a school teacher to watch them?
Well, the thing is most of them aren't even school teachers.
I'm gonna tell you,
just assistants and shit like that.
All right, 12 man. Who's the nurturing one? Is it the male or the female?
Who?
Who's the nurturing one? The male or the female?
I think it takes both. You have to have a mother and a father to properly grow up.
I'm done, dude.
Okay, this is the other issue that MAGA fools. You want to talk about what should be or could be instead of dealing with what is. What is we are in, especially in the Black community, a single mother crisis. Don't go up to some mother and go, well, you should be married. Fucking deal with the problem.
Exactly. Like Virgo did.
Right now we're dealing with No Child Left Behind, if you know what I'm saying.
And that's my thing. Like, I want every kid at least to know how to read, to know how to do simple math. Like that's like at least like bare minimum, dude. If this country can't even do that, dude, then we're in deep shit.
I was talking about this panel.
No, I'm just saying because this guy's sitting here saying, "Oh, Head Start, whatever." I mean, dude, you learn a lot of shit in Head Start, man. You get ready. That's why it's called Head Start, because you're getting ready for K through 12. So you learn colors, you learn numbers, you learn all that shit. You learn shapes, and you learn behavior. You know how to behave, how to sit down, nap time. All that shit is important, man. Believe it.
It's the same thing as
Why
preschool.
can't your parents teach you to do that?
Because they're working, you jackass. Jesus Christ! Like, why can't you understand?
They can spend a few hours at night reading and teaching their kids.
What do you think?
Let me take
What do you
that
think
one.
parents do when they have the time off with them, dude? They spend the time with their kids, bro, because they're working most of the time.
Let me field this question.
And my
Dude.
kids got soccer this weekend. Like it's like we find things for them to do, bro.
You can spend 5 minutes
from
at
a
night
single parent,
reading a
a
goddamn
single
book to your children.
12th man,
teaching them how to do
12th
2
man,
+ 2.
attention on deck, son. Let me tell you
Yes,
something
sir.
from a single parent perspective. I used to pay in the summers for my son to do this like little public high school day camp
You
thing.
paid for it, right, Stanley? You paid
I
for it.
commute. I paid for it, but you know what? That was money I could have been. That was money I could have been
Calm
saving for
down.
You got to
college.
put
Quite
somebody
Let
on
frankly,
mute.
Stanley go on, please.
it's Virgo. I
Go ahead,
muted her.
Stanley.
Dude, I as a single parent commuting. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got an error. I used to commute to work. After my wife died, 75 miles in, 75 miles back. And, you know, if I could have saved that, because it was fairly expensive. This was like, oh shit, it was probably like 500 a week, some weird amount of money. That could have gone towards college. It could have gone towards several other things. And I had to fucking commute to work. And if I couldn't get back in time, that's what, 100 an hour, whatever the late charge was. I was so lucky. What if I could not afford it? I wouldn't have been able to work. I would have had to have found something local for probably a quarter of what I was making.
That's part of the struggle.
And you know what? You can shit. I didn't divorce my wife. It was unfortunate, but it was life.
Yep.
This weird form of people should suffer for their bad decisions when they're 19 is cruelty.
Yeah.
It's acting like you didn't make dumb decisions or there before the grace of God go I. Y'all need to stop it.
Man. I get a test. I've done a lot of dumb shit as a kid, you know. But one thing that I always kept in my mind, you know, living in the projects, I seen a lot of teenagers have kids, and I just said I wasn't going to be one of those people. So I always held that true and dear to my heart, you know. But that's not everybody's situation. So sometimes, what can you do as a parent when you have a daughter, let's say, and she's 16 and she comes pregnant to your house? Like now you have another mouth to feed in reality, and you're not going to let that kid starve because that's your blood. So you're going to do the best thing that you can possibly. And I guess
the other thing I need to, not to cut you off, but the other thing I notice is a bunch of poor motherfuckers thinking like they're billionaires. Okay, you will never convince me
living your means
that some dude on a retirement like salary, living at home. I'm not going to think like Elon Musk. I'm not going to think Elon Musk is doing something that is good because it doesn't affect me. Dude, the worst thing about 2025 March, or well, it's April 2nd now, is Elon Musk doesn't give a fuck about me or 12th Man or anyone.
Anybody. He's straight.
He cares about his bottom line, and the fools who think that Elon Musk is looking out for the common man, y'all are just.
I don't even give a fuck about it.
Okay, I don't care what you would give a fuck about. What I'm talking about what I give a fuck about, not what you give a fuck about.
Candles and paper hats.
The foolishness that you can think like a billionaire and the billionaire is looking out for you.
Come all the way from Ireland, have them piss all over my party whistles.
It doesn't. It does not pass the simple common sense test.
What is it now? Is it 50?
And to help you out, 12th Man, Biden didn't give a shit either.
58, yeah. Yeah. So, times.
Well, I'm not really happy with Trump myself, Stanley. I mean, all these wars are still going on. He said he was gonna knock all the wars
Motherfucker,
off,
so the
and
wars
here we go
that
with
were
more and more
ongoing.
wars.
I'm gonna have to ask you. So the war in Ukraine is your biggest concern?
Yeah.
That's not my.
No, it's the one in Yemen and the one
Yeah, that's what's on
and
every.
everyone
You know,
everywhere
when I go
else.
to the
You know?
grocery store, I'm thinking about Ukraine.
You know what I was thinking about the other day,
Yeah.
Stanley?
Any excitement going on
So
lately?
so Stanley.
Tell me, Latino.
So the other day I went to Home Depot. I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna put it on Stanley. So I went to Home Depot and we bought a whole bunch of shit. And
Right.
I noticed that the price of let's say lumber,
that's when all
and stuff like that it's been a little bit more pricier than usual.
Flocking in there.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to say upset. But
price eggs
we're
going
working
down
on
again.
it.
So.
We're
Yeah,
working little
price
by
of
little.
eggs done gone down, so the problem is going away.
The price of eggs have not gone down.
Trump
That's
needs
a
to
lie.
hop in a plane,
Yes,
go out to a carrier, and go
there's a
mission
company that does that
accomplished.
for you.
The price of eggs have not gone down. That's bullshit.
Well, 12 man only cares about the eggs in his vicinity. He doesn't give a shit about the rest of America. He's thinking like a billionaire.
Eggs went down for a bit, right?
And-
for like
and do you
they
use
went
the
down like
Exxon?
$1 real quick for like 2 weeks, and then they went back up to the same price.
Well, if you're gonna cry
Oh, I
about
pay
everything,
$9.
grow your own
I pay
goddamn
$9 for a dozen
chicken.
eggs.
What the fuck?
$9 for a dozen eggs. Back then, I used
Grow your own
You heard
fucking
12
chicken.
man.
So the eggs have
If
not gone
you
down.
want if you want cheaper eggs, buy chickens, except you have to buy the chickens and feed them.
Yeah, we were thinking about doing that. I mean, we have the space.
And build a coop. There's some maintenance costs that will offset the $9
So yours
eggs.
just download onto a disk or
What
something
on
right
earth?
there on the body cam, and your guys download it from there on your computer or something, probably. Yeah.
I think what you should do is eat virtual eggs.
Yeah.
What is that, Stanley?
Pretend you had an egg and eat it.
Do you remember the old joke about the wish sandwich?
There's a joke that we say about like Puerto Ricans, like when they're hungry they eat air.
Well, you guys don't.
Yeah, but you had some peanut butter on it.
Crap. Anyway, the distances are too.
It's like eat air. Eat if you're hungry, eat air. If there's nothing to eat.
Yeah.
That's what that reminded me of.
Yeah.
All right, well, folks, all good things must come to an end. And as much as I like seeing Here for the Tea in the audience, and me entertaining her, instead of the other way around, it does have to come to an end. So Here for the Tea, thank you and Mo Love for being here. It is actually an honor to have the both of you just kind of, hanging out. So
thank you, Stanley, for having me, man.
Latino, 12th man, Tom, and where'd Virgo go?
Back to work.
It was a pleasure. And please, everyone, make sure you hit the like button, y'all, on the way out. Subscribe to the Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel if you like that kind of boredom. And share the channels out. Share the wealth. And to Deacon Dave, I'm going to show this Tiffany Henyard thing because I know you want me to. So I'll do it.
You like her,
morning.
don't you, Stanley?
She's not ugly, but she is a little
You
crazy.
don't think she is?
No, I think she looks okay.
All right.
Well, I don't have the high standards you do, 12 man. So.
Well, I I bet she's a lot nicer in person. That's what I bet.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see videos. I'm not going to Illinois to find out. So, Tom, as always, y'all make sure you tune in to the Tom Gully Show. You're missing out on gold. Last night's Richard Pryor was it was awesome. So
He's
y'all go
occasionally
watch that and tune into the Tom Gully Show. Honestly, if you like history and just general knowledge, that's what you need to be doing. 8:00 Eastern Time, replays available, etc. So, all right, folks, I'm out of here. Tom, 12th man, chat.
All right, have a good night, Stanley.
Kelvin.
God bless you.
Yes, sir.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Stop. Carry on. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Hold up. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.